his payroll. Two people I said, get $4,000, payroll.
The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, 13th century is a common era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there.
Other people,
and the
all these
Kabbalah
people,
wasn't cut out of
off.
crazy. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is the Kabbalistic idea of the preparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction in which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or the cosmos. Those ideas don't come out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there in little. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism. And there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah. Right?
Why
So
does
there
the
are other
Bible say
forms
you're
of
not
Jewish
baptized to
mysticism
tell
that
me that
existed
you're not
prior,
being an animal
although
of the
many
whole
of
in the
those
heart
prior
of
forms of
I can
mysticism
learn
were
from Rabbi. You
absorbed
must not
into
learn from
Kabbalah.
Why?
This is part of the reason why
The
it
Bible
gets
from
a
Malachi
bit
shows you
confusing.
Nikor. You're
So,
going to learn from a
suffice to
Talmud,
say,
someone that
Israelite
runs, look at this bird over here.
Jewish
You
mysticism
know,
extends
things up. You
probably
can see
back
that it's
before
nothing.
history.
But it's
By
perfect.
what I mean by history, of course,
You're
here
going
is
to
just
look
the
at
history of
the
writing.
You have to
When
open up
the
the
ancient
shipping, open up
Israelites
the
began to write things down.
If you look at the
And as
lines,
we'll see in a
you go
moment,
up,
some
you
of
go
the
up,
earliest
and you
texts
see,
that
oh,
have been
this is the
recovered
super here, the
in
white top here,
Israelite literature are
that's
interestingly enough both books by women and also
maybe
both
I cannot
books
learn
by
out the
mystic
paper
women.
from the Bible.
So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press. That some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So why that doesn't get enough press is misogyny.
But you don't bring this to a moisture.
If you're curious what you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side, this is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called the Tethenom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually a benediction. Magic device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural occurrence. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually on both sides. And it's tiny. Little amulets, probably about that big. And the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They were very old Paleo letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing in the midst of the moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure most folks are going to footnote is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people. And those people that Yahweh speaks to in turn speak on the behalf of Yahweh. And that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek.
And another part, second part.
So prior to ancient Israelite religion, what ancient religion was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically, when God speaks to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational, it's not rational, right? So like you're making the logical deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously, sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social communication.
I'm not going to show
So
the whole
Yahweh
armor.
talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them.
The first
And this is
2
really
years of
important
the
in
tree,
two
you're not
distinct
allowed
ways. One way that Israelite portal is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites, and we don't really see it tested in any other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract, the vassal contract is what it sounds like. The vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like how mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes out and says, you know, you can get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you. Right?
It's also
And so,
other
in many ways,
vegetables
the
as well.
Torah is
And
actually
believe it or not,
structured a lot
you might
like a
learn
vassal
this
contract.
from this
In
passage,
fact,
the
if
Mashki
you
Shofar.
read
In
ancient
other
Near
words,
East vassal contracts
their
written in the
parents
Akkadian
and
language, it's very
our
clear
law
that the
is
writer
they
of
were
the
born
Torah, these certain sections of the
that.
Torah,
They never had a
were
conversation. They never had a
accumulating that
moment that they were
contract
mother.
language.
Whereas
They're
they had,
diplomats.
you
Diplomats
get
have
no
to be
animal
literate.
else on the
And
nail,
one
but
of
because
these
his
diplomats
stomach
would
and
know
everybody's
Israel
sick.
almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians
I
or
was
the
just asking a question,
Babylonians or
Sasha,
the
if it
Syrians.
was good, maybe
Vassal
some kosher,
contracts would have been
no,
part of
because
their
yeah,
life,
that's why
and
you said
making a vassal
now,
contract with
but
their
I had
God
to
would
add
make
this
a lot of
picture
sense.
because of one of us, yeah, but I mean, we really have to
This is also revolutionary
there's a difference in
because you're making a
and
vassal
then you make
contract
it
with a
nice,
God and
you make
not
it
a
nice.
country,
That's like
which
nice,
means that you're
it's straight, and then
subservient
you
from
try
the
to make it
minute
nice and
some
okay.
other being
You
and
should
not the king of Babylon or
if
whatever.
you made it Kaddish
Now,
first.
this
And then
doesn't
only
go
after
well
you
for the ancient
can
Israelites, but it does
Israelites,
establish what we
at the
call
moment that you made
the
it like this,
Deuteronomic
you want it to
theology.
be like this,
And this
there's
is
nothing
just
wrong
a
with it. Hey,
complicated way of
you have a
saying
thing that
if you have a
is,
contract,
sure,
contracts are always
part of it about
involved
that, as
you
everybody
getting things
says,
out of the deal.
yeah, about
Well,
that.
the
There's
Israelites
also
vowed
family
that
that
they
the
would
church is
serve
also
only
to
one
go.
God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that,
Says
they will get
Echad
the land.
Mechas Heute, Echad
Right? They
Mechas
will have the land,
Mechas
and a land
Are
flowing
you
with
strong
milk and
for
honey
not
and all the
performing
rest.
the pizza?
Right?
It
The
is
idea
pizza.
is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites,
Now, when it comes,
and Yahweh
we
will
said
keep
that
their side
a
of the deal
mikvah
and protect you. Now, if you know anything about
time
Jewish history,
before
that
I wait, the
relationship
mikvah
was
first time before I wait this of shutting him
was
down.
rocky. Let's call it rocky. And this didn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that broke down that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Rabbi, right? Prophets. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It's almost always the prophet. You never know what a prophet will do. He'll ruin any party you ever get to because they mostly spend all their time condemning everything you have in your own life. So prophets are the Joy Kill of all lives. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelites other ancient areas literature, are like the Testament. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an individual freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll see in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is a uniform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. Then what you would do,
So
if you
now
wanted to
it's
figure out the will of the
so
gods,
maybe
is that you would kill an animal, typically a sheep, then you would take out their liver, obviously,
and
you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide.
now it's red.
And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in old Akkadian. It would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that that's going to happen, the king is going to die.
He goes to the mikvah.
And so there have been, by the way, hundreds of things uncovered from ancient Mesopotamian. And divination was widely attested. Especially also known as this note here, that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what you might want to hear about a prophet is, very few prophets predict
So
the
they
future.
walk into the Rabbi.
That was a
Cleanser
different
did
job.
not wash his
Those
hands
were
with feet.
diviners.
He cannot
The
perform his
diviners
duty.
predicted the
Oh,
future.
he's a Jew, but
Prophets
his brother
communicated
died during the Christina, so he didn't
prophets
born.
communicated
You want to
via the
so
God.
he's our
The God would
still
tell
president
prophets
first. He
stuff,
cannot
and
be
they would tell
coming.
other people.
He's coming.
That's a different
Sitting
job.
down.
Now,
Why would I die for?
sometimes
He's
prophets did
standing on
predict
top
the future.
of
In fact,
any
in
kind
the
of
Hebrew Bible, there's only a
device. He's
couple
not
of
standing
occasions
directly
where
on the
prophets
floor.
attempted
He
to
does.
predict the
He
future.
cannot
Almost
perform
always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he
or
draws,
standing
and
on
he
an
has to go
animal
back
like
later
that.
and be like, well,
He's on an
I
animal.
meant that
He has to be directly on the
metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future.
Friends feet,
In the
which are like this
ancient
feet.
world, that is a different
You
job.
know,
We now think of prophets predicting the future, but that's a
he
modern
performed
idea,
it instead of with his
much
right hand,
more
he did it
than
with
an
his left hand.
ancient Israelite idea
Awesome.
or
That's
ancient
the
Near Eastern
right
idea.
hand. Let's say you did
So
it
let's
with your
talk
right
about
hand. Just take
theophany
everything.
first, right?
You
So
have a
theophany
flower.
just means
Take
God
it. Put
appearing.
it back into
It just
the
means that
bucket.
God appears to
And then you
people.
start over again,
Right?
right?
This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know if you've ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahweh there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this poem was minted as part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. And also we have a winged throne chariot that this is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know how many people have seen this image before.
Just like this.
Show of hands or things like this. Some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But clearly here the coinage is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack.
You see this part on top of my hand? That's
Yahweh does not skip out. So
that makes it awesome.
So God appearing, right? God appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the God to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the God appear to you. And so, what's interesting about Israelite theophany, God appearing, is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to pick their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image. And you had the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah. That's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. They thought of their God as incorporeal and invisible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say you saw me face to face. Whatever, the Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites, always occluded somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God is in the Arathel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God himself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate on one hand the ultimate claim, our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us all. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God. That is what makes us special, a chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, our God's invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body. Doesn't live in a place. God's a God of everything. And so God often also appears in clothing invisible as well.
They even
the
the
bank
way
account. So we
right.
have
The
the authorities in the Hebrew
fact,
Bible are
they
making
not
three
to spend
prayers.
extra money. You should make
So
it
you
spend
have
extra money.
Abraham,
Like the one who
Abram at that time, right? His name
I
hadn't
don't
been
want to
changed
be
yet.
part of the be a beautiful caravan.
Abraham God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I said, right? Go out of Ur of Canaan.
Let's go
And then
do
goes
this
to
day.
Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that.
Not on the part of being
instance.
animal. Because you
The
sin,
other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses with a burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. When voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that runs the seas. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate from life. As other nearby religions will say that the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophets Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up for you. Right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a terrifying being. And when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, that they're basically, I mean, there was a quake in the boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally they're shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. And we have the word awesome, right? But notice how he says all full of awe, the word gets negative. All full isn't bad. Some is good. Some awe is okay. Like rainbow, a lot of awe is bad. It's all full. And when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. God is physically shaking, sweating. They lose the ability to speak. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner and ecstatic expert primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied more generally. I've never been skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in kind of a frustrating way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert, or the shaman, is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much of the same way that traditional shamans will look to travel to the spirit world or to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think that the term does track at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably represents this experience. Which is just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event. And they record that then, and it is that recording of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard because if you've read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual. As a person, he seems to do really extreme things like lie to street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We don't know. I mean, again, it's not great to apologize. Ezekiel or
But wait, I'm not even a poet. I'm a
But
czar.
from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have
He just puts the
had
comments
some other
back into
kinds
the
of
feed.
mental health concerns, we would say
Yeah,
now,
I get it.
which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal. But you take them out of that, but then capitalism or
I know what I'll do.
and now they're
I'll go
saying
home.
they're crazy. So it's interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel was clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So, again, this is interesting. That's how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting there that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, I'm going to die. He says, I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die, and he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that. This was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, American mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should always keep in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is depicted, as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, American mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, I did it upright. They're not going up, they're going down, and the mystical yard day, they go down into the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God. I know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God, look at that literature, and in some cases they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you're going to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big whoop. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we'll get to it in a couple of minutes. So again, American mysticism, not Kabbalah, different kind of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. So as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. They do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world, but it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. Probably had to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in the temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the Wonder Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient Egyptian religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best attestation of prophecy in the ancient Near East, or more generally,
La
is
Florida
from
and
the
Fama
Neo-Assyrian
background is
period.
right. If you think
Now,
about it,
this
it's
may
going to be
be a
still more
little
maybe from a
deceptive
popular
because it just so
but
happens
I
that
know we're going
the
90 years
Assyrian
from all
Empire
over
was
the
destroyed
oh, the
and
famous, I'm not going to
they
show it
managed
now,
to burn
but
down
the
the
famous
main
video.
library of
How do you
Ashurbanipal.
know
And when they
that
burned that
the
library
certain things
down,
that
the
work with all these
entire
bad,
library was
they
preserved.
don't have to come off,
We
you
have
know, it's up to
basically
put
an
on, like,
entire
you know, put it
ancient
on the rock.
Neo-Assyrian library.
And
It's
we
like
go
the
to
library of
the
ancient
Obama,
Alexandria,
we're going to
but
get down
on
the
rock.
election of the year.
It has tens of
There it is,
thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike burning libraries down now, right, the books tend to burn, that's bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal, or it's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is an individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is at least written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel is a special ground. I know that some of us are raised with this Josephic stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people.
Very exciting day
And they
today.
didn't have their ancient Near Eastern
We'll
people
show
did.
you a video
Sorry, not
taken
sorry.
by some random
So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy in just a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to get them into they got them into an ecstatic state. And in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the God had to tell them, and a scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-isolation. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people.
It's showing that
Maya
it has only one set of teeth,
they would
but you
pierce
have
their
upper
tongue
teeth.
or their genitals, and they would pull a string of clay crowns on their genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That blood would be gathered into a pot with paper with the blood soaked would burn, and the burning smoke. Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably to weaken themselves in order to use the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting you into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So anyway, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of death. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about allowing to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of
35 people, and you're still going to get accountability, you're going to be on top of it, and not in a annoying way, in a schmuck way to make sure that everybody's. Very nice email here. The point is that we all see home and each other compatible. I want to share a brief of how we're spoken about first and please shout it out in some of the classroom and powerful and authentic way, but that's the way why it's very best. The reality is clear, it's not simply a well-known people, but a culturally private experience. But the audience itself remains steady throughout. Grounding inspiration and consistency in data collection while allowing people to fresh life and deeply relevant. The page shared over the stories of telephone was meaningful and uplifting. The message is delivered by Rabbi Yoel for the Irish Chicago, from David Go last week, by Aaron Weinberg, the rules by Epstein, the Nachman Seltzer, and Arigami Einstein. These contributed depth, clarity, and meaning in pages. The legitimately impactful highlight of Rabbi Yoel goes to visions of Paris, discovery, its bold, bold precision, and inner meaning. I want to talk about a little bit today, because today I'm now adopted to talk about Paris. The way we brought out Alan President consistent perseverance and innovative bold. Fascinating, deeply moving. But this is the session title Behind the Scenes Presenting Myself is it's real life stories shared honestly and sensitively, open heart, and creative conversation connection. The Ruach Shabbos permeated every moment. As a minister at the sweetness of singing and choir, the overall atmosphere of warmth. From Erev Shabbos, numerous Shabbos created a sense of Kedusha, community, and thought. Shabbos also brought Torah vividly to life through thoughtfully prepared visual elements, including the modeling of music and scale. So he sent a few pictures. Let me just jump forward because some over here you can see the picture. You can see the size of this. You open the banks. You know what those ropes look like. It's like 2 ropes long, and it's very, very light. But brought some real animal as a model of Turbanus. But this is what really blew me away. This thing was like literally, I would say, 40 feet tall. You would see people standing in the background just to show you the height. He built this out of wood and foam. It was just huge. So much of wood goes into it. What is this? This is the entrance to the top of the table there. Just the detail there. Zoom in a little bit. See over here, how cool it is. And it's 40 feet tall. Look at that. Crazy. This is one of his many that he did all for free. He didn't charge anyone money. This wasn't the seal on the thing, and you wanted to change the papers around and make it more tested, more seem-like. And this was, I was on Zoom, this is about it. Prophetic texts survive. Okay. I'm all excited. I timed it. It should take 18 seconds a day. This is our new sponsor because we're official, we're not official. We made a lot of money for the class. And the Iranian family donated. And every day I would say the person who donated that to his dot. We did start $1,000 in the dot. And I first paid for them. We didn't say we're going to do it, but we'll do it. And the structure also will also. So, let me start. The official edition of the Rothschild was accepted by the Iranian Rabbi families. Shani Mahavosky sang the news constant to Carol's brother to the government of the Moshe State. Young Rachel, Valley, Nana, Gayla, Ella, Kyle, Rudis, and Jared, and Bora. To take a look at it, this episode is going to the menu of the murder, small bars, and fancy clothes. All these sponsors should be 2 minutes. Let's do this. This episode is $40 news, $500 anonymous for looking for the guys from college, families, and nation, ridiculous less, rather going to total colleges. The next is Italy. Thomas Belogan, and Congress, and one of the first sheets in America. Something fell. I wonder if it was like a candle or something. Just anonymous, if we're still on Moshe Ben Nizar, anonymous for free for Shema, and we're going to lay process. Show Maki, other place put Maki over Tessa, we're so proud of you that we're our chief strategy. There's a second sponsor, Cindy Wilson family. and the island, UK, in honor of Rabbi, my meaning of life, Holy Almighty, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Christian Sofer and Duai, and Sofer Shabbat Sparrow. Mother's passes I saw the Christian all the mother both in the Dinner is July, Christian as a pass Duma. As walking through my cooking, all the town and town walking on his 40th birthday. Tell you right, and what kind of business is sponsored for one day? This one is sponsored a whole month. And she tells you, I'm going to become 100, she's going to fly me in. Straight up. She now says she has a pass for 50 years. I don't think so. Anonymous, probably time for expression to channel usually over the time. And Congress of the Bush, they would have played as many way. They didn't say the younger generation. Now it's a memory of Mazel Tov, the Sonata of Hestia. Anonymous is supposed to version is good and open and revealed way is more fucking back to it. I like it. Here's something I want to put it that I get up from sky or whatever it is. I don't verdict that shows that his growth will reveal it. Leading sponsors, West End to cover it. Many of our beloved money last for Judith Pelham, Jake Telegraph on the success of Yoshi Weiss. Yoshi Weiss. So let me tell you what happened over there. I know by this. He's doing in honor of Lucky Belsky for doing a skull called the Great English AI video. Lucky Belsky went over to Yoshi Weiss and gave him money at the Expo. Yoshi Weiss said he has a policy he doesn't want to take money, which I'm upset at him. I got to talk to him about it. He's talking to me message. So I don't want money from people. I donated it back on you. So that's not good. I'm going to have to change that. Someone wants to give a tip to Yoshi, I think that's okay. But anyway, I mean, our people should not be asking for things that we're not proud of. But if somebody was goodness of some gives you a gift, why not? Take it. Daily sponsors, Liz Raskin, Legal Response Beyond, Real, Ben Yoshi, Shiloh, Elvis Skensberg, thanks for everything. We miss you. I love you, Elvis. Yeah. And honestly, this month, Dave Butt, Ben Eliezer, Rafael Supplement, this month, Kelsey, Nancy Mazel, and Ken Garrett. Anyway, tonight, Giving Paisar, and Forever, Tony on the Canadian Military Rock, and I'm not having us. Because I got a website. Here we go. Remind me, I want to tell you about this story. Do it smack in the middle of the somewhere. A great story that happened to me on the scooter.
And if you read the Deborah account, especially in Hebrew, it is very archaic.
I noticed yesterday, and this could answer your question, how come there's nothing enough of you small were actually how come there's so many words in the Hebrew? You know, sometimes some sentences, you don't understand the words, you go to the art store and tells you the words, and there's like a whole, there's an agenda for everything. So, there's a lot of concepts, a lot of cases. And I'm making you charge one. Count the concepts there. Let's see. Let's count concepts. Here's a new one. We spoke yesterday about government. We're going to talk about it a lot today. There's a lot of parrots about it. The government is a mincha degree of a gift made out of barley and a sheep. And that allows you to eat the root crop. Because any root crop, wheat, barley that grows, cannot eat it until the second day of Pesach. When you bring down you see this stuff in love, perhaps that's your beta causes it, or it's from itself. Here's a question that maybe you didn't know. Wait, this is a good answer? Okay, good. Here's a question. The argument that comes in the second day of Pesach allows everybody to eat Cheerios with pizza or with the wheat product that year before Pesach. Can I bring wheat product, a little one, give it to me on the third day of Pesach? Now that the other thing, can I bring it to you as well? That's my question. The answer is no. The answer is if you let it go, yes. The lechem is it's not your wheat product, it's a wheat. Take it. So that's Muslim number one. Right? Amazing.
So he was an independent social critic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. we have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would also act out their prophecy.
We have the Shita of Rab. Today we're going to have two that argue on that. Rab says that if a carbon comes to allow you to do something, for instance, if you are a Mitzvah or a Muslim, and you bring a carbon that allows you to go into this religion, that allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman, you give birth and drink carbon that allows you, the woman, to be together. Such a carbon, or the argument, right? The start from the argument. The green line, the white green line, so you can eat the produce of last year. Whatever green is line, where you have the rolling tank, it's not a carbon, it's not a carbon, it's a new class.
The Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrian vision of monuments had developed very sophisticated forms of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear.
So take whatever you're doing and throw it in the Any more questions? So I don't have one. I'm just not doing, one or two things. She got some interesting things about it. There's a third one. Mainstream. Also, it's saying in such relation. If you pay attention to how it is, the first word on the holiday is ultimate. It's one of the examples Rob brought as a carbon that it's a carbon that is there as a not a part of, but as a match. It's something that allows it to do something. Ultimate is one of the examples. It is controversial. He shifted it with intent that's not ultimate service. Let's say it's not. Ultimate means something that doesn't have So
we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is more dancing and music more attested in ancient Israel.
Probably one of the longest ones.
One of my things I really miss is that you have no idea what the ancient Hebrew sounded like.
One of the things is, it's like it's blood, just gossip.
Some Greek metal or something. We have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were. And we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of these roaming bands of ancient Israelite prophets. And he
puts blood on his right ear, on his right
it seems
toe.
like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of people to happen. So these bands would come to your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and commune with
now it takes oil. After he puts the blood, first comes blood, then comes oil. Remember that.
Prophecy, and they had, in some cases,
He puts 7 drops in the floor, towards the vehicle, and then he takes oil and he puts it on top of the blood that's on the ear, on the thumb, and on the toe.
Where the King Josiah, the Judite King Josiah,
finds a Torah so didn't put the blood on the
written down to justify his political agenda.
By the way, I love the Torah. Everyone says it once in a while.
Basically, it's a piece of political
I don't know if you had the privilege of breaking your tongue, of jamming your tongue in the gospel of this. It's probably that's one. Probably I forget. So if you didn't play basketball for 2 months, you never play basketball, you jam your finger tongue. And you can't use your tongue for like a week. Rarely can't use your tongue. You can't tie your fingers. You can't open up a door. You can't open up a bottle. And it's like, and then you appreciate the thumb, and then you look at a horse, there's like anesthesia, it's bones, it's really cool. How do they function? Monkeys, they have a thumb, so they're very capable, they're like way dead, and all other animals. The thumb is super important, I'm just saying, imagine without a thumb, how the thumb would be very, very hard to carry your back, honestly. You gotta appreciate it. So, I raised the rate of the government here. It says over here that the ashram continues, according to Rabbi, what do we do this ashram of the Mitzvah? Since it's there to allow the Mitzvah to do stuff, and you messed up, so throw it out. No, it says, I raised the rate of the government back, it's crowded. What do you mean crowded? Let's throw it out. Turn the supplement, you get the wine. It's a much not like Shiro. Yeah, you have to do supplement. You figure out, these are mess, it's not showing that. Okay. So now we have an opposing Shita Kurah. We're trying to level someone. This I saw Aiden. He's also not a Muslim, by the way. If you want to like this, that we're learning from, nothing like this. Well, I know.
But they had professional prophets that existed. We also know
this famous, I forgot his name, you know, one of those guys that big left, yeah, something or other. So he asked somebody, one of returning school, on the first day of school time, which says, can you make to me prayer for the job? So that says, once you first get it there, you're not playing out from now, and I'm going to make to you. And guy, you yeah, okay. So, this guy's all right now. שכמות זה שלא לשמוע שאלה. Says it's like I argue that. Rob says it's garbage, it's also important. But I say, not only is it not possible, it's kosher. And you put on his back, it's like, just what? In the following part, it's probably new concerning affairs. The leftover of this windfall you can't eat because you need another omer. Because the second omer is going to make all the food mutter, including the first omer. The first omer is also eaten until you get a second omer. The third cheat that we're going to see is this exact thing, minus that you have to wait for the second omer. It's kosher, the yosher, you can eat it, you do whatever you want with it, even the shirah you can eat right now. Okay. The king is shirah, and the final shirah is on our Perez. As to the Gemara, we can rate how we should put the first mikvah on his bayah. Why? Mashki Yisrael, really Yisrael. Here's another concept called Mashki Yisrael. Mashki Yisrael means that in order for something to go to his bayah, it has to be edible for Klal Yisrael. It has to be something juicy. Mashki means juicy, shmak. But we can also learn it in terms of a drink for Klal Yisrael. It's edible, it's drinkable for Klal Yisrael. Since the first one, no, it's not edible. Why is it not edible? Because it's chaga. It's from the new crowd. You can't eat from the new crowd until you bring a mincha. So if you can't eat it, how do you put it on his bayah? That's the Gemara. Yeah? You can't put a chaza on his bayah. Why can't you put a chaza on his bayah? For a number of reasons. One of them is because you can't eat it. Yeah? Any food that you can't eat, you can't put on his bayah. So how do you put this on me? What's a good shot? Look, what do you say shot now? You had a guess?
We also know that
so you weren't going to say, because you put it, since you eat it at the end of the day, so it's all within that day. It's okay. This is not, it's missing 2 hours. You have to take care of some business, and it'll be, it's not like it's great, it's never needed. It's just not edible right now.
Nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering if they do drugs. Probably not.
You guys take water, take whatever you need.
Right? We don't have any hesitation of Elijah, like, hey, some mushrooms, and then went to town, or smoke some weed,
or whatever. And that is, there's no such thing as, it's not. It's what we recently found at a site called when the waiting is that day. You just have to wait. That day is not considered waiting. Just thought about it. It's a good missile. Maybe that's what the pull in and the door are and all this stuff. They go like this. It's not considered waiting. It is that day. The day is not waiting. Okay? No, moving. And in the new side. And the push is mine. It's not considered that it's off limits. It's not off limits because at the end of the day you're going to be able to get it. So right now it's considered edible. Okay, rather than ready to start this partition in the office. There are a bunch of things that bring in this amigos. There are certain halachas that a mincha doesn't have, and yeh from the mincha and boy because in reverse also. Special thing about a mincha, the bird will not. This way we said is part of the English language. Two people could see a partner on a bird, but not by mincha. Look this week apart. Person who resolved you like this, they want to become part of the organization. Come out of the mitzvah, what are they called? Then, we're still not completely part. They must wear for the following day to bring the card. What kind of card? They bring a bird, but they don't bring a mincha. So there's a lot of skipping around there. There's a lot of extra words in this parentheses.
This is the first commentary
we actually use it. We're looking at the commentary about the commentary on people. It's another concept, another hurricane that you need a bunch of lines to explain it. We're going to call in some phrases forward, which has at least 4 lines of explanation, maybe 14, I don't know. But basically, it's very simple. Meaning that although it's also to do this, yeah, what's this? This is an illegal. This is to take your thumb and cut the back of the neck of the bird. You do that in Park City, Utah. The bird is straight. It's an illegal. Yet, the Torah allowed this in the Middle East. The bird killing them. The Malika is Mukher Shekaidish in the Middle East. Not saying there's nothing wrong with the Mincha that he made it Mukher. And Mukher is always good. Okay, so that's these are the pluses, the pros that birds have that we not them. Here's what's so good about a Mincha that a bird doesn't have. Coming up with food is food. You must put the flour in a special golden dish. Put the Mincha and then you shuckle it like you shuckle a little backwards, forwards, like that. There's a hagosha and you bring it to the what corner of both sides? Southwest corner. The national mitzvah inside over with the southwest plane from the Republic Sunday show. No, yeah, try to take it.
It's the biggest one, But just so you know, if you go to
you don't have a power. Well, it's going to be easy. You have to get up 4 o'clock tomorrow. This is the side of your waistline. This is how they put phone back tonight with 100 flights and traffic, push over flights and be able to live share. And that means that it's like at 4 in the morning, patches. Well, what for? You're not waking up 4 in the morning, you wake up 3:30.
As I mentioned, we know
it takes half an hour to get there.
nothing about the material culture of the ancient Romans aside from records like we have written down.
I think about it. When we saw the monopolies, I want to play the story, so don't go forget. When we saw the monopolies, if you wish to write that this flower of the miracle, which is also the first one, is also, what are you waiting for the second one to come along? And you put the first one on the staff, even though you cannot eat any of it. And we ask the question that it's what? It's the mashki straw. It's something that's also to eat, you shouldn't be putting on the back. If you're right, even though it's not in the house, well, usually one is so much like that. It's like a bird. It's like a bird, like a marika, but I made a special dispensation. What's the word that I'm allowed to do marika in the way from the I have food that I can't eat. It's not edible. So I made a special dispensation that I'm allowed to put on his back right now. So in the regular, whatever the word is, I'm some. Me and Shmuel, there's 3 people in this room, we both went to Taj. Okay? You know what Taj is? But it's the camera out, you can see it. Look at that, what was his name from Peach? It's the most from school in the world. There is no filmer, I think. This is right? Am I right?
We know very little about the interior origin
I brought a flower. You don't even think about it. Wow. It's crazy. You're in skiing. You don't know what skiing is. You don't even hear it. Seriously.
That's it. Right.
Yeah, you know, they stopped recess when I was there for 2 weeks because we were playing Afghana. And Afghana is that some kids beat up other kids. The Nazis, they called me, I was the beater upper, of course. I was a big cassette, you called me a Nazi, and then they beat you up. Nazi! So they said, oh, you're beating people up, we're stopping recess. And then you have to go from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, no recess. Anyway, we'll talk about Congress. It's a great school today. I'm talking about 40 years, literally 40 years, more, a little bit more than 40 years. Those are crazy. We're sitting cool sometimes. So, I'm not saying about when we saw that's all, when we probably saw my favorite. Remind me of here I have a situation where the food is also to eat. Why is it before the owner came? You want to put the first owner on his back, even though it's on the puzzle, even though you can't eat it. Oh, here, chicken with puzzle. No, because it is his mom. But I already told you that. That
could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be they got killed.
Anything that has to do with our day, since going to become mutter to eat that thing.
Another reason why it could be the case is, well, they didn't see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate with
At the end of the day,
when
when agreeing is second language. So, right now you can't eat it, it's not a big deal. Most of us say, keep the makan channel and makan dum. We're talking about the Torah. A guy has the function on the skin with some white splotches. Look, the kind is doing so. He has no real back. What do you say? He has to check the kind checks the Asham. He brings three korbanos. One of his Asham checks the Asham, which is blood. Puts it on his thumb, on the first one's ear. His right thumb, his right toe. But what happens if he did it in the wrong order? He did matan shem and matan dom. He put the oil on before
religious abandonment, right?
the blood. You know how somebody else you can shem and matan dom? You should do it all over. You should do the oil again. After you put the blood on, put the oil on. And then, not the moed is not in Sheva. Oh, the rest of the oil, you put it on his leg. You pull back. So, what if you messed up, you put the oil on the fingers before they did this solid sprays for the oil? You know, that's what you do not the moed is not in Sheva. You should redo the whole thing. You should fill up more oil. And then this becomes a shift. Yeah, I'm saying this is not what they are. You really because just waiting and being late or being early. That day, somebody has to read it. So what's the difference if you did it out of order? I don't know. Let me just do it out of order. Who cares? I'm not trying to look for Messiah. It seems like Havaya. No, you can't do that out of order. Since it says the word Havaya, it means it has to be exactly so. It's a certain order. All my questions is Tia, person of Torah. Tia, Havaya, Tia. What Tia means? How is this? I thought you just put the blood first, oil second. Don't go out of order. Most of our Papa asks, now, in the order of the Korbanos, let's see the Korbanos. Let's see what it is. Okay, oh, yeah, good. The first one that you check is the Asham. Then comes the Charis. So what if you did it out of order? Hey, you Charis Lashama, you went out of order, you did the Charis first instead of second. Well, yeah, and the Mars is on there. The Mars says, throw it out into the garbage. Don't sit there with, shaking the blood so that it doesn't congeal. Tuba Tzurasa, the base of it is Tuba Tzurasa is another concept right there. All it means is Lina. It means that you leave it overnight. Leave it overnight, Lina if you want to. Lina's real quickly. You shut the animal, you can close it down.
There's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that stuff. Ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things.
That's the meat from the muscle also was left overnight on the ground. There's the blood. The kids are overnight. Uber Tzurasa means that you make something happen to the actual animal, that it changes. How would you describe it in English?
And no demons living in there, anything like that. So what we're going to see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion after that real prophecy.
Once it stays overnight, it takes a little bit of shit. You don't want to take a perfectly good animal that the meat is schmack and burn it. It's not a couple of party. So you let it stay overnight. Oh, now it's possible. Now you can burn it.
Rather than speaking, God is going to show things to people.
The question is, so what if you went first, because I told you for Rothschild, at the end of the day, there's no difference in the same day in the person's mind, everybody are deciding to put up and everything and everything, so there's no time limit in that same day. As to tomorrow, what do you mean? There's no time limit. Well, Papa, with the Omar, Shani, and the story, we already answered that, but there is a problem with this Bible. Because if the Torah says here, that means it has to be exactly so. You can't go out of order. If Asham is first, like you see in this chart right over there, Asham is first, so it's first. You can't do Asham second. If you do Asham second, it's throw it in the garbage. Because it says here. You're right, keeping speaking, ancient is not by the way. It's the same day as no first second. But now,
habits from time to time that did sneak
How
up
about
after
you
you
guys?
awake. You probably know one of
He
the
did
more
have
famous ones. I think Jesus.
You know when you have to be very much to 1, 2, 3, when you do performing in Avodah. He's a lot of Avodah. But shefting the Chapas before that is not a problem. Why? Because even when you struggle these people,
So these people did it.
so you struggle these people, that means people is not in Avodah. It's not in the
We'll
potent,
also see through the Middle Ages,
how do you say Avodah in English?
is a new form of
One of the
where Abraham
Avodas
actually developed the first
is
techniques,
one of the functions in the Basement.
we know you actually have those techniques.
That's in the picture.
And meditation techniques. We'll talk about some of those techniques.
I don't see them. Cool.
So prophecy is not completely gone away, but it has a kind
Okay,
of
so I gotta tell you the story.
that as an institution,
So hold on, keep on with it. Bien, who's in this man? The very bayon. Yeah, from where you go, the last be Rothschild, the last be Rothschild. Oh, so the question is on the speaker. If you check the passage before the Asham, since it's not an essential avoid, because even Israel could do it, what's the big deal? Since it's that same day, you could just out of order. Hello, Marapapa. Let me just finish this. I'm trying to get stuff. You're asking me, why does Rothschild say that you put the oimer on the mizbeach, even though you can't eat it? We had a question. What was our first question? The Mashki Yisrael. Remember the Yisai? The Mashki Yisrael. What does Mashki Yisrael say? It has to be edible, but it's not edible. So how you put it on the mizbeach? That the first.
Let's do it, baby. Hello, Elizabeth. How are you? Pleasure to meet you.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank God. Just did a podcast earlier today, and excited to meet with you as well.
Very nice. I have a couple quick questions.
Sure.
First of all, what are your pronouns?
They, them, if possible.
Yes, absolutely. And then these are just curiosity questions. How did you hear about the podcast?
Great question. I believe I was going through podcasts on Google, perhaps, that had open invitations to individuals, and I think I saw that you had your email posted in the description of your podcast, and just thought, okay, well, this one sounds interesting, and sent you an email.
Awesome. Did you listen to any episodes, or did you just jump into it?
I had an opportunity to listen shortly to one of the episodes, but generally wanted to go into it with a clear understanding, or clear with little to no understanding, and just be open to anything you want to discuss.
Good. Very cool. Thanks for humoring me. This is Ampersand, my assistant.
Hello.
He will probably simmer down in a little bit, but when I start recording, he likes to jump in and show off. So
Excellent.
Yeah, so this is super casual. I'll just kind of ask you some broad questions. I'll have you start off with like introducing yourself, and if you're comfortable, like your background and faith and how that came about. I know most of my listeners are sort of like me from Montana and Oregon, don't have a lot of like spirituality experience, or if it is, it's mostly Christianity. So anything you're willing to share about like how you became like a rabbi, or I guess specifically how Judaism plays into what you do, that would be great. But again, it's just sort of whatever you're comfortable with, however much or little you want to share. And then I'll kind of give you the floor to talk about like the intersection between spirituality and technology. And I love reading your bio. I just kind of want to give you space to share whatever comes to mind. I'm sure I'll have questions throughout. And then we'll just kind of go and see how the conversation goes in terms of time. And once we're done, we'll do like after I hit stop recording, we'll do like a quick debrief. And then if you'd like, I can send you the video, since this won't be airing until September, so you're welcome to use it however you want. This is just like a hobby for me, so I'm not particularly like particular, I guess, about how things are used. Do you have any questions before we get started?
Well, I would just like to ask if it's okay. I'm also very much a futurist as well, so I have a list of topics that I'm passionate about. So I'd love to talk about religion, certainly, but also perhaps we might be able to touch on topics like, I think, that are very interesting mega projects, like a Bering Strait tunnel, basically connecting Asia to North America. The idea of perhaps a tunnel or a bridge of like the Strait of Gibraltar, and other like really large infrastructure projects I love to discuss. And then additionally, I am an author, and there are some subjects that I write about regularly, and they're about I think probably your audience may find interesting. They're about many of the everyday issues that people are encountering, in addition to what I talk about, like ending world hunger and ending world thirst, and ensuring that we have as many people on Earth as can be literate. It's other things like cell phone battery lifespans and efficiency when it comes to technology. So if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about those kind of topics as well.
Absolutely. And I will try to remember, but if I don't, be sure to plug like your books and just anything that you're working on that you want to share with the people. I'll also, like, whatever links you send me, I can throw in the show notes. So I just want to make sure you have an opportunity to promote anything.
Excellent.
I like to do that. But yeah, conversation-wise, absolutely. Like I said, I like to just kind of let people take the lead in what they want to talk about. And yeah, I do a lot of editing. So if you say something, you're like, "Ooh, I wish I hadn't said that," like just let me know and I can cut it out. And then I will, after it's done being edited, send you a link so you can listen to it ahead of time and request edits and stuff. Yeah, I just want this to be a pleasant experience for everybody.
Excellent. Well, it already has been thus far, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thanks. And I like your shirt, by the way. What does it say next to Sonic?
Oh yes. So this is a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. It's Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10 Inu. And if you're like, what is that? So I years ago, about 3 years ago, would be in Twitter Spaces. I don't know if you're familiar with Twitter Spaces, but they're like audio spaces on Twitter. And this is basically the center of cryptocurrency. And I was unaware of this. I was just promoting myself and my project. And people would hear me talk about futurism and they found it fascinating. And they said, Rabbi, we have to have you in our community. And I was like, okay, I don't really know that much about what you're discussing, but sure. And so I started live streaming my life in this cryptocurrency Telegram, and I've been doing it for more than 3 years, and they sponsor all of my merchandise and such. So the name of the cryptocurrency is Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10 Inu. And if you think that's just a long name, that's kind of part of its cachet that has a really long name, and it's worth tens of millions of dollars. So it's one of these things that has become kind of a very serious joke. So I do wear the merchandise as much as possible.
Very nice. Oh, and last thing, sorry, I haven't done an interview in like almost a year because I did them all like over the summer. I might mute and unmute myself as you're talking. It's just because I have dogs and cats and background noise. So if I unmute while you're talking, you can just keep talking. Don't worry about it.
Absolutely. And I saw that you said that the conversation could go from like 30 minutes to 2 hours. I can talk. I have a lot to talk about. So if at any point you have a question or you want to interject, please do. But just know that when people let me go, I'll talk, about what I do because I am passionate about it. So I did want to make you aware that if it seems like I'm covering a lot, it's because I'm really happy to have the opportunity to be able to talk in long form. I've done some podcasts recently, and I've got to say they've been wonderful. The podcast that I've done, though the format originally was going to be 30 minutes, and the podcast hosts liked me so much that they wanted to have me on for like a series. So I just finished one 5 weeks in a row last week with an Australian podcast host, but those were like 30 minutes each or so. And then this morning I did one 4 weeks in a row, and those were like 30 minutes, but they've been like cut up. So the fact that this is an extended opportunity to talk, just know I find it refreshing. And so if I do go in depth on some of the subjects, it's because I'm excited to have that opportunity.
Awesome. Yeah, and if we're not able to cover everything you want to cover today, we can definitely have you back on. So 30 minutes is usually, every once in a while I get somebody who it's usually because I haven't eaten, which is why I made sure to make time to eat, but we just don't quite connect, and so it's almost kind of like pulling teeth on each other's end. So sometimes they're a little bit shorter, but then other times we have super engaging conversations where people just have a lot to share. So I like the flexibility in that. So all right, I'm gonna go ahead and hit record if I can find it. It changed since I used it last. Where did it go? Oh, there it is, right in front of my face. Recording in progress. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Talking Shit About. I'm here today with Rabbi Rothschild, and we are going to be talking about spirituality and technology and just all sorts of really cool, interesting things. So I'm going to give the floor to them so they can introduce themselves and what they do, and maybe if they're comfortable sharing how they got to where they're at today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Elizabeth. Thank you to your audience. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral. And when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. As you said earlier, Elizabeth, I am a rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I am an Orthodox rabbi, which live streaming my life is certainly unique. Throughout this process, I didn't begin as a streamer. Prior to the pandemic, I was your classic Orthodox Jew, black hat, going to synagogue 3 times a day. I would attend classes in both Chumash or Torah and Gemara, Talmud, Hebrew, and really lived my life off of social media. However, when the pandemic occurred, many of my classes and our services within my Orthodox community went online. And this changed my life drastically because I became much more comfortable being on camera. Additionally, as a career, I'm, in addition to being a rabbi, a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and additionally have had major contracts with Fortune 100 organizations. And my role as a certified project management professional also went online remotely when the pandemic ensued. So those aspects of my life where I was generally never on camera, really didn't do any social media, drastically changed during the pandemic. And I went from being never on camera generally to being on camera anywhere from 8 to 12 to 14 hours a day. And that anxiety that I think a lot of people have of sharing so much of their life with the world slowly left me, and I became more comfortable on camera. And I recognized that during this time, I was in the process of becoming a rabbi, that I wanted to do something with my life to improve the world. And sure, I could go work at a kashrut organization or a kosher certification agency, or I could be a congregational rabbi. I know rabbis who are certainly involved in both and in other aspects of life. And I had the opportunity to perhaps impact the world in a way that I felt I could make a gift. And so during the pandemic, after work, working as a certified project management professional, I found that my normal classes that I would attend in person had all gone virtual, and it freed up some time in my day. And I would, after work, hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, to be honest. And I began recording my golf swing on camera. And I noticed that I would say some funny things on camera, just maybe I sliced the ball or topped the ball or hooked the ball. And I would just make some little jokes. And I thought, you know what, God willing, someday I'd like to have a family. And if I do, they might want to know what their dear old dad was doing during the pandemic, and just what he was like before they were even a glimmer in his eye. So I began uploading the camera footage onto Google, my Google Drive, every single night. And it was taking me a long time, and I was also getting throttled. So I found that, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I said to myself, I want to share my life with the world, and I want to do it better than any person had ever done it in global history. So I began to purchase different devices, including like 33 total devices, and handheld devices, tablets, laptops, Chromebooks, you name it, I've got it. And I put them all around myself and basically began my live streaming journey. And I do my best to maintain as orthodox a lifestyle as I can every morning, well, 6 days a week aside from Shabbat. I don tefillin, these black boxes that your audience may be familiar with if they know any Orthodox Jewish men. Additionally, I teach a Kabbalah class for at least an hour per day. And that's something that I've been doing for more, more than this calendar year. And that's been a new addition. Additionally, I say blessings on food. Certainly have all of my blessings and prayer on camera, and want to just give the world a portal into the life of a religious individual who is also very conscious about the world and peace, and peace is a motivation. And so for anyone out there who may not be Jewish, may not be an Orthodox Jew, they should know that my streams are for them as well as they are for the Orthodox world. I want to unite people, and I do my best on the streams to talk about things that unite us as a people more than that which divides us. We are 99% the same DNA, actually more than 99.9%, all the same DNA. And there's a lot that unites us as species than that which divides us. And I do my best on a daily basis in my conversations, both religious conversations and non-religious conversations, to be as inclusive as possible and focus on that which unites us as a people.
It's great and admirable that you make yourself accessible to everybody regardless of faith. I'm curious what sort of the response has been to, I guess, specifically the live streams in both like Jewish spaces, but also just like your audience in general.
Yeah, so I am in many Discords. Discord's usually the easiest way that people can connect with me. And in the Jewish Discords in which I am, especially the Israeli Discords, the response has been extremely positive, as has the response generally of everyone with whom I encounter anywhere on the internet. It's been very positive. People like to recognize that we're all not that different, that we all sleep, that we all eat, that we all drink, that we laugh, we cry, we all just want to be comfortable generally and happy in life, no matter what your faith is, no matter what your background is. And I think that from a Jewish perspective, people really like the ability to be able to connect with a rabbi whenever they want. I answer classic questions on halakha, that's Jewish law, in my Discord. We additionally will review topics on Talmud. I have a podcast going on Talmud 24 hours a day. So even when I'm asleep, people can learn while watching my streams. In addition, we watch Kabbalistic documentaries. We review Yiddish and Hebrew and Aramaic, and I do my best to give the stream a Jewish flair, but additionally, it is open to everyone. So from the non-Jewish world, generally has been extremely positive as well. With any project like this, where you are open to so many audiences, you will get some negativity, but it's really nothing that I've done personally. I treat people with respect. I do my best to ensure that all sides are on matters are discussed as best as I can. I maintain neutrality, especially in terms of things like politics. I do my best to not necessarily get too involved with it. I personally am someone who does my best to avoid those types of conflicts. And in terms of religion, I think overall people find it refreshing that there's someone out there, a religious leader you can watch whenever you want. They teach classes, they'll answer your questions. It's really a quite an interesting endeavor, and I really would like to do this for the rest of my life. I'd like to have at least some way of having people to be able to connect with me 24 hours a day whenever they want. And if I'm asleep or something like that, perhaps I can't answer them immediately, but I do have a section within my Discord and within my other platforms where you can send me a message. And as soon as I'm conscious and able, I answer every single question. And so overall, from a religious standpoint, from a Jewish standpoint, people are very positive towards it, as well as non-Jews.
Very cool. And you mentioned peace, and then when we were doing our emails back and forth, you brought up, the idea of peace and maybe some of the barriers that are keeping us from that. So I would love to hear, your sort of definition of what peace would look like for, a world. I know that's kind of a big question. And then again, the barriers, and they don't have to be, specific, geopolitical things, unless you want to go there, but just, barriers to peace and what that would hopefully look like.
Absolutely. So I am a futurist. I'm someone who has transhuman philosophies. And so when I talk about peace in perhaps the upcoming centuries, it may be something that you, Elizabeth, or I may actually be able to experience. So I see this as a real challenge in my life, and not just something that hopefully future generations have the opportunity to be able to experience. And when I talk about peace, really what I'm talking about is at the ground level, you don't put your hands on me and I don't put my hands on you without consent. That's basically what we're talking about, treating others the way that you want to be treated. And for much of or perhaps the entirety of human civilization, there have been certain groups and perhaps entities that have found peace on earth to be a challenge. And I am someone who wants people to know that I'm a leader in speaking about peace. My live streaming 24/7 gives me the opportunity to talk about the subjects that are preventing us from peace, and using technology to perhaps be able to bridge some of these gaps. So, for instance, many of the issues that prevent us from peace are things like world hunger, world thirst. I'm an advocate for using technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding to perhaps end world hunger, ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno. It's a very long name, but something that we do is we build wells in developing nations, wells and water towers. And I feel like that this type of a platform gives me the opportunity to be able to give more publicity and more of a spotlight to these types of projects. I'm additionally an advocate for the LifeStar program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If we're able to feed humanity and essentially quench humanity's thirst, that is a huge step in the right direction towards peace, because that helps to avoid some resource scarcity that occurs. And additionally, I call upon the military industrial complex that exists, companies, and I'm not afraid to name them, like Lockheed Martin and perhaps Boeing and perhaps Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, L3, Northrop Grumman, to recognize that they have an extremely valuable opportunity to transition their factories that may perhaps be creating weapons of war into weapons of peace, or really machines of peace. Things like robots that can mine for humans so that we no longer have to put ourselves in danger, or drones that can pick crops for us so that we no longer have to struggle in the hot sun of the afternoon. These types of technologies are available, and I call upon the major defense contractors of the world to recognize there's an extremely excellent opportunity to still make a lot of money, still make a lot of profits, but transition their profit strategies into that which aids humanity. I am a student of history, and if you study history, you recognize that countries that have explored in the past generally do so when they have peace at home. They don't go exploring. They don't have colonies. They don't go to the ends of their known world when they have civil wars or civil unrest. It's too difficult to do so. And I use that analogy in the same way as Earth, that we aren't going to be able to get off planet and explore and perhaps terraform other planets in the near future while we have war at home. And it's an inevitability that eventually we will either destroy our own planet or we will find peace so that we can eventually begin space exploration in a real manner, and perhaps in the inner solar system, perhaps the outer solar system, perhaps interstellar travel, and terraforming of other planetary bodies. But we can't begin to have those types of discussions while we have wars at home. And so I call on not just the leaders of the world, but the United Nations, that we need to transition our discussions from that which divides us to that which unites us, and come up with real plans how we can end wars globally and essentially stick to that type of behavior in the far future. I think the United Nations has an incredibly important role in the peace process, and really doesn't advocate for peace as much as I wish that they would. And I don't think that they market themselves as well as they could. Very few people know the UN Secretary of General's name currently or the previous. And it's really an issue, I feel, that was once discussed quite often. Peace during the 1960s was discussed quite often. There's the John Lennon lyric, "All we are saying is give peace a chance," and I agree with that lyric. John Lennon and Yoko Ono did something in decades ago called the bed-ins for peace, where they actually stayed in their bed for weeks, once in Amsterdam and once in Quebec, and all they did was advocate for peace. And while I do go outside and I do IRL streaming, much of my stream takes place in a similar manner. And just as their bed-in gave them the platform to be able to promote peace, my streams give me the opportunity to promote peace. And while I can't guarantee to anyone out there that I can make peace occur, what I can say is I'm doing everything that I can from a single individual's perspective to promote peace into the egregore, into the zeitgeist of humanity. And I want other people to share in the mission of peace. Peace has to begin somewhere. And so I'm doing my best to at least be the rock in the pond that starts the ripple to perhaps be able to spread it.
Thank you. And it sounds like, you're trying to use like social media and our current technology for what I would say is good. And I'm curious if you feel that technology at the same time, and I guess I'm thinking more specifically of social media, is negatively impacting the way that we interact and how we view, other parts of the world and such.
Absolutely. Social media tends to show us polarized results. It shows us what is going to get the most amount of interactions or the most amount of clicks. And it also sets us up sometimes for to be pranked. It can set us up for propaganda. And it's really, I feel, poorly led and poorly managed. In terms of things that you're going to see on your feed on TikTok or Instagram, generally it goes by the old news adage, if it bleeds, it leads. The idea that if it causes a reaction from someone, it is going to perhaps get a lot of interaction. So it will, these social media platforms tend to promote things that they find will either scare people or shock people. There's a lot of shock value in these things. And also the way that they pay their creators many times is who can get the most amount of interaction. So instead of someone, let's just say we're looking at a picture of a park, and someone who just took a picture of a park and they say, I just took this picture, I think it's really nice, I hope you do too. Something positive like that. They notice it will not get as many interactions as if they just leave it open-ended and take a picture of a park and say, what do you notice? Well, then they generate all kinds of false interaction, and people go into their comments and they're naming things that aren't relevant. And the idea of social media has completely changed the way that we that we communicate and express ourselves. And people are so motivated by beating their previous mark on social media in terms of likes and comments and reposts or whatever it may be. And the algorithm, in many ways, harms our ways of uniting and connecting. Uh, Basically, the algorithm pushes certain agendas. It pushes advertisers. It pushes political or views. It pushes social views. And I'm old enough to remember when social media started, we didn't have algorithms. It was chronological. You would see what your friends had posted chronologically, and you could go back and see exactly what it was. And little by little, different things would maybe be added to your feed, but it wasn't like it is today, where you really, many times, rarely see what people you know or people that things that you in which you may be interested, and things are pushed on you for one reason or another. And I think this is done purposefully, and I'd like to see it basically social media change to the point where it goes back to a system where you can really organize your feed the way that you want. I'm a major advocate for things like filters in your feed and just everywhere on the internet, being able to find relevant information that is of interest to you, and not something that some large technocracy or corporation thinks that you should be in which you should be interested. And I'm a major advocate for things like being able to mute posts or don't show me this again, or those types of options. I feel are very of extreme value in social media, and I'd like to see more of those things. I'm an advocate for really as many options as we can get within social media, and the way that social media currently is fed to us is in short snippets. It's as much shock value as possible. It's for people with short attention spans, and not all of us have short attention spans. Some of us want more content or want to be able to digest things in an easier manner. Some of us want more relevant information towards us. Some of us want to avoid perhaps advertising or things that may be artificially generated to impact us. And I feel as a user, I should have the opportunity to be able to filter these types of things and organize the information that I'm seeing in as best a way as possible. And especially with AI today, AI very quickly can learn what I like and what I don't like, and can give me a can make social media work for me, as opposed to me having to work through whatever it wants to feed me. So part of my stream, and we'll talk a little later about some of the things for which I advocate in terms of technology, are getting your algorithm back, making your algorithm yours and not someone else's.
Yeah, that's great. I barely use Facebook anymore because the algorithm is so out of whack, and it's always showing me the same like 5 people, and they're not even people they're people that I've met like once or twice, and I like them. I like things they post, but like I miss when like friends drop albums or somebody gets married or something that like I really want to know about, and I just don't get that. I miss MySpace so much. I do and I don't. I about a year, actually a little over a year ago, a friend texted me and was like, "Do you remember Neopets?" And I was like, "Of course I remember Neopets." And it prompted me to make a new account because it's still going.
Oh, wow.
And you don't deal with like necessarily any algorithms in it. It's pretty, in general, pretty much the same as it was in like the late 90s, early 2000s. You have your discussion boards, you can message people, create pixels, all that jazz. And that's been great for stopping the doom scrolling.
Yes.
But yeah, I would love to hear what platforms like you utilize, and if you're down to kind of talk about bringing the algorithm back to where you want it to be. We talked a little bit about that. Let's see, that was March's episode. It was about like classical music and the algorithms, because like when I hear algorithms, like my hackles go up and I'm like, ugh, like I have this negative connotation. But as Charlie mentioned in that interview, and as I imagine we're going to get into now, it doesn't have to be this negative thing. Like we can harness repurpose it and make it something more positive. So
Absolutely.
okay,
So
back to you.
the platforms in which you can find me, I'm on every major platform en masse. I like to say I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. Again, I'm the most archived individual in global history and perhaps have more familiarity with the world of social media than many people uh, ever. And I am someone who remembers the early days of MySpace and certainly Facebook. I was a user of Facebook in its first year. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends even before anybody knew who he was. Were mutual friends on the early app. And for anybody out there who remembers, it wasn't an app, it was a website, and it wasn't called Facebook.com, it was called thefacebook.com for anyone who can remember back that far. And this was a time when you only had one picture. There were no albums, there was no marketplace, there was no Facebook dating. I believe maybe you might have had groups at some point, but it was the very early days, and it was really innocent and really beautiful because it was a way where, I mean, the way that I used it, if I met somebody at a party and perhaps didn't have the opportunity to exchange telephone numbers with them, this is a great way to be able to connect with them and continue friendships up until this day. When they ever posted anything, it was in a chronological list. I could go through it and see those people with whom I had close association and what was going on in their lives. And, slowly but surely, Facebook offered albums, and that was wonderful. Then you got to see people's vacation pictures and have mutual friends, and when you go to parties or events or whatever, vacations, whatever it would be, you could be able to share that with the world. And it was still quite innocent then, but then around 2010 to 2012, the monetization aspect of Facebook in particular really took over, and you started to see the algorithm take over, and Facebook's acquisition of Instagram took over, and things like promoted posts and sponsored content and these types of strategies were being used and manipulated, that which we were seeing as individuals. And I long for a day that I could change my algorithm to go back to chronological. I want to see in order of everybody who I follow exactly what happened. If I find something to not be as relevant, I can say, show me less of this or show me more of this, or I really like this and like it. And then perhaps I won't miss the things that are important, just like you stated, that you missed that somebody got married, or you missed that somebody had a child because you're seeing someone else who you barely know, or maybe didn't even meet at some point, or you mutually connected with them somehow, and they are promoting a clothing line or something that's not relevant to you, or a new product that's not relevant to you. You want to get back to the people and less the products, and I feel that should be an option to people, and that's why I'm such a huge advocate for filters, in all aspects, not just your feed, but in, for instance, Google. Google allows you to search things that were maybe like 24 hours ago, uh, 7 days ago, a month ago, and a year ago or more, something like that. Well, what if I want to search from like, um, I don't know, last summer? Why can't I search from like May of 2025 until perhaps like September of 2025? Why can't I use like a little calendaring search model? Why doesn't that exist? Why doesn't it exist that I can show Google results from which website is used the most versus what they want to show me? Same with the different algorithms that I find in social media platforms. Why is it that basically, why is there only one way to show an algorithm? Why can't I customize it for myself and show, like, hey, if they're a close friend of mine or family of mine, I want to see their stuff first, or I want to see everything chronologically, or I want to see pictures first because that's what's important to me, or I want to see things on whatever, sports, golf, sports, theater, movies, film, television, whatever it may be. Those are the things that I find relevant. Instead, it's you barely have any options. It's just like if you like something, then maybe it's going to show up in your feed, but you have no control over how it's going to show up. And there's the unfortunate aspect that if sometimes you like this stuff and it is just thrown at you and it's too much, you may have accidentally clicked something a year ago and you're still seeing promotion for it. And it's something that you didn't even mean to click. There are very few options in the algorithm system, and I'd like to see that changed. I know that that Google itself has changed the way that it shows results to people, and until 2024, you had an option that was known as infinite scrolling, where you could just doom scroll if you want, if you were searching for something. Not anymore. Everything is paginated, but it's not even paginated the way that it used to be. You used to be able to go in the dark realms of Google search results into page 100, 150, 200 if you wanted to, and just continue to keep searching for whatever it is you're looking. And it's no longer that way. You're shown maybe 5 or 10 pages, and then it says, "Oh, well, that's the end." And it's like, no, it's not. You have many other pages that you could be showing me, Google. And the argument from Google's standpoint is we want to make sure that searching remains fast. And it's like, well, 10 years ago or 15 years ago or 20 years ago, Google was still very fast. It would show you, it was even proud to say that we were able to do the search in like less than a second. Well, guess what? I know that your systems have only improved since then, Google, and yet you're not showing me the same amount of results. Additionally, if you go into something like YouTube, YouTube is one that just really, I don't know what they're doing in terms of trying to get people content. In the past, you used to be able to type a search query into YouTube and continue to search and continue to, if necessary, doom scroll, but you might be able to find it on page 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that. Now, YouTube doesn't allow that. It just ends it after showing you maybe, let's say, of 20 results, 10 of them are not relevant to you. They're not relevant to the search query that you had. 5 of them are YouTube shorts, which you didn't even want. And maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 of them might be something in which you're interested. There should be options to say, don't show me YouTube shorts. There should be options to say, don't show me videos longer than 20 minutes. An interesting one with YouTube, you can you can filter by duration, but the duration are 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and longer than 20 minutes. Well, what if I want something that's 3 minutes or 1 minute, or I want to focus it on maybe something that's 15 minutes? Well, you don't always have those options. You're going to have to see a lot of unnecessary content before you find what you're going to be able to enjoy. Other things that really bother me about this system are the lack of the desktop experience mirroring the app, mirroring the mobile experience. So, like on YouTube, it's very difficult to be able to find live content on a mobile device. You don't have the option for filters that is so available as it is on the app or as it is on a desktop computer. I long for a day where your user experience is essentially mirrored across all of the different platforms. And it's like we don't have leaders in society who are talking about this. I don't hear politicians saying we need to ensure that the algorithm is customizable. I've never heard anybody talk like that. And so it's one of those things that we have to take the issue into our own hands, so to speak. And the way that I've done it is I write on these types of topics, not just on certainly technology, but all aspects of society where I see a gap in from our leadership, and I feel that perhaps my opinion may be valued. I like to write on it. If anyone out there wants to know where I write on these things, Medium is a great place for me to be able to promote my thoughts. And so if you go to rabbirothschild.medium.com, you can find more of the specifics of how I advocate for the changing of the algorithm, including more filters, including more options for individuals, and really where I see the lacking from leadership perspective in terms of the CEOs of these companies who don't give you really great opportunities to be able to listen. There isn't a support system. Uh, you basically are a, uh, at the behest of what these different organizations want to spoon feed you and force you to digest. And I want to give the power back to the people a little bit. So, in terms of how the algorithm could be improved, really, if I had to summarize it in one word, it would be customization.
Yeah. I'm not sure what YouTube is doing to promote my podcast to people, but I get the most unhinged comments on YouTube. I don't know why YouTube specifically. Like, I've had one or two people go like, "Yeah, this podcast was like recommended to me, and I like that." And I was like, "Sweet, awesome!" And then I get some that are like just way left field, and I'm like, "This podcast definitely isn't for you. I'm sorry you spent all that time listening and that I had to read your terrible comment." I usually just don't say anything for those ones. I'm like, I'll just let you say your thing. But what else was I gonna say? You mentioned Blue Sky. I switched from Twitter to Blue Sky. I think after Elon bought Twitter, I was like, ooh, I think this is gonna go downhill, and I believe I was right on that one. And what I like about Blue Sky is my feed is very curated. I've tried using the Discover tab, and it usually just shows me people I already follow, but I don't follow that many people. But I love the block function. It works great. Every once in a while, I'll see somebody, I hate this ski, but re-ski something that somebody else said, and it says blocked, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I know that OG take was terrible, and I don't have to read it, but I get to read the sweet dunk on them. So I'd love to hear your experience with Blue Sky and how you feel it maybe differs from like the culture of Twitter.
Absolutely. So you were part of the mass exodus from Twitter after Elon purchased it. I believe it was it was like November 2024, something like that. And many of us who were fed up with Twitter didn't really have a new home, and Blue Sky basically became that home. And I found, as I previously said, I have over 5,000, or have had over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts. And so I have to say, I have not been the best Blue Sky user. I promote myself for world peace. And so what does that mean? Well, it means that like occasionally I will, or at least in the past, have created many different accounts to be able to promote myself and my channels. This is something that I have basically had to do, I find, because I'm not promoted many times in the algorithm. I'm just one individual. So how do I promote myself? I don't. I would maybe like I created a follow bot, so it would just follow people. So it was just an extra follower, and I'd get people who would interact with me. And in terms of the people on Blue Sky, they're much realer than the people on X. I can tell you, I've created bots on Twitter as well. And it's basically like I had to create bots on Twitter to be able to compete with the bots that are already on Twitter. And it's a pay-for-play system on X, and that is not the same on Blue Sky currently. So what do I mean by that? X says that we will not promote your content if you are not a premium user, basically have the blue check mark of, at least paying your $8 or whatever it may be at this time on X. And Blue Sky, at least under the current system, is not like that. Also, I find Blue Sky is much more liberal, and that mass exodus really affected X. X became an echo chamber of certain political views, and many times the people who are on X are feel that their voice isn't being heard on any other platform, so they use X, and they generally many times force a lot of other people to take in their views and their philosophies and on politics. And I find that the people on Blue Sky aren't so politically motivated. and if they are, it's certainly more liberal. But I find that there's a lot more art on Blue Sky. I find that I can read through the comment section on Blue Sky and not have um like an overwhelming amount of bots. Even I, as someone who has created many bots, found that the Blue Sky community was quite nice to me. They would say things like, "Hey, I just got a follow from Rabbi Rothschild. That's like my third this week. I actually went to their Discord and talked with them. They're a really nice person, and like they were really kind to me. And I no longer bought Blue Sky, but even I'll check the feed and I'll see people like, man, I really miss Rabbi Rothschild. They were really nice to come in, and they always would be the first person to like my stuff, and they would always be the first person to who would reskeet. I don't like that term either, but anything that I posted, and so it was like, wow, even the people that were really kind to me. In terms of X, I find that X is there's no support system on X. Blue Sky seemed a little bit different. Um, the X system, you can randomly lose your X account for for any reason that you just have no idea why. You don't have to bot anybody. You don't have to self promote. You don't have to uh, do anything. You could lose an account that you haven't used in 10 years and just randomly it will say your account is suspended, and you might look and it might be just some vague reason, inauthentic behavior. What does that even mean? So then you go to support and you ask for some type of resolution to the matter, and you're not going to get anything back from a human. In many ways, I feel that Blue Sky, while it's a smaller team, it is more. It's still in its infancy. I think in terms of user base, Blue Sky has something like between like 30 and 40 million users, and uh, X has hundreds of millions of users. So it's a much easier audience to be able to perhaps have perhaps moderate. But overall, if I if I mean I use both X and Blue Sky. I found though better interaction on Blue Sky. I found that the people were nicer on Blue Sky, and it just wasn't as botted. And what do I mean by that? If I post something, I want the comments to be relevant to what I posted. I don't want it to be like frankly someone else's website or someone else's content that's not relevant to what I posted. um, and I think that Blue Sky has a lot of opportunity to grow. I know it's very expensive to have these microblogging websites and to add features, but I think things that they offer, like when you go live on one platform, there's at least like a notification that you can give to your friends or your followers on Blue Sky. I think that's a nice system, and I'd like to see Blue Sky it create other opportunities for people, like something like a Twitter Spaces or perhaps live streaming. I know these things will come with time, but overall, my experience on Blue Sky has has been more positive. And if I were a user and I had to use either one of them, and I was really creating content that I wanted real people to see, I would have them. I would post it on Blue Sky. You're going to get more relevant things in your feed generally than you're going to get on X. It's not yet pay to play, but I do want to say with a caveat. It seems like with these social media platforms that they eventually all devolve into the same pay to play system. So hopefully Blue Sky can avoid that. And but overall, my experience with Blue Sky has been more positive than it has been on X.
Yeah. I finally remember you were talking about, the lack of moderation on X, which I always forget that it's not Twitter anymore. But you say Twitter, you say X, people know what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
I made a TikTok, I think it was over the summer. I was working on call, and so I had a lot of extra time, and I was trying to promote the podcast more, so I was like, oh, I'll make a TikTok. I had first been put off by TikTok because it was super overstimulating. It just automatically plays stuff, and I was like, whoa, I don't know how to handle this. But I actually had quite a bit of fun with it. A couple of unhinged or left, I guess not left wing, but left field, that's the term, comments. But for the most part, people pretty receptive, when I actually get views. I would spend like hours working on like a video and it wouldn't get very many views, but then like the thing that I posted when I first started, that it was like, I used this mood app called Finch, and it tracks like your mood and your tasks and all sorts of things. And just for fun, I posted my mood chart from when I had quit a job a little over a year ago, and like the shift in like red from my moods, from like the shift to green when I quit that job. And it gets views like every day. It's got like however many thousand or whatever, but the algorithm is beyond me on TikTok. But I posted a video of, which I thought was pretty innocuous, from that interview I mentioned earlier about like classical music and the algorithms, and it got flagged for some reason. And it's been like a month, and I still haven't. And my brain's going combated, but that's not the right word. But like put in a request to have it reviewed
and appeal.
Because I was like, as far as I know, it doesn't violate any community guidelines. It didn't have any problems on Instagram, no problems on Facebook. And it's just in limbo, and all it says is violated community guidelines, which I read, and as far as I know, it doesn't. So right. I don't know what's up with that. So definitely frustrating there.
I deal with that constantly, and the various reasons why you can get flagged, especially on TikTok, are TikTok to me has the most amount of things for which you can be flagged, and it's really unfortunate that. You're not given straight answers from these organizations. You're not given timely answers. They can ban you like that, but boy, it can take a long time to get yourself unbanned. Many times, larger creators have an in-person or a manager or an agent or somebody who has their foot in the door at these organizations as well. So they have, more advantages than the average individual does. And it's really unfortunate that in your case, you got flagged, you don't really know why, it doesn't make sense to you, and you're not able to get an answer. And you're not alone, Elizabeth. That's basically par for the course. That's how many people feel, and that's why we're looking for leaders to be able to speak out against this type of behavior.
I feel like we covered a lot of ground. As you were talking, was there anything, we can totally shift topics or keep going with this, but was there anything that came to mind that you really want to talk about?
Yeah, so we will continue to talk a little bit more about technology and stuff, because I have written some articles on that. So if we can, we can bookmark that to just for a little bit, because I would like to talk about some of the futurology topics that I really enjoy. And to any of the listeners out there who are wondering, okay, so I have this Orthodox rabbi who's talking about world peace, and all of that sounds really great. But what else is there? You're streaming your life 24 hours a day. I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. But it's easiest for me to have conversations like this and with my community, generally doing desktop streams. And some of the things that I like to discuss on desktop streams are things like futurology and so some of the topics that are very fascinating to me are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, fission energy, fusion energy, things like teleportation, things like perhaps telepathy, Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators. Basically, think a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, any kind of element can be used to make whatever it is that you want. Things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003, with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I find these kinds of topics to be absolutely fascinating. We're at the forefront of really a lot of really interesting aspects of society, and we're not really discussing them. And so I like to give these types of topics certainly some more of a spotlight. Additionally, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. As I previously said, I perhaps have some transhuman tendencies. And when I was born, the average life expectancy for me or someone like me, and perhaps the same with you, it was about age 80 years old. But really, with my consent, with your consent, and anyone else out there who hears this, I'd like to eventually give them the resources to be able to utilize types of life extension technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, perhaps blood transfusions, testosterone replacement therapy, whatever it is to be able to allow people to live longer, eventually perhaps be able to reverse their own their own aging, to be able to live longer than age 80, longer than age 100, perhaps as long as 120 or more. But at age 120, they may say to me, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And for anyone out there who's interested and I want to only have this happen if you consent to it, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you and to your audience is essentially there may be a day in the not too distant future where people may be able to have their own digital immortality. And this is a really interesting aspect of human development because no longer do we have the traditional idea, perhaps, that we are born, we're going to die, and it's inevitable. There may be a way to perhaps be able to at least delay death and perhaps eventually maybe to avoid it altogether. And I don't feel this is being discussed enough. And so this is something that's near and dear to my heart. It's the transhumanist movement. And for those of you out there who don't want this, I don't want you to have it. I want what you want. For some people, it's attractive to perhaps be able to restart their life or live longer or spend more time with their family than they normally would have, and that's absolutely fine. And I want people to be able to do that. And those people generally have transhumanists or transhumans. Then there are people who have traditional ideas that they just want to die at their normal age or whatever it would be, and I want people to have that as well. I want whatever people want, and I don't want things forced upon individuals. So those are some of the topics that I like to talk about from a futurology standpoint. Additionally, I like to talk about mega projects, things to unite the world. So things like from an intercontinental tunnel and bridge system, a Bering Strait crossing proposal, basically either more likely a tunnel, but perhaps a bridge could be conceived, but generally a tunnel that connects Asia to North America. I feel as if this type of bridge, from a diplomatic and an economic and just an infrastructure point of view, would be able to allow people to be able to drive from New York City to Paris or from Mexico City to Cape Town. And that's a really interesting aspect that the world has never had before. Generally, we've had to get onto planes or onto boats. It takes time. But the idea of being able to go with your friends on a road trip from Los Angeles to Shanghai might be of interest to some individuals out there. Additionally, and again, some of these may be in the coming decades, some might be in the coming centuries. But things like a transatlantic tunnel, something from like New York City to Paris or London, might be of interest to some individuals out there. A Strait of Gibraltar crossing, a tunnel or bridge linking Europe and Africa, a Japan-Korea undersea tunnel, or perhaps a Taiwan Strait Tunnel project. These are things that basically usually need a ferry or a plane to be able to bridge, and I'd like to be able to connect the world more, not just from a network perspective, but from an infrastructure perspective. Additionally, I'm an advocate, not everywhere, but for greening of some places to be able to benefit humans more, such as greening of the Sahara. Perhaps a Great Green Wall, which is a real ongoing project that is currently stretching in some areas of the world. Perhaps Lake Chad replenishment proposal, basically diverting the Congo Basin water northward. Floating cities and ocean megastructures. These are fascinating topics, and if anything, maybe they're not practical right now in the 21st century, but maybe in the 22nd century or beyond. They're conversations that I find are important to have, and at least to be able to plant the seeds in some people's minds. Things like a sea scraper concept, basically a an underwater skyscraper city, or a something like the ship, a floaty, basically a rowing city ship. Things like maybe in terms of mega cities that we're seeing, there's the Line, which is a 170-kilometer mirrored city in the desert that's currently being built. Some other ideas maybe are things like vertical cities. So basically, having the entirety of a city, everything that you may need within one building. Things like space elevators, a cable from Earth to orbit using ultra strong materials. I find this to be very, very science fictiony, but we're moving towards science fiction and into science fact. You know, Elizabeth, 200 years ago, if I were to say to someone, you'd be able to travel not needing a boat from England to uh, the European continent, they would say, "Well, that sounds like science fiction." Well, 100 years ago, we had the Channel, the English Channel, and in the same way, if I say that I think we might be able to bridge the gap between Asia and North America, well, it sounds like science fiction right now, but it's really not that far. It's essentially 51 miles or so that need to be bridged. We already have long tunnels that currently exist in society that are approximately 20 or so miles. So it's just basically double that, and it would absolutely change um, the environment. It would change the global environment. It would change economics. And I'm not just saying that this should be available to only the wealthiest people or the best looking people or the most athletic people. I want it available to everyone. And I also would like to see these types of engineering mega structures available and mega projects available to promote, or I should say, from an environmental standpoint, be able to eliminate some of the issues that we may experience in terms of fossil fuel usage. So perhaps having very efficient trains might be one way we might be able to do that. I'm not an expert on any of these. Perhaps I just know a little bit about them, but I'll leave that for the engineers and the planners to be able to work out all of the specifics. But other things that I think are really interesting, perhaps in addition to a space elevator, things like perhaps a space slingshot, perhaps terraforming of other planets. This has been discussed with Mars as a potential. There are arguments to be made that other moons within the solar system might be options, maybe even perhaps Venus. Again, these are very far into the future discussions that are being had, or have been had in the past, and aren't being discussed that much anymore. And I'd like to see that. Now, in terms of some of the things that I write about, it was some of the topics that we discussed earlier, and how we can make um, algorithms more efficient and such. And some of the things I'm going to be reviewing, some of the ideas that I've written on my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com. And they're very integrated into what we previously discussed. And so one of the things you discussed was, the comments that you get in your YouTube channel. And if anybody knows anything about comments, and both positive and negative, I do. And there's a certain power in anonymity, I think, that people have when they know that nobody's going to know who they are. They feel that they can say whatever they want. And that's fine. There's some beauty in anonymity, and I'm okay with that. One thing, though, that I do find is that personally, the way that people refer to each other online has devolved, or just in general has devolved. People like to use ad hominem attacks, and I don't like that. And what's ad hominem? It's Latin for against the person, essentially. So instead of my arguing about, let's just say, not liking a video, whatever it may be, and I say the reasons why I don't like the video, instead, I'll say that this person is an XYZ, whatever it may be. This is pseudoscience, or this is slop, or this is garbage, or whatever it may be, against the person. This person just makes AI slop, or whatever it is, but they don't give reasons. Or this person is a pseudoscientist, or this person is an armchair quarterback, or whatever they may be saying. I don't like that. I like attacking arguments, not people. So I do write on that. Another thing that I find to be interesting, and I've written about, is the idea of the word debunked. Many times people say things are debunked. Oh, that's been debunked. And really, science is never debunked. We're always learning more in science. And so I tend to do my best to avoid that type of terminology, because I know that everything from the idea of perhaps like lead lining the aqueducts of Rome was once seen as safe and is no longer safe, or the idea of a heliocentric view of the solar system was once seen as being debunked, and really nothing has been debunked. And we, with centuries, find out that perhaps we were wrong on many of these topics. And so I do my best to avoid those types of, at least the term debunked. And I recognize that people can always change, and their views on things can always change. Another topic that I have written on is the idea of homework. I don't think that children should have homework anymore, not because it's not necessarily beneficial to them, but it's not a fair system. When you have one child who may be from a single parent home, and they are having to compete against someone who may have a tutor and a two-parent home and all of the resources in the world, and the other child may have to babysit their siblings, or may have to work a job themselves, and they are compared against each other, and they're required to get this work done, or else they're punished once they get back to school. That, to me, is a system that I don't feel is fair. I've been a teacher in the past. I mean, I'm still a teacher. I'm a rabbi, and that's, as I previously said, rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. But I've taught K through 12, and I recognize that not everyone has an even playing field, and we shouldn't punish children, especially for things that they cannot control. Other things, and we talk about this a little bit, about interactions on social media, and there used to be something that would get called out. Like if somebody did something to get attention, it would be called a publicity stunt. And that term is not used anymore. It's just said, people say it's something went viral or something like that. But people used to have accountability for others when they were just trying to get attention to themselves, and that the term publicity stunt isn't used that much anymore. Another idea that I have, and this is with anyone, and I feel it's a brave take to have, whether you're a rabbi, an imam, a priest, or in any way perhaps secular, no one really knows. No one really knows anything. And so there's a certain brilliance in being agnostic to whatever it is, and always asking questions, because no one really knows if we're right or not. I write on things like times when debunked ideas were later proven right, or perhaps revised. I like to talk about things that are practical. Seatbelts on buses. I am an advocate for people of all ages, and it's always confused me why seatbelts aren't required on a bus, but they are required in a car. And I'm a major advocate for safety of all people, and I think like 7 states require seatbelts on buses, but the majority of states do not, and I don't see why seatbelts on buses, if they prevent deaths and injuries, are not a requirement. If you take just one accident of a bus, the amount in liability that a school district will have to pay will easily pay for all of their buses. And this is something that I feel like should just be like an automatic, like, aha, in the superintendents of the world, to ensure that their buses have have seatbelts. Additionally, I like to talk about things like the idea of how we came here, how we got to Earth or whatever. There's certainly the creation story from a religious standpoint, but again, I'm agnostic to perhaps everything and am always open to new ideas. And there's the idea of something called panspermia. It's the idea that perhaps Earth was seeded here and humanity was seeded here. And I go into that type of discussion. Something that I do with my live streaming, and I consider myself a foremost perhaps leader and trailblazer, is something called continuous human activity data and continuous human data infrastructure. This idea of always being able to watch an individual. And so I like to talk about things like that. Another thing is I do my best to not to get too political, but I don't like the term democracy in the United States. Democracy at its heart is one person, one vote. And we don't have that. And really, no government in the world has that. It's a term that's used that makes us feel really good. But really, if anything, we have a constitutional republic. And I think the way that we use words is really important. And so to say this is against our democratic values, well, we don't really have those in our system. If you want to have one person, one vote, by all means, let's change the system and do it. But let's not call our current system something that it is not. Another thing, I feel in my own way, I'm a major advocate for women. I'm an advocate for the Equal Rights Amendment. I feel that you shouldn't be able to discriminate against people based on a litany of reasons, but one in a major way is based on gender. And, this goes back to our discussion on social media. Social media, these corporations, the corporatocracy, the technocracy, directly discriminates against women. And if anyone out there is wondering, I could take my shirt off right now. I'm on YouTube for anyone who doesn't know, and nothing's going to happen to me. But if I were considered by these platforms to be a woman, I'm going to lose my account. I'm going to lose my ability to be able to support myself, to support my family. And that to me is de facto discrimination. I'm not necessarily someone who wants to see more nudity by any means, but I want people to be treated equally. That's really important to me. So I just think that platforms should not have within their terms and agreement, terms and conditions, that they treat one gender one way and another gender another way. I feel that's discrimination. Other things that I like to talk about. So perhaps like just from scientific terms, the idea of gravity and control of gravity. It's not something we talk about a lot, but basically a machine that could create gravity would be quite interesting. This gets into my discussions of the idea of anti-gravity and other things that I like to talk about. National security and the risk of constitutional overreach. So a lot of times when we demand answers from our government, we are told that it's a matter of national security. And it's like, well, you could use that for anything. And it's like, anytime I ask a question to a politician, you're going to say it's a matter of national security when it's something that involves my health care or what's in my food or something like that. Or I'm not comfortable with this idea that everything is national security. There's a powerful phrase out there that we can neither confirm nor deny this issue or whatever. And many times it's used when people want to avoid a question. I think it's actually pretty brilliant if people started using it in everyday parlance, basically everyday speech, at least from a political standpoint, because then people wouldn't ever really know how, whether to, not that they trust their politicians now, but if it were used more often, then they could recognize that every time this phrase is used, it's not always a lie, or it's not always that they're trying to deceive me. But when we can't get answers from our leaders, I feel that many issues can occur with that. Some other things that I would like the world to know that I like to talk about are rethinking. So I'm a social justice advocate, and I think that the use of police force that has irreversible effects is an issue. So I'd like to see less lethal options out there, perhaps tranquilizer darts, or something that still allow police to be able to do their job, but if a mistake is made, that you don't permanently end someone's life. Other things that I've written about and we discussed, Elizabeth, platform due process and the governance gap in digital infrastructure. So what is this? When you get banned from a platform, why did I get banned? Can I get a timely response? Is there a kind of support system? Here's an interesting thing. If you get banned from a platform, many times this is a permanent ban, and you're not allowed to use that platform anymore. Even within the criminal justice system, we see that we give people second chances and we allow them to become members of society again. But if you, for instance, YouTube, if you lose your YouTube channel, you're not allowed to go and create another YouTube channel. Now, if you do, it is known as just one moment. There's a phrase that they use. It is known as ban evasion, and you'll lose your second account and your third account and your fourth account. And at least I've heard that YouTube is starting to perhaps reverse their stances on some of this. But really, right now, if you're banned from a platform, you're banned for life. And that to me is just too strict of a policy, because I posted something that someone didn't like. I no longer can use the platform 10 years later. It's kind of ridiculous to me. So I'd like to see some due process, and perhaps your video with the classical music, maybe we can get involved in this and get people to be able to at least give you a reason why it was taken down, and maybe be able to reverse that. So here's something that I find interesting. There's a Noam Chomsky quote, which whatever your belief is on Noam Chomsky, it may be whatever, but it's a quote, something like this. Terrorism is non-state sanctioned violence. And in whether you agree with that or not, I use an analogy of that phrase to the idea of spam on platforms. So spam is non-state sanctioned advertising. Basically, what is spam to one person may just be self-promotion to another person, and what is self-promotion to one person might be spam to another person. But basically, the platforms can ban you for spam, and to some people, and perhaps to the majority of people, what you were doing was not considered spam. But there isn't really a good way to be able to dictate one person's spam is another person information or relevant content. So I think that, again, with the platforms having carte blanche of being able to ban whatever they want or whomever they want, I'm an advocate for giving people an idea when, like, let's say you reposted 3 times in a minute. Is that if that's too much, you can have a cooldown period, but that doesn't mean I have to lose my account permanently. Like, give me some idea of what I need to do to be able to play by your rules. Right now, there are no rules. It's a blind system, and I just don't agree with that. Another thing that is relevant to what we discussed, Elizabeth, is gatekeeping, opacity, and iterative evaluation, rethinking finality in modern selection systems. So what is this? This is basically the permanent ban idea. And like you just the example that you gave with that song, who banned or who took this down? Why did they take it down? Does that moderator, whomever it is, do they have more instances than another moderator for taking that down. You don't know, and you're not going to be able to know under the current system. And I would like to avoid those kinds of things. Another thing I want to see avoided, and it goes to the algorithm, is shadow banning, visibility filtering, and algorithmic governance. I am an advocate for transparent systems. You should be able to see, look, I can decide what I want to see and what I don't want to see. And just like you gave the example with Blue Sky and you can press block, I want the ability to do the same for all of my algorithm. Don't tell me what I should and shouldn't see. I can make that determination. And then if I want to say I don't want to see this anymore, great. And then maybe a year later, I should be able to go to the settings and see all the things that I set for which I said that and undo them if I want. Why not? Maybe things have changed. Maybe my opinions have changed. Another thing that I like to talk about is protection of children. So I don't think that it should be legal to use corporal punishment against children, meaning I don't think that you should be able to hit children. I know, sounds ridiculous. Yeah, it does. But in many states in the United States, it's not only legal for parents to hit their children, but for other people to hit their children. And this is just an outdated philosophy, and I want to avoid it. I want to protect children. And I really think this is something that if it went before Congress, it would go through unanimously. Nobody's going to vote against the Don't Hit Your Child Act or whatever you want to call it. So there are a lot of laws that I think that just need updating in the current system. And the ability to hit children is certainly one of those. We'll maybe close on this idea for connectivity. And I know this is going to hit home with you because I heard you talking about MySpace, and you've been on the internet and used networks for a long time. And it's been the same the whole time, the network guide. So what am I talking about? With your cell phone, going back to as long as you've ever had a cell phone, the symbol to tell you your connectivity has been 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. Why isn't it like a percentage? Like, why don't I know that I have like 60% signal strength wherever I am, or 90% signal strength? Why does it fluctuate? Sometimes I'll just be in the same place and it'll go from 3 bars to 2 bars. And I didn't move. Is it because of the clouds? I don't know what it is, but there isn't any kind of transparency in the connectivity. And the same with Wi-Fi. It goes from 3 bars to 2 bars randomly sometimes, maybe from 2 bars to 1 bar, whatever it is. All I'm asking is just a signal strength. Give me a percentage. Let me know what's affecting it. That I feel that type of transparency and connectivity would do a lot to improve society, a lot to improve network conditions. And I want to know why my signal strength in one part of my house is different than another part. And I'm not talking about like the proximity of the router. I'm talking about like a cell phone signal. Everybody's been in the situation where they're like, oh, I can't talk in this one area of somewhere where I go because I get bad cell signal. In LA, it's one of the most populated places in the United States. And there are some places in the middle of the open air sky that you cannot get cell phone signal for one reason or another. These types of things, I feel, should be addressed. There should be more transparency. So with that, for anyone who is interested in many of the things that I discussed, you can check out my blog. It's rabbirothschild.medium.com. You can check out all of my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. For anyone out there who just wants to watch me, you don't have to interact with me. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. I have so much content that my non-live content will basically be promoted first. I want you to see me live. That's where it's at. So in the filters of YouTube, fortunately, they do have a live filter. Make sure you type Rabbi Rothschild and then filter by live. And you'll see I don't have 1 YouTube stream going, nor 2 YouTube streams going, nor 3 YouTube streams going, nor 10 YouTube streams going. I have over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams going. You can see I've got angles in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera for anyone out there. And for those of you who do want to talk with me, who think that maybe some of these things are interesting, or want to maybe give your opinion that you don't like it and you want to just be able to speak with me directly, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. You can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I am always available in my Discord. And with that, Elizabeth, I want to thank you so much and thank your audience so much for the opportunity to be able to share all of the things that I do, from the live streaming to the religious aspect to the world peace aspect to the transhumanist aspect to the futurology aspect, and some of the social justice issues that are near and dear to my heart in ways that I'd like to improve the world with the platform that I have. So thank you so much for the time and for your audience's time.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. We covered so much ground and loved having you on. So thank you again.
Thank you. Peace to everyone.
Recording stopped. Very nice.
We did it.
Oh,
I appreciate it so much, Elizabeth, for allowing me to speak on all that. I know it's not like just one topic like many of your guests may be, but as you can tell, I have a lot of interests, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share on such a very topic of things that you can tell in which I'm very passionate.
I hear my dog scratching at the door, and she's been very good for this past hour, so I'm going to go let her out.
Absolutely.
But I will send you the video probably later today. It'll be like via Google Drive. And then, as soon as I get the audio edited, which I don't have a timeline for, but sometime before September,
Absolutely.
I will get that to you, and I'll make sure you have enough time to listen to it and stuff. But I don't foresee anything. It seems like you're pretty comfortable with what you said. And
absolutely.
So,
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I absolutely empathize with many of the issues that you go through with social media and getting a podcast out there. And you're in an ocean of other podcasts, and just trying to manage your busy personal life with not making this your full-time job is a delicate balance. And if anything, hopefully, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday someone will hear these discussions and say, hey, Elizabeth and Rabbi, they were really talking about these things back in the day. And hopefully we're able to see many of these changes. And if anything, one day we're going to get your video on TikTok back up, or we're going to get the reason why they won't show it. So
I will settle for the reason.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, if you need anything in the meantime before September or whatever, feel free to just shoot me an email. You're an excellent communicator. You're an excellent listener. So thank you for letting me just go on about all of the topics that I hit on. And I appreciate the opportunity to be on your show.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, she's so nice. Really? Yeah, she's so nice. She was like, she let me talk. And not everybody lets me talk. She is really nice. Really? Yeah, and an amazing animal lover. That's cool too. Were you happy with how that went? Yep. Was it the best one of your life? It was one of the better ones because I got to talk about all this stuff. Like, I've never had the opportunity to read my articles or whatever. That's really cool. Are you happy? Yeah, I'm really happy. Like, that was a good one. And the others weren't? No, the others were good too. Have you ever had a bad podcast? That I've been on? No, God willing, or God, thank God. I one time had a podcast of someone who was just trying to troll me. They were on my podcast though. But I was able to take it in stride. You like Elizabeth? Yeah, she's really nice. Elizabeth, if you ever see this, you're an excellent podcast host. it's important to just let if the guest has stuff they want to say, let them go. And that was really, really good. Is there anything that you would want to talk about that you didn't? No, I mean, is that in particular? No, that was good. Is there anything else you would want to talk about? Mm-hmm. She let me talk, and I love that. Elizabeth, if you ever see this, you were perfect. Of just you could tell, and I told you beforehand, I've got a lot to cover, so just let me do it. And you were like, all right. Could she have done anything better? Nope. She's perfect. Really, really kind person. Animal lover, you could tell. And she's like so apologetic. She's like, my dogs are like, dogs are amazing. Are you happy? Yeah, I'm really happy. That went really well. Did it? Yeah. Why are you talking to yourself? Because nobody else is here for me to debrief or whatever. So if you want me to just be quiet, I'll be quiet. Who's if you? I mean, the people who are watching my stream at any time now or in the future, like I get it. People be like, normally people don't debrief themselves on podcasts they're on. I know, but if this is what's going on in my head, and if I just, normally I'd be like if I weren't streaming or whatever, I'd just be quiet. But people, I think it's important for people to be able to see what a healthy individual, what goes on in their head when they have moments, and so that's why I discuss these things openly. Anything else you want to say about it? No. Elizabeth was really nice, an excellent communicator. Really, yep. She was timely, really, really sweet, and is there anything else you would want to talk about? No. Like, I mean, I could talk about aliens for a long time, but that I didn't want to overwhelm her with that. I was overwhelming people with all kinds of other stuff. But I got to talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology, de-extinction, and Santa Claus machines. Is there anything else you want to talk about? No. And she's done like 70 of these things. That's really good. So shout out to her. Is there anything she could have done differently? No. Like, to any podcaster out there, take lessons from Elizabeth. You can have your questions that you want to ask, and that's fine. But give your guests the opportunity to be able to say everything that they want to say. And then they'll feel like, oh, I didn't have to go back or whatever. And don't try to steer conversations as a like she could have very easily been like, well, you want to talk about futurology right now, but we're talking about technology. And I said, like, let me hit these futurology topics and then we'll hit like these other topics that I like to discuss as well. She's really, really nice. And if you go to talk about anything else, what would it be? I kind of hit it all. I mean, I could talk about like micro behaviors and things. But that stuff, I kind of hit it. It's a Truman Show, okay? Ever see a Truman Show? Well, Is there anything else you want to? I got to show my tefillin. Really? Yeah, that's tight. And it was with a woman. I haven't done a podcast with a woman since Yaya. Really? None? I mean, Yaya. Everybody else is were dudes though. She has a she has like a real has a really good caring way. She's a really good listener. That's what I would say. Elizabeth, if you ever see this, you're just a really good listener and you just let me go. That's the key for podcast people out there. If you're going to host a podcast and you have a guest who has a lot to say, let him say it. You don't have to sit there and be like, okay, what about this question, this question, this question, and this question? You can ask all the questions that you want, but you have to give them an opportunity to be able to just get it all out there. And the fact that she had a long form podcast was so much better. I did not feel like I had to look at the clock and be like, and I know that she said like, this thing could be like 30 minutes or 2 hours or whatever. And I think we did it in an hour and a half. And that's great. That was wonderful to be able to be like, this is what I do. This is who I am. Are you mad that it comes out in September? No, not at all. I understand. She's getting her master's degree. What did you like more about this one than the other ones? Um, she had her questions, but like she said to me, I'm gonna just let you go, and that's all you need to do. The other ones, so I will say this: I've never done a podcast I didn't like. I've never been on a podcast I haven't liked. So for any of the other people, um, she did it correctly too. She's like, I'll edit it however I need, and that's the thing with a podcast too. You can edit this stuff. I would give. I know Antonin is like he was like worried about everything, and it's like it's not that big of a deal. Don't sweat it. If we don't get it, I'll do this whole podcast again if I have to, and I have it recorded, so I could literally just say exactly the same words or whatever. But is there anything that you feel she should have done better? No. Like I cannot. If she ever sees this, I'm so appreciative that she let me talk and read through my blog articles. Those are really important to me. And is there anything you don't like to talk about? No, I mean, yeah, there are some subjects, but like what? I don't like being asked about specific people. Like if I don't know anything about them or something, I've been asked questions in podcasts before, and they're like, "What are your thoughts on this?" Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Could it have gone better? No, it was fine. And what would you say? Well, she's done this 70 times or something, so she has a lot of experience. She's so nice. That's something that I would say. She was so nice. Um, and I really appreciated how nice she was. I have to go to the bathroom. Pretty badly. Oh man. Anything else you would want to say? No, thank you so much for the opportunity. She's so nice. She just let me talk and sleep. It's a good thing for Pike. Just let him go.
Once they're in a habit, you should let them loose. In the beginning, you don't want to be a nudge, but in a nice way. Looking forward to Menachos for the first time in life. Keep the AI dinners coming down chat loves them and the kids. Stay tuned for a new stand to be put up in the restaurant. Develop price can win and often free fries or the anyone that signs up. I drink the Weiss. I'm not telling you what to do with your money, but my feeling is just a gut feeling that fries is not going to cut it. You want to get a guy to learn Torah, you want him to commit to something that's in the beginning difficult. One thing at French fries or food drink, you're going to have to up your game a little bit. Now, again, it's not my money, so I can't really tell you. But just my gut tells me that somebody's not going to commit a lifelong dafyani thing for a couple of French fries for $1.50 worth of French fries. Now, you want to give them a free meal, you want to give them a free, I don't know what you serve over there. Now we're calling someone else. You give them $30 okay. Yeah, French fries. With lots of Ahava, Victor Weiss, Kosher Deluxe, Midtown, New York. Listen, I don't know, maybe fries in Midtown, New York. $30 places. Clifton, New Jersey, down since Yuma, 87. I do appreciate it. I appreciate the thought. Just maybe pull up it a little bit, yeah? Rabbi Isai in Hollywood, we're doing a Hebrew share. It's live at 2 p.m. New York time, Miami time. Shidduch Chazer at 8 o'clock at night. Wow. And on Erev Shabbos at 1 o'clock, what's the Shabbos, 9 o'clock? You're involved, okay? New share watching Queens, New York. Cool. Very cool. Like it. Oh, I wrote to myself 2 notes. That wasn't really like, it's on the screen. It's a good thing I wrote it because I completely forgot. I was interviewed by the famous, world famous Yaakov Langer. He has, I think, like 2 million subscribers, something crazy, over 1 million subscribers. It's close to 2, my son said. So I was interviewed by him for a long time. It was a decent interview. I liked it. Actually, it was good. I was very, very tired. I just came off a plane. So I'm a little bit more subdued, a little bit more serious than usual. But I think it was a good interview. And people are starting to join the show because of that interview. So it's good. As long as it brings people to Torah. Go check it out on Living L'Chaim. It's on YouTube. I don't know where else. Living L'Chaim. All right. What else do we have? Oh, we have sponsors. A lot of new sponsors. Let's get used to the second sponsor. Wait a minute. We're missing. Our businessman came a Torah Rebbe for 2,000 Jews. But Rabbi, that's one problem I have. Yaakov, it's Rebbe, it's not Rabbi. I didn't tell him that, but whatever. Call him out. Like, Where's David Solomon? Mark, you got to throw in David Solomon. Got lost somewhere. There was something sponsored by Joe Gadellis. Give me from Father Jack Gadellis. Anonymous and Stone Group. These are guys. So these are all sponsors. $9,000 per one of these. You spread for all of them. I love the group community guys from Sender Gross and Family, Candy Island, UK. In honor of the belly, who changed my meaning of life. Thank you. Eli Ashir, Refushnemo, Mesh Ben Mizia. Anonymous for complete Refushnemo, Maricus Young, Kaleo Bass, Esther Main, Israel Malki. Koyli Koyas Pichon, Alfred Zah, Professor, Usokari Yakmonta, Kipsteigi. Tony Almighty, Yossi, Parth, the Benny, and all the Iskin Surfing, Tzibur, Iskin Surfing and DY, and his Borku, Shalem, Sephara. This Pliny Almighty spent $9,000. I love Pliny Almighty. He's the Pliny, I'm the Almighty. We're very similar in a lot of different ways. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Iskin Surfing and DY from Bergeron's Spot. Oh, the second sponsor, David Salmon, dedicated in memory of the murder of Shmuel Baruch Ben Dozer from the Bracha. It was beautiful that David Salmon, who said he's not coming to Shabbat, told me again he's not coming. He wasn't going to come until the last minute with his two sons. And he says next year he's coming with his Hamish Bracha, his wife, and I'll stay even for the Mother Malka. I'm going to first name Avi Mari Baruch Miriam. Jamie Azulai, with first name Esther Basnuna. Thank you, Jamie. He hosted us. He had a caterer to come to his house. Phenomenal caterer. Great food in Toronto last night. Shkoya, Esther walking speed, Mazel Tov, my husband, coming in the panel, walking in his 40th birthday. Hanan and Brocha, we die for Susan. Then, Shoshana Leah, Yehuda Binyamin Ben Chai, Anonymous, the first name of Leah, and Enya Leah, the hidden side of Canary generation. Anonymous, the memory of Mazel, Bat, Leah, the Sanada, and Tiskia. Anonymous, the specific verdict that is good and open and revealed way. There's the Mordechai ben Batkel Leah Amen. Weekly sponsors West Hess and Amsterdam in memory of our beloved mother Asra, Rabbi Yehuda Kellermer Zaytzer Zek Telegraph upon its fifth yard site. Anonymous has a supposed to be success in fertility treatment, among other things. A bunch of people came to me and asked me, and I feel very comfortable every single time, but they asked me for bracha, for fertility. And it's a thing that a lot of people struggle. It's a very, very difficult struggle. The struggle from giving a bracha on my birthday to Mori Rabbi. So it should give you koya and the moya. Continue with your Avodas Hashem. I'm still an emotional wreck. What he means is the emotion that we went through, the emotions that we went through in Shabbos, were so overwhelming that it literally causes pain for the brain. It's like it drains your whole brain. That itself makes you weak. To see Israel Goldstein with his camera taking pictures, and all of a sudden the camera just drops, and he's crying, bawling from emotion. Anyway, our Anonymous kan Chana Chai Sorry for Kalasperada, for sure we don't have even the sugar broccoli, for sure no more combination still with Fusayel, the new Zil, the new best. A boy side, here we go. We are the second day of Menachos. Today we have an easy daf. Most of the daf is going to be discussing this idea that we learned yesterday. That according to Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, and Rabbi explains Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, that Rav Shimon Bar Yochai goes with time of the crop. Let me look into the reasoning behind what the Torah says. And when you can tell that what a person is doing it is false, it's shtusim, so we ignore what he's saying and doing. When a person is saying that he's bringing a flat mincha, but in fact he's bringing a very thick, soft one, so we just ignore him. We say, okay, he said it, but he didn't mean it, and therefore it doesn't really ruin it. Whereas when you do the karban, you can't tell, because every shkita looks the same, every Kabbalah Saddam looks the same, every Zrika looks the same. So when a person tells you that I had a mind to bring in an ayla instead of a shlamim, that ruins the karban in a way. But by mincha it doesn't. So basically, what we're doing today is going through a lot of different cases. Let me throw an example. The carbon phase that we know is a little shit, less than a year old. So a person shows up to this amigdash with a cow, and he brings a carbon face out from with the cow. So the guy is crazy. The guy, he didn't mean it to be a carbon face. So it's a joke. Ignore it. You know what I'm saying? So when it's very clear that what the person is saying and doing are so different and they're opposites, then his actions speak louder than words, and therefore his actions are what count, not the words. Does that hold true to everything? That's why we're going to go through different cases. What if you bring an animal? Another example. What if I'm supposed to bring a 1-year-old animal and bring a 2-year-old animal? Are those actions that speak louder than words? But perhaps people don't really know the difference between them. What if I was supposed to bring a male because all oilers are male and we brought a female? What if I was supposed to bring a female because all chatas are female, most, and I brought a male? Is that an action that speaks louder than words? That's today's subject. Like I said, easier stuff today. And here's wow. All I can say is wow. Emotional channels on all levels. Great picture. Straya, Zoktimar. We're only 10 lines from the bottom of Bay's own base. Simon, great. Now some tears in the eyes. Simon, Oila, Malak, Mitza. These are all the different questions that we're going to bring on this idea of action speak louder than words. How to solve question. Tell me how the S says the word. Let's Shemot. Okay, so for this we need to explain a little bit. And here it goes. There are two types of birds that we bring in the base of English. Pigeon and a dog. We bring a oilas ha'oif and chatas ha'oif. That's it. There's no shlamim oif, there's no koiva oif. There's only two. A chatas and oif. There's no shechita on a bird. Although today we shech chickens with a knife, not in the base of English. For that we do the lika. This is what the lika would look like. The nail of the thumb goes from the back of the neck, and that's how we kill the bird. It's not a sheep, it's called a. Now what do we do? There's something called hazah and something called mitu. Hazah is when you take the bird and you shake it. You don't touch his back, you throw the bird sort of, a throwing motion, right hand towards his back, and the blood from the neck goes flying onto his back. That's hazah. Mitsu is when you take the bird and you fetch it on the wall of his back. You squeeze it onto the wall. Let's see how that looks. That's Mitsu. Now notice, the Kayan is standing above the red line. There's a red line on the back, it's called the Kurasi. He's standing above the red line. That indicates to us that this is an oil bird, because an oil bird was above the red line. There's only one other tarba that was above the red line, that's a chatos animal. Everything else was below the red line. So if it's a chatos bird, you go below the red line. An oil bird, all you do is mitu. A chatos bird, you do both. You do hazah, and then you do mitu. You sprinkle it, and then you do this, see? And you'll notice here, he's standing below the red line. and he throws, tosses that bird toward the blood is flying out. That's called hazah. And what he's going to do now is say, look, the fact that he's doing it above the red line indicates to me that he's doing it right. Or from the fact that he's doing mitzu, or let's say hazah, hazah is only for practice. So that would indicate to me he's doing the practice. So if you say action speaks louder than words, so his action is showing us whether it's an ayla or a practice, depending on where he's standing or what he's doing. Is it hazah or a mitzu? I'll know whether it's an ayla or a practice. Again, ayla is only mitzu. A chatas has hazah, which is the sprinkle, and then mitzu, which is the squeeze. Okay, cool. So let's see inside. Elomeato, if so, now, Elas Oiv Shemokul Malam Shum Chatas Oiv, that if you take an oil bird and you say it's a chatas bird, but you're above the red line, in fact, you're standing in a place that is reserved for an oil. So that tells me that it's an oil. The fact that you said that you're doing a chatas means nothing. You made a mistake. You missed. Oh, your action of being above the red line is louder than the words that you spoke. Karakarato, HB bird, mass state one, mass amplification, Eleno, so in fact you're standing above the red line, it to me that you're being macro or overbird, not a Hannes bird. The had is only because if it was Hannes bird, no matter how long the line, you would be standing like this picture below the red line. Says Lamar, no, that's not a rider. But the kind of soil, no matter the lesson, what you can't perform, that avoid the Milito above the red line. All our mind, we learn a lot of the home of the lecture. If you perform the Milito with your thumb, you kill the bird with your thumb above the red line, you know it's a contest, it's kosher. So just the fact that it's standing above the red line doesn't tell me that tonight like the not Well, that's all. So, so now we might ask the other question, which I kind of prefaced. If you're doing an oil bird, but you did mitzvah, which is squeezing above the red line, and you said to yourself that you're doing a chatos, it should be good. Why not saying what you're your actions prove what you're doing. Well, sorry for you. If I'm proving that you're doing an oil. The chatos sorry for you, because the difference is the chatos bird. Where do you do the mitzvah of the chatos? You below the red line. The mata above the hazah. So first of all, two problems. First of all, be below the red line. Second of all, the tossing, the throwing, not the squeezing. First, you were throwing. So he says, the Gemara, I'm reading this, you're going to say, the both sides are maybe what you just noticed was the squeezing of the neck of the bird after you already performed the hazah. In other words, people, from your action is not inclusive. Because yes, you squeeze the bird, but that time is supposed to squeeze after you toss it. First you do hazah and you do mitzvah. So now if you do mitzvah above the red line, it doesn't mean it's an idol, that's the chatas, and I'm doing mitzvah after hazah. Amamar, you learn that people have all the time. Mitzvah number of the mother of redemption. If you do mitzvah down anywhere, above the red line as well, it's also structure. Why? Because the main part of the chatas is the hazah, the sprinkle, not the mitzvah. So, we'll ask you our third question. Chatas is a double mato. The shape is hard. What about the roots? You take a chatas bird and you say that it's an oil bird, and you do hazah. Now hazah is reserved only for a chatas, not for oil. I said, we can't come along the chatas so you can prove to you that the fact that you do hazah, that it's a chatos and not an oila, the oila tzarich to be an oila, l'nan la'ava. You do it above your line. That's number one. And number two, who needs to have avila? You wouldn't do hazah. You don't do hazah, right? You only do need to. You only do squeeze. Says the Gemara. Now the Gemara gives it. On this case, Hachinami, you're right. In that case, you took chatas bird. He said it's an oil bird. He didn't need to. Sorry, did Azov, the chatas bird, did Azov, it's obvious that it's a chatas bird. Ella. But what? If you share him enough, his name is looking for him. What we're saying is that a mincha, you could see the actions speak out by a mincha, and not by animals. But by birds, yes. You could tell from the action of a bird. There's about more about it. I apologize, drinking the bottle. Says in Gemara, let's go from the little first. Now, another question. Kachi Gedashim, Shachnam, Tzafran, Chain, Kachi Kalim, Niratu. So here's the Mizbeach. Here's a picture of the Mizbeach. Let's see if we can zoom in on the Mizbeach here. This guy right over there, this Mizbeach. Now, where the Mizbeach finishes, you can see the ramp of the Mizbeach. That's the southern part of the Mizbeach. And then you have this square on top. You see that yet. I don't know if this is going to work. It doesn't work. This area right over there and above, this whole area is the northern part of the Azara. In other words, this line right over here, which is the end of the Mizbeach, and upwards is north. From this area down over here, that's south. All that's where the Kachi is a chapas and ashram. What else? Oila. Chapas, ashram, oila. Kachi. They must be shafted above the red line, but in the northern part of that side, not in the south. All Kachi Kalan can be shafted even in the south. It's hard to understand the Gemara's question. The Gemara is saying, well, in fact, you could have south, but that's south. But no, it's in the north as well. It's also that's the Gemara's question. That's what that means. If you pay a chatos and asham oila, in shechted, so here you can see you shechted in the green box, but you have in mind that it should be a shlummer. Let's see if we can oil. It's obviously actions that you're shechting an oil and not a shlummer. Might say, why? Because of calendar, because of calendar don't have all the blue, check it in the south. So it seems through Taisus that typically speaking, they always chef these korbanos in the south. Yes, they had an emergency. Not enough room, then they also chef it in the north. So that doesn't always happen that you could see from his action.
That's back on our home court, fresh off of a wildly successful Phil Tony in San Francisco.
In the north. This is one able to Africa. The Durban is up in the
Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. You guys ready for a crazy
town also in the south, not only in the south. So you can check in the green box as well. In fact, that you check in the green box, you can tell me it's Kachin and not Kachin town. This not up with you can check it anywhere in Nazar. But you can't come and go to Kachin Kachin. But I don't know what Kachin. What if I pay Kachin Kalim? My voice is still shot from shot. What if you take a shlum and it comes with a car nicer and you chef it so now it's impossible to say that you check the touching there because the shore, if you're not taking oil or a compass and checking it south, those are reserved only for the north. But he said checking the shame oil. He takes a shlum and he says, but I'm checking it for an oil. Now we have a situation with nice and his actions prove that it's not an oil because he wouldn't check an oil on the south. Because not just open go check, but he got you not to lie, that's a particular layer, you could prove his action because of how it must be that he's really checking the shlama and he just misspoke and he said that it's oil. Because you can tell him how it will if it was the oil, he only checked it in or I mean, or no, not as more goes to some brand. I mean, culture. It's in fact culture. But after we go over the shop a little bit more, and he's over. Yes, he put the oil, and he was over. So now this opens up a box of the one, so to speak. Why? Because once we go that route and say, oh, a person could be over. So actions don't speak louder. So as if you take an action and you're being over in this way. So then the same thing would apply to the mincha that we spoke about yesterday. If he's trying to do a thick, soft mincha, so what if he said that it's a thin, hard mincha? Actually, it's better than the word. Or maybe not, maybe over. So the person makes a machas. So there, let's see what a machas. Let's see what's in the root today. This is machas precious. The top one is machas. The bottom one is machas. It's thinner. But here, it's a little bit better. Precious on the right, thicker. On the softer. Same amount of ingredient for the larger pot. And because it's a thinner frying pan, so to speak, so it comes thicker and harder. Machas is not meaning we should say the same thing in Heilig, the common for the machas. The fact that he said in his mind that it's the thicker one, Omar, and I will finish this mother, but the mice living machas, we don't finish see. He's been going over it. That's in machas, and he put it, he wants to bring it in the frying. Says Mara also, not being precious mother, you're right, since he said his nether was going to bring him our precious, he might still have machas, not just happen. Once he changes it and he brings it in a machas, it turns into machas. This time we learn, why not really do machas, maybe more precious. He says, I want to bring a machas, but he brought it in the precious. No, precious is good. He said, I want to bring my fashion, but the fact is that he brought it in a frying pan in my class. It changes it physically, and in Mela, he has to rebring it. As Gemara, once he says the word zoo, so he says, yes, we have another meaning, Dava means he says zoo, and he's saying this flower specifically. So now, it doesn't change. You don't want to zoo. You think of these words, Lahabi Machas, so it's not. Zoo, Lahabi Machas, Lahabi Machas. He says, I want this flower to be a Machas, but at the end of the day, he brought it in a Machas. The Machas is Lahabi Machas. I raise a psula. So perhaps he said, zoo. So it says in the Gemara, the Rabbanon Machas. You're right according to Rabbanon. However, the Shimon, after they meet with Yotza, the Shimon says that he is Yotza. How much use the mother of what you say with your mouth and saying, oh, I want it to be something else. The fact is you're doing A, but you're saying you want it to be B, his mouth doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter what he says, what word he uses, even if he uses the word zu, it doesn't change anything. No, man, I thought, he says, Mara, so we continue, we're still probing, we're still pushing. And at the end of the day, we're going to see there are certain things that actually speak louder than words, even in Korbanos. If you take an oila is supposed to be male, and you say that it's a chatos, which is always female, not always, but it's supposed to be female. So that's one. Now, Zohar and Keva, oila is always male, and chatos is supposed to be female. Says Gemara now, the biggest sorry Nasi Zohar, since there's a chatos that the Nasi brings, but that particular chatos is a Zohar. So it's not 100% that what you're bringing here, the Zohar is oil. There is a chatos that is a Zohar. No idea. Whether or not the Nasi has to either, not either, it seems like from the Soviet, the fact that there is a possibility that somebody standing from the side would be confused, then it's not an action that speaks louder than you. So now the Gemara keeps on going, keeps on pushing. But there is a chatos that's guaranteed to be a female, and you cannot say that it's a nasi. Why? Because almost the individual chatos, not the nasis, like Rabbi, we're going to say that. The su chatos, what about the reverse? What do you think of chatos? Which is a female. You said it should be an oila. An oila is always a male. So it can't be an oila. It must be a chatos. It actually is coming out in the word. So you're going to tell me that case, it's a good chatos. But how does it get about it? It says, more than passive aliyah. What about sheep? And sheep, traditionally, unless they change it, because in our generation, they cut it off, almost like a Doberman picture. But a true, an original sheep or something like this, they have very, very large tails, and you cannot tell whether it's a male or a female. And that's considered like the fattiest part of the sheep, very cautious to eat. Okay, now if you have to keep it, that's great if you bring the sheep, you have this kind of excuse for reasons and not really good for the rough on the table. As you see, Rabbi, working for all, how would you mean? You should know the difference. That was the funny thing now, but it's how you mean. But the most when you see a dog in the house, and somebody asks you if it's a male or female, usually you don't really pay attention to it. It's not something that's on your mind.
Happy Monday to you all. You guys ready for a crazy fucking night or what?
If you want, you can do this.
I think you can do a little bit better than that. We're streaming this right now. People, let them know that you're here and that we're live. Wow. We're actually streaming in 360. We are streaming at 360 degrees for the first time ever. So you can see Ryan J. Ebel, the house artist, drawing that. See how he just looked up at you?
One of the male and one of the female brain. This is, and what's the difference? So the female brain is $20. The male brain is $100,000.
So here we are. We're live on a Monday. A lot of fun stuff happening. We just did a crazy Plutonian in San Francisco. We're doing one in Austin, Texas. I'll show you where I'm right now.
Because the female brain is very new. The male brain is unused.
21st, 421. And I know a bunch of stand-up, a bunch of crazy shit. Calgary, Canada, San Antonio, this weekend, my pro wrestling buddies were going to the Royal Rumble.
Carbon Pesa.
Corpus Christi, Texas, Providence, Rhode Island, Calgary, Canada, Chicago, Illinois, Las Vegas.
Oh, I forgot to show. I wanted to show this actually before.
Madison, Wisconsin, Kansas City, again, and
I like this one. Actually. Rabbi says we passed you a couple of tacos. And this really really nice. How was trying to lay off? Nice. English. Okay. It's already spraying off the surface. So we'll just continue right there.
That's Josh Martin. You know him, you
I
love
have
him.
a
He's a
little
judge.
follow up on that.
Let's jump into the episode, shall we? We got our dates up. We talked about lighting with people marching.
Has a suffering shame.
Here we are.
Also,
All unified.
according to
All unified. Belly room of the conference.
that was the first
I'm
thing
excited,
that was
people.
walking
You
down.
should be too.
Flip because
You're
you
the
mentioned
first.
from a carbon, carbon, you toss that carbon in the bag. It's like a carbon you toss in the bag. Other carbons, you keep on bringing it.
Thanks for bringing up
The
the
owner
band.
has to bring another carbon, it's not
So let's
possible.
jump into it.
The
You
carbon
guys
table
ready for a
becomes
fun
very
time tonight?
sensitive.
Let's hear it one more time.
So
We're
this
back
is
in.
sad, it's not a carbon out. Why throw that? It's
What can I say about this band that I haven't said 1,000 times before? I love them. They love me. It's a part of the unit. They made it up to San Francisco. This is the entire band.
Has to be
Very
less
lucky
than a year
audience.
old.
They're all so busy
And it also has to be in the second year, starting from the second year on.
It's a beautiful solar eclipse. Always with a different. I never know what they're going to dress up like or what type of intro it's going to be. It's always a secret that they keep from me. It's always impressed me every week. So let's see what they do this week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the
Someone's
Tony
going to
Band.
refrain
Reagan,
from drinking wine,
Watkins,
race,
and
and
Joel
nothing in front of
Jimenez.
a maze. For 30 days, typically. And during the 30 days, he touched the maze.
Jeremiah Watkins.
Awesome
And oh my
on
God.
our Zoom.
It's
Sorry,
so funny. I
let's
mentioned it
no.
for no reason.
Shamit Soyo
That's
is the person who
Blatantly,
has he's being part of the Soyo.
blatantly doing the Hillary March. Dressed as women in ponchos.
Now these are younger ones. These are sheep that are
It was raining everywhere too, wasn't it? It's so funny. People in San Fran were just soaked. Hey guys, welcome, Hillary Marchers. How's it going? Good. Just exhausted.
It's hard to tell.
This March shit was pretty fucking crazy. I don't know how close you guys got to it. I was in San Francisco. Witnessing it was very amazing. Just much like it's amazing because nobody wants to tell their kid. Like they're like Trump's saying all these bad things, and I don't want my kid hearing it. So I'm gonna put it on a sign and make her scream it over and over. A bunch of 5-year-old girls like, don't touch my pussy, don't touch my pussy. Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen.
25%
Powerful guest. They just came up. The band just came up dressed as Hillary marchers.
25
Dressed as women in the ponchos.
20%. So God,
That's going, Joe.
in English, it's called 25%. What's the card book? Michael Neymar. He says, it's a card book. He says, I want to do touch on
Is there anything else you guys wanted to say about the Hillary
now
March
that's
or
the
anything
beauty.
like that? Are we good to move on? We're ready. We are women.
2-year-old is obvious. The Suez Shamzay is not using shop. Because after that, he doesn't show about it. They shot it. Again, I could tell from how old it is, what kind of program they're for.
You know the awards
That they fun of. They shot it, a lot of the parties. People don't realize the difference between sheep, how old they are. Oh yeah, this is a 2-year-old. You know, and that's a smoke thing. In sheep, differentiate and make a whole big deal about it. So we have a beautiful video of how the different ages of sheep is not something that we pay attention to. Maybe sheep, even the sheep themselves sometimes think it's funny.
Sure. So there you go. There's some cow in there too. So let's just jump into it. You guys ready to start the show? 60 seconds. Uninterrupted. That sounds more like a bear than a marshmallow.
Well, we share with them smoking like party now except we're not gonna have them anymore.
You've killed bears with bow and arrows.
Only bad ones. Only bad ones taste good. Wow, really? Okay.
Jeremiah, you're pretty good at playing a Hillary supporter. I don't know. Lift up your shirt, Jeremiah. Show Joe what you really are hiding over there. Do it. Totally a Hillary supporter.
I am not a young boy. I am an older man. I
I just want to say I feel objectified right now.
All right, I pulled the name out of the bucket. Here we go. This looks like a new name. We're getting together for Joey.
Uvalde stuff. Great.
Yeah.
There's Gemara. Bugün ben sonra makası gibi stop. Hello, ben Şanol ben işte Şanol ben terbiye şey ki ben Şanol ben hepsi. Then sometimes you have a 1-year-old that looks like Ben Stein. Ben Stein looks like Şanol. That was my father's trick. I was 10 years old and he put me in high school because in their show, and I went to Tip Rock when I was 10 and a half years old. He was very tall, and he figured nobody would realize that I'm not a mix, so the only thing was like I didn't have to turn or anything. This is Warren Rabbi, so it's my personality. So I got something that beautiful email about our last video of stuff walking, so she's rapping. And he's very excited about the rap. Rap is also. Listen, each to their own. I've thought in some kids look older than they are. Like, you know, I know in Israel when you try to have squirrel and some seals for minors, so they always bring like a 7-year-old that looks like he's 26. And they send him in, and the store owner says, "I'm ready." And he says, "Why do you like that?" Look, no, he's only 17 and he's getting the fine. So you never know. A 2-year-old with a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, it's not something that people readily differentiate. Now, just as a side note, there are young people, and this is more young people that think that they're older, and older people that think that they're younger. So both of those things are not the best. Like when a young person thinks that he's older and is too late or whatever, that kind of thing is very negative trouble. But I was just discussing the other day and said it in here. It shocked me. I met an older fella. He was 60. He wasn't very healthy. And he's speaking as if he's, 15, 20 years old. And then that is just, he's living this life ahead of him. So, but it's later. You gotta be realistic. You don't live forever, especially you're not taking care of yourself. I don't know how long you live. Why do you think you live so well? You're only here for a very, very short amount of time. And you're already in your 60s. You gotta get your life together. You gotta do this. You gotta start living some fire, my friend. This 10 minutes a day is not gonna cut it. Look at me, Laura. Something from also relaxing. Another question. What about a goat that you shafted for an ashram? Now, ashram, you need a sheep. That's what I say. Ashram is only a sheep. So you need goat. It's obvious that you didn't bring as ashram. So why not? Maybe it's a sheep that's black. Interesting. In other words, it's not a goat. People don't realize it's a goat. They think that maybe the sheep got a haircut, so black. And therefore it's black. So it's a shop. Well, what? It's black. What do you mean take a sheep and you don't never think black? Here, that's a shop. You want to see the shot? You want to see the shot? You want to see the goat?
He said they're gonna die soon. Yeah, okay. Fuck it. Just cook for them. Yeah. Okay, a little bacon, like it's chocolate.
They'll have so much fun, they're just gonna walk straight into the synagogue.
Yeah, right. I hope. Might sign up. Here's the price of Muslim. I don't know. I might just decide, like, who cares what I believe? Let's just join. Make it more fun.
You talked about being in a long-distance relationship.
Yes. Yeah, what's that all about?
How long's that been happening?
Well, I moved here 2 weeks ago, so 2 weeks.
Wow. Yeah, exactly.
I just want to say you looked it up. Very relaxed. Hard though. First things out of your mouth. Test,
Somehow she could look like a girl after you. Your place is awesome. Hey, go to Pirates and Shuffle. We gotta pick up some place here because we got the home on the table. And then we have like, hey, go to Pirates and Shuffle and shoot guys. What if you brought a cat and a bull? So everyone knows something like you shoot. More small animal, not a big giant animal. Shoot guys and washing the rats. They go to Pirates and washing like that. Says one of the you're right. You got that one. You got 2 more ways. Woman's not praise God. What the Gemara said is that in a mincha you can differentiate, but not in kabbalah. I didn't even talk about it. There is an exceptional rule. And that would be if you brought a bull for a time. That would be obvious that it does not mean to bring it as money. Now, go back to the question, you had a contradiction with Shimbai Chak. Shimbai said, all I'm saying is that if you're doing a mincha, so you think that it's a machash instead of machash, that you are yotzim. Another one says you're not yotzim. Well, I'm really cash. We read this yesterday, so you could even go quicker than you.
So you read that we also in the past couple weeks, right? Why do I feel like his answer is going to be one right?
Third, with the machash should be Amar Cheshes.
I love her.
He's
So
going with
she's fucking
the pen for milcha. Milcha's not. Because it's not going to change it. Where is it? We thought that he's bringing a cargo. He says that this is not a mincha. This bread over here is a cargo. He has a cargo. Anyone change? Mincha should be called. There's a mincha. There's a puzzle that says this is the Torah or all the mincha. So the Akha is the Torah. So if I make a view between mincha and mincha, it's okay. I'm still kosher. I'm still
answer. I have to go with threesome.
so the machash is only a Torah. The Torah says we're all considered more. Torah Akha is more. But if I try to switch it off,
You cannot look any more like a man sports center. Oh my god, it's so true. Isn't it ironic?
I forgot we much trouble.
Joey, fuck yeah, what did we learn? We learned that you have some good jokes. Great skills.
So actually explains that the word for blood is really, it's not the blood, it's neutral.
This fucking thing's weird, man.
Dive down and explain once again. I forgot about the shoulder, we didn't let him even read it. I forgot about the you can see from his actions. It's nickel. It is. I think some men need to also.
They get like 1 foot on the stage. Oh yeah.
There's no space in Ukraine.
Joey, it was nice to meet you.
So that's why they say
He's on Twitter, Mr. Joey Massaro. M-A-S-S-A-R-O. It is. But now we're in it. We're playing with fire. Jamie Vernon on the HD camera.
Young Jamie's in the
There he is.
I'm
rocking my powerful video right now. Hey, Tony. Somewhere. Yeah.
I don't got to speak out here. So even though there's one sheep of everyone, and there's no concern that maybe people get confused and say that there's a lot of mixed things up. There's a mincha is not for this is how often we flies a mincha and not a good.
And I'd like to give a special shout out to someone very awesome in the crowd. And that one sitting to the right of Pat Reagan in real life, not a character, is Pat Reagan's mom.
As if he's blood. He's kind of a gross video, so you don't like blood. I was not recommend watching.
Yeah. Wow. You're the one that made this super genius that we have so much fun with every Monday. Was Pat a weird kid growing up, or did he just become that way?
And tie a tourniquet around his neck to find a vein. A special arrow was used, one to only make a small incision.
Wow. What was something weird that he did as a kid with his penis or something like that? Did he ever put it in anything, or did you ever catch him doing something, or fiddling around too much? Anything good?
Second question.
Just trying to
What about the kid's dad?
Man, I wish on as fast as you do.
And then powder is rubbed onto the cut.
You never saw him do anything. My mom once got me jerking off. I had a towel wrapped around my waist and she walked in, and then the towel was like sticking straight out. So I have like a young, healthy, young child.
So if a person drinks blood,
Anything weird ever happened as a
pretty
kid
tall,
with that?
but he's doing
Talk about it.
Stallion
because
bombers.
it's for the reverse. Fails it down. You can't go with blood. For the blood, not those muzzle. Thinking that it's time to muzzle, so take share of the actions. They might want to do so to have a space out. I'm telling you that it's very such as this goes back to you have one or one unlock. For I thought it was the moment you see
16, I am not alive.
so Simmons is more often on your right. Simmons,
Paused and
that
turned
would be
to
that
walk
way. So you
And now that I have kids, I realize how fucked up that is. Because my kid told me I thought I was going to die. I was having a nightmare. But
sometimes have a desire. It's hard. There you go. And that why you want to part of the
not saying a word to me. I'll never
no,
forgive her.
so you
I've always felt that.
have this music. Have this material. But the other countries, but you mix it up, maybe it's possible. Why don't you?
It's a true story. Whenever I see her
material.
for the moment,
And the
before I give her a
nose
hug, I
is
think of that moment.
simple bunch of it.
When does it go to give her a hug? You know, I mean, I'll give her a hug.
For
Tell
now.
me anything.
Not more than my
Been
slave.
having any nightmares lately, Joe?
All these stuff that just comes down from the state of
I
you
pulled
mix it
another
up.
name out of the pocket.
Why?
Uninterrupted 60 seconds up next
It
goes
says
to
it's possible,
Robbie.
but when you chef it, you keep the jack up. The state takes it up. Keep that in mind. You're right.
You guys, people
But
be
that's not only
raping.
that. Now, it's going to keep the level between the two by your card.
It's
The
2017.
more
It
time it
doesn't
says
make
that
any
you mix
sense.
up
Like,
the
why is it so
uniform,
prevalent? Right?
the
We're
red side,
like,
rather than
okay,
69,
at
it's
least
like,
back then
the
you had to
claim
grow a
that's
beard.
not this
You had to
too much.
build a big ass shit. You had to sail for 3 months before you got your rape minute. And now
But
these
today,
casual athletes doing it. Are you
if
kidding me?
you say that it's a frying pan instead of a
Right? Like, I
deep
feel
dish,
like there's rape culture, but we don't have rape
that's
culture.
not a problem. But when you say that
It's
it's
fucked up
a
times. Like, there are all
miracle
these
of a
neo-Nazis
mouth,
painting swastikas everywhere, and that's like messed up. Right? Like, swastikas are
so
Indian.
kind of goes miracle,
It's
not like
swastika.
true miracle.
And the
Speaking
Nazis
of the word
took that.
miracle, that room.
Like, we made a
Now
Jews
you my
law
first says,
before
the
you
one
made
of
a
them.
Jews law.
But I'm talking about if you just
Awesome. 50 seconds.
visualizing what you're
Bobby
doing,
got
not in terms of the type of dish, that doesn't make any difference.
wow.
This
Did
is
you
not
break
much.
today?
The miracle,
Like, I mean,
the possible of trouble
I mean,
in
Joe's story,
you
people
do
really
a
raping.
miracle is different. That's really.
I haven't
Well,
seen
I know this is really good miracle. One of the things is that you can see the act.
Somebody watching Jeremiah just
Help me,
handed something he almost broke for a second. Like, oh my god, I gotta say something. Oh my god, I had issues. That's my whole character right now. It just falls on your lap. Didn't have to work hard.
I forgot to speak on how to do it. You got to go out to do it. Even though it all looks the same. The nigga about you don't show up in a fashion. Since you had a different short in the actual puzzle, that actually passes you. Only the last one you have to stop. Only the last one is just to know that. Only the last one is to log over the fashion. I rate it from you. If a person takes a dry miniform, yeah, miniform is rated. Dry, without
No, I
oil.
didn't. People be raping. Don't forget. People be raping.
And then the swastika thing, is that really been happening?
It's true. There's actually a
And he did it with the intent. There's a nice meat, so he did it with his hand. That it's bubble, that it has oil. Why is it?
We used to do them for like
Well,
decoration all the
it's a
time.
deal
It's like
about
an Indian
what it meant is
so they have to have signs
that
around the temple to explain why it's walking.
that's a different ruach. It's
We
just
don't hate you.
it's like, oh, it's that oil.
It's
You know, please.
Okinawa before that. It's a very ancient simple.
Swami Nami, this is Swami Bama. Maybe when a person says, I'm bringing this,
Super old
oh,
symbol that
for
the
Swami, you
goddamn
didn't
nuts
need
is fucked up.
Swami the
One
Father.
time I
Maybe,
did that bit here at the show, and people like were quiet because we thought we
and
were
then,
like,
Shalom,
choose to hate.
peace to Hashem.
I think you should
Maybe
add
peace to
that
Hashem.
part, by the way. I think you should
You
make
know,
it more real and explain it out.
you Swami. No, the part that is called Swami, it is something called something. When a person verbalizes the word Swami, you actually use a part of it. You see, the Makar is down Hashwami. Hazar is down Hashwami. So the part is called Swami. So when you say Swami, that's it. Neck, part. Often minchas before me, neither rule, but the mincha is never called a follow, a mixed one with oil. Because of the blue of Shem, blue of Shem, and you blue. I'm going to give you blue. It says it calls it a mincha that is mixed with oil, but it's not called a bubble. No, it's not a mincha. A mincha by itself is not called a bubble mincha. Because it has oil, it's a mincha with oil. The boy side have a wonderful.
America's Foot is spreading fur throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Oh, wow. You're a really hateful woman, Jeremiah.
Yeah, I'm a bitch.
He's a nasty woman.
Jeremiah should be older than me. That's my goal.
What is it? Yeah, what's your name?
You have to transition. You gotta live with me.
That was quick.
Daisy. You immediately became Daisy. Stacy.
Live from Toronto, our boy side. Put some love.
I'm on terror where Stacy's mom.
Not
She's
easy.
got it going
It's
on.
morning in every soul.
I love it. So you got Alanis, Stacy, and
Dude,
John
you ready?
This just looks like
Good
the
morning.
current version of Hulk Hogan. Like
Our boy
after he
side.
retained the body. John Alanis looks like
Like he just took down.
yeah, just not even
Okay.
Ryan Script.
So
So your parents are back
live
in
from
India.
Toronto.
Where are you from?
Unbelievable.
They are from India.
Last time I was here,
they live in Texas.
I was in AJ's house.
What do they
Look
do?
at the
My
smell
dad
of
doesn't live here. He's actually
Baruch Hashem. We have a nice seafood that goes top of us every day.
so I'm really hoping I don't take
And there are a lot of people that are
Party
Jewish,
machine
stuff
your dad is
Yeah.
the president of
What
Americans.
that's when you do. First of all, I want to
I'm running a social
say,
media.
that I'm trying to
What's the craziest, like, most fun thing you've ever seen? Like, so
we have
where you're like,
a
man, I can't believe this civil
satellite location here in Coyote,
I
right?
haven't, but I've heard stories. I haven't seen anything crazy, but I've heard
Ruby Night?
stories as a kid. And they like, because they didn't
They
have
just
Twitter
went
like
to the
them now, they just like went out and fucked around a lot. So,
So
like, they had like firecrackers. And stuff.
7 years ago, it's happened. We had a look at
firecrackers
the
is a freaking sponsor that fireworks.
so it's
And they like ride on top
here.
of trains and stuff
Live
too, right? That's, yeah, it's something that you're trying to
And it's
You have very funny line.
video device, and it's huge loud.
Especially after you set it up.
So you put up there no more, these 5
Give you a hard time about that.
now,
No, they like it.
now what's the limit?
I found it offensive. I wrote a line.
Today you have, back when we had people,
I shared it.
It's a very tricky subject.
I made it
To
a
joke
thing in
around
that.
about.
Yeah, I think it helps that.
Being like,
It definitely does. But still,
walking through
someone decides.
and something that you're gonna say,
That's the case.
what you are, but I
It's very itchy. I know you make sense.
right.
Oh, man. How much longer you have to college?
It's a PhD program, so.
I don't know.
Make it
I don't
Yeah,
know
you
all this.
idiot. This is a PhD
So
program.
you do a bachelor's and then you can do a master's, which is like 1 to 2 years, and then PhD program is like 5 to 6 years.
Subscribe.
After that,
You know,
Something you want to do.
I don't know.
that's the
I think I'm just trying to like. I've heard that with comedy, like you have to keep your head down for like 6 to 10 years. Like just try to
and
make
it
money.
became became our ambassador here. Toronto, Irish Wow.
There's some perpetual one pointers.
We have now new generation. We have videos you like.
There's not time.
We have a new superstar. You don't know when you get to know him.
It's a set.
Speech video. You know about the guy. So we have a thing to go there.
Which, by the way, reminds me that it's March.
People
Is
have
it March?
things
Episode 200. Maker of Tony.
like
200 episode live.
every single
Episode 200. That reminds me. I have a new album out. Oh no, you do, Atlantis? What's it called? Bad Chat. Bad Chat. It's actually good. Kalani, you got a boyfriend? What kind of boys are you into? Indian boys? Wow, that's a strong no.
Just because the color is skin, she likes a certain
we got this far over 65. One person
That was like a
yeah, that was helping out.
Daisy went away. I'm still transitioning. Now that Trump canceled Obamacare, Daisy
When we
can't get her
started the
meds.
sex, even though
Victim number one, Daisy.
I've dated like nerds in the past. I'm trying to like branch out. Because I've dated like, I went to like a nerd school, so I dated like physicists and mathematicians, engineers, you know, I'm trying to like.
None of those, all the Indians I know, that's what they do. And you got mad at me for asking Indians. Fuck no. I went to engineers and civil engineers. This guy's
I'm not dating my dad. No, they were like.
Sorry.
Did you get tired of me?
In the back of the Samara, you got a charge.
Yeah, sure. I'll
Would you like to be like, that would be fun, right? Like,
Calendar.
very smart, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I should like branch out.
Satellite location, scroll, another thing,
No, thank you.
What you do is you
No,
work.
no thanks. I'm good.
And you guys get drunk, let's watch a movie. Oh my god, it's so hot. I'm gonna take my pants off.
Any of you.
just keep your head down and suck it, sister. That's how it works. That's how you guys talk to each
Yeah,
other.
that's a 10-year program. But you're not a real girl, bro.
Alright.
Excuse me. I never like that. See, fire guys. Girl. Oh, really? First of all, you didn't say it. Alanis Morissette said it. You don't have to take credit for her lines. She's not one. We're one era. You guys are one. You're like the two-head Russian kid.
Yeah. Rush is a phantom enemy.
Cryptic, is that in a fucking fortune cookie? No, the new Star Wars.
Alright, Kalani, anything else? What else?
I went to India recently and I did comedy there. So,
What was different?
I got to go to three cities and it was really cool. Like I got to go to their version of like which is like the campus.
Man, so is it like, I mean,
Did you censor your set?
No, I asked them everywhere I asked them what city.
Very, very fun. And it's hard to retain, but I'll tell you this.
Just jokes, but everything else was
So
okay. And other than that, the two cities like everyone, they got like all kinds of people.
I once performed one of the first group gigs that I ever did. Great scene Tripoli told me, he goes, hey, want to open for me in Modesto, California. On the way there, and I was excited about this. It was like my second group gig ever after La Jolla. This is literally, I've been doing it 9.5 years almost. This was literally like 9 years ago. And on the way there, it's a 4-hour drive. I didn't want to be like, I remember I didn't want to be like annoying or anything. You know, so I just asked once, I go, you know, what's this show?
I call later on the conference here, and I hear from him. I haven't
love
looked
it,
at
dude.
this thing. The guy tells me,
7-Eleven.
I only learned.
From around the world.
That is to be, I haven't learned
once a year to be in this thing.
But when I can learn, I learn to heal. And that's about
It takes place, and I laugh at him. Yes, very good.
We're all fun.
But I laugh at him
Nothing
thinking
learning to
completely
forget about.
in
was a
You
joke.
tried,
And I
I
remember
tried.
thinking, my
What
God,
if I
that would
do
be
so?
fun.
And the
It was
last
actually
Thursday,
7-Eleven
very
owners
last
because
Thursday,
I
and what if I do
great
so?
jokes about,
And then
fuck
you have
this,
a bug. And then you don't feel well. Because you're learning to
But I
change
didn't want,
attitude.
again, I didn't say,
And
I'm
that's
kidding, I
not
didn't
learning.
want to be annoying. I was so
You learn to
grateful
heal.
for pride that I didn't ask him.
You don't learn. You learn every day of the week.
So I told him I was just kidding. And then we got there, and it was actually a convention of 7
The only way
fucking
that
11
I know
owners from around the world. My point is basically I've also performed in India before.
It's a consistent program out there.
And it was in Modesto, California.
Tony Hinchcliffe with the slow burn, ladies and gentlemen. Even though he interrupted his momentum,
Other
he still
problems, a
followed
lot of
through.
people are like,
But that's a true
In the
story.
beginning, I was like, no, just
Well,
turn out.
again,
Thanks,
again.
What was, can I ask you, what was the comedy like?
That's
They were
why
pretty good. There's some comics
after
who
saying
were
it's not about the dots, it's about the learning.
too. So they were like, they were.
It's not about the dots, it's about the learning. That you have to understand that our biggest mitzvah that we have is on prayer. We're in prayer. And most of us here, we would have chilling every day. There's somebody that asked me, God,
And so it's like,
you learn every day. A lot of people have no vision.
so it's pretty cool that
They
we're
never
like
trade up.
trying to like push money.
5 days a week.
The venues didn't even know what stand-up was. So you
But
have
it's
to
much more fun to learn the prayer than the word filling. How do I know? Because you say it every day, but how the prayer can make it feel? You put all the pictures on one scale, one side of the scale. Put Google textures, everything on one side. And push it. You become clear on the other side. Prayer weighs you down. You make it feel.
That's pretty
And
crazy.
you talk that how you talk to them. You can buy a whole prayer.
So the one of that I was like, I was on a show.
He doesn't need tomorrow with him. He doesn't want to teach you.
Yeah, so it was awesome. Like, I went there and I left early because
If not, he doesn't open up a tomorrow.
but one of the comics I was
There
with
comes
him,
a
and I was
learning.
like, how long have you been doing this?
It creates a situation you don't have a choice.
And it turns out
But your mics of the oil that happened yesterday.
I only found out like after I left.
We had a shop in Stanford, Connecticut. Unbelievable.
It's crazy that stand-up just started
Out
there
of reality.
recently.
One thing I want to tell you.
It's been famous.
I'm shopping. Why? You got a 3.5 hours. I'm running.
Bobby, you're so fun. By the way, I think you're absolutely shockingly hilarious for only doing it 4.5 months. You're extremely, and I know you did good the last time too, so that's 2 killer minutes that you have for doing it 4 months. I mean, that's fucking like, I mean, you say you have 20, that's incredible. Your material really
Somebody offered $250,000 for the third.
I don't even get that song tonight.
But
I think that's not
it's
yeah.
everything fucking
It's a non-issue, yeah.
government gave interpreted the Bible for him. He said,
Atlantis.
looking up the
Everything's
people
gonna be
first,
quite
and
alright.
but it's first. I offered $1,000.
Bobby got on, ladies and
Myself, all the
gentlemen.
people.
She's on Twitter at
We
PaulGun89.
had the whole thing coming out and talk about it.
We're having fun.
For 30 years, for 30
That's
years.
mom, you having fun? Awesome.
It's
No,
wow,
Chris
there's a lot of
Cyborg,
talk and
huh?
on Trump.
Chris Cyborg did fun.
Beautiful to have something like that.
You guys know what Tony wrote to
Talk.
her.
Earlier, when I woke up, she tweeted.
She was going to come down. She's been threatening Tony with Tony's joint about her penis.
Well, Joe basically forced me to make a joke about her on the podcast. Me, him, and Dana White after multiple huge podcasts. We talked about roasting, and you say, you told Dana, Tony can roast anybody. Show him, Tony. And I'm like, that's not how it works. What do you mean? And I go, what do you want me to roast?
We're talking about roasting
$180,000.
Yeah.
Not Canadian. US dollars.
You said Cyborg.
So Tony and I both said
It's
something totally
We're
inappropriate
sitting
Right.
regarding cutting weight.
and we're one speech to the other speech.
Wow, obviously both guys were drunk. We're having the bag.
And then the meal, and then nothing more.
But anyway, she's not forgiving Tony. She started threatening him
I kind
immediately
of
afterwards.
And she
trying
tweeted,
to
she tweeted this
drop
morning
what
a,
the result
at
and
something
reflect
with other female
It's
fighter
learning.
Gabby Jiu-Jitsu, who's also a
Love
badass
learning.
motherfucker.
loving
She's also 6'3",
This guy, suicidal.
Yeah, she's
Right.
dropped the reason.
Never love him out there. Right? Love him out.
There's just a social
Love him out.
She also tagged Gold Star though.
She tagged her head stars and TMZ. And she said, hey, what do you say? What do you say we go to the comments for Tony? And to which I responded,
Love him out.
I go, yeah, come on down. 8 p.m. There's a 2-drink minimum. But I guess you'll just have some juice. She's been convicted of doing steroids.
The juice or something.
But I guess you'll just have juice.
Sheer.
Yeah.
Morning.
Which, by the way, I don't know whether she got the joke or not.
3:45 in the morning. I'm going to tell you right now. The minister is not going to be happy with me. Say,
Cyborg, if you're listening, you're more than welcome to come to the show anytime.
Nobody
Because if
will
you lay a hand on me, that video is going to make
because
me
you
think
have
that I finally needed to put my career into
job,
overdrive.
but people said,
Me
okay,
getting slapped, choked out, I want it, baby. Please bring it. It's a weird thing, but now you gotta have all these things in place to be able to make it.
I will show you her highlight reel and it will change your fucking mind.
I know, I've seen what she's capable of. The good thing is that she knows. I'll be unconscious after the first thing that she does. Like, what if she just slapped me? I would just pass out. So she would show some mercy. She'd be like, I killed him.
Hey, Johnny, what's that accent?
I can take it.
How is that?
I can take it like and this way cyborg accent. It's her deeper voice. She's just a tough lady. I didn't say that. Yeah, I remember what you said. Yeah. The Brazilians got mad at me for that, by the way. I had a bunch of soccer balls bounced off my windows for a while. The Brazilians do not have a sense of humor about this shit.
Tony's just actually I talked to her earlier.
Ryan, you are one of the worst guys. It's like,
guys, give it up for Cyborg.
It's not about the dad. It's about the young man.
let's move on with the show.
Okay.
I would have been so thrilled, by the way. I don't know what you guys are. I'm not, whoa, what do you think's going to happen?
all right.
What I said is true.
Very
Cyborg, if you
important
want
thing
to
that
come
I
on the
get
show,
from people, I get,
and
Well,
I
last
want
time
to say
somebody
30
beat the fuck out of you.
different people that here. And one of the
When was
things
the
I
last
hear
time
all
it was a
over
woman?
and
When
over
was the last
is
time
that
it was
it's
the
changed
most
my life,
dangerous
adapted
woman
my
on the
life,
face of
my
planet
life.
Earth?
yeah, if you don't
And
know
When
I
was the last
think
time it was
one
a
of
woman
the
that outweighs
reasons
you by a solid 40 pounds?
creating a
the most
new habit.
powerful man on earth.
Creating a new habit means that something for 60 days in a row
You son of a bitch.
that's in your phone. So it's
How
part of
dare
it.
you, Daisy?
And
Trying to talk some
that's the
sense
other
into
thing
him.
with you.
I'm
People,
trying to make him rationalize that you can't be mean to that lady.
I
I
want
am
more of this
since
character that
I'm
you're doing, Jeremiah, by the way.
started
This is maybe my
doing
favorite
real estate a
ever.
little bit.
Just
I haven't done
feminine
this in
shit.
5 years.
Just like
I'm
go
real
on
estate.
stage like that.
So
Yeah. People
when I
will lose
saw
their
that you
fucking
build a
minds
house,
because you're the
oh,
ultimate
when I-
nice guy and you're
I
walking a
started-
beautiful, dangerous line, and it's
the whole
amazing.
thing,
Jeremiah Watkins,
Wow.
ladies and gentlemen, one of the funniest people. Part of Kill Tony, part of Roast Battle Slow Wave, part of Comedy Central's goddamn Comedy Jam. Jeremiah's got his
And then
hands
this
all
is the
over
story of
everything.
my life.
We know this guy, he's been coming here for years, but he didn't get a
That
pair of cheese.
for whatever reason, I built this habit that me and Tara, relation is what, but I haven't missed not learning, giving without preparing to share all the trials and everything. Over 6 years without missing a single day. And it's because it has not a partner, I didn't do anything special. It's just one of these things that once you get locked in, you do it. And it's beautiful stuff. Even when you don't want to learn, you get tired. Whatever excuses, gave it that. Some Scots and I gave it down. 2 weeks ago, you know what it is? You have to do. It's not fun. You just do it. Run right through it. The idea of this habit. Once you build this habit, build the direction you never even imagined. Health, exercise.
Terry Chase coming in at 50 seconds. People are doing 50 second sets. Look out. Darren, I've known you for how long now?
You better try it to change your life. Help change
Also a message board.
Here we go. Change your life. And finally, I'm just going to say this. Mishpacha, everyone, family.
No.
Guys, I'm going to
Nothing's
tell you a
funnier
story.
in this world to me than this book. If you're wondering what the central core of my evil sense of humor is, there's nothing that brings me more joy than a missed fist bump. Well, they're both terrible. It's not as good. A handshake's a little bit more like that. That one I sort of get. Right, and there's also like less you can do with it, like the high five. Like one thing I do, high five can be like, oh, you're so look at they miss that.
Every silly too, because it has the potential. Every onion is $1,000 worth of money. And every little payment is $1,000. And a handshake is basically neutral. Handshake's neutral. It doesn't really have any. So there's no shittiness attached or weirdness attached. I just start in my missing thing. I just start popping and mocking.
It's Jeremiah and Stacy there.
Wow.
So Darren, you've been doing it a few years. You've been on the show a few times. A little bit that I know about you, you're an amateur professional wrestler. And your character was what? The Jobber? What was your character's like name? What was your thing?
Gisela is coming from Miami. I'm going to be there to do a show. I'm traveling.
You didn't do that in the 50 seconds you were
By
on
the way,
stage tonight, so
anybody
that's surprising.
So Darren, you're Street 5. Everybody's looking for a private jet right now. It's difficult, but it's my flight this morning.
Chevy Cruz
Flying
sounds like
tomorrow
Tom
morning.
Cruise is like a legitimate cousin that he doesn't want anybody to know about in Kansas. Is there like a parking lot that all the comics that live in cars that you all like go to?
Miami.
You know, like a CVS
Satellite
or something.
from there, New York.
So you sleep in your car?
And here I just want to
Back
tell you
seat, or do you extend the driver's seat back?
over here. Google.
Driver's seat.
Whoever does it,
They're like involved in driver's seat with Chevy Cruz.
unbelievable. Last night I didn't see them.
Oh my God.
But it pops out. So it's
Just
like,
saying, Tony.
there's 3 apartments
I know
in
you
the
were
first
just-
level.
So
20
Darren,
plus
you're in
per
a
day.
Chevy Cruise. You're all common.
Fully loaded. Stop.
There you go. You got to laugh on that one. Mail back out. Darren, so you're sleeping in your car for the past year, and you have a certain spot. Like, maybe
In the basement, that's what it's called. FYP.
anything crazy ever happened to you in the middle of the night?
Every single night. Every night. Not once a week. Every night.
Wow, he's just walking down a fucking street. He says somebody's sleeping, and he woke them up like, hey man,
Smoke.
you have any weed?
Smoking.
Because if anybody's got good weed, it's the guy that's sleeping in his driver's seat. Because he has so much to give away to other
Yes,
people.
of course.
Then again, the weed could be so powerful
And
when you stop and pull over,
food.
curl up into a ball.
Let also
Maybe the guy's on this.
let me fuck his friend. Positive location over here.
How often do you get to wrestle, amateur wrestle? Like, how often do you get to use it? How do you make money?
They don't show speak. No, you're going to read some Hebrew. You're going to read people doing some English.
Wow. Oh, wow. How do you learn? What?
This is Rabbi Top.
Here's a new habit.
This is in his dining room for space.
I finally realized that that's what we wanted all along. Yeah. I mean, it really is pretty unbelievable.
All right.
The drop of
This,
quality.
when I was moving, very nice, very emotional.
Happy Gilmore.
No, not just Happy Gilmore.
You guys want to watch Jack
Chill. That's what having kids does.
The cops need to do the
Adam Sandler
visual
plays
thing.
his brother.
This is at the top, tomorrow.
It's funny when little kids are having a laugh and you laugh too. It's funny for
I
them.
just want to show you
There's
what
a part of Happy
so
Gilmore where he's
we give
just
him a lot of
meeting
money. So I
Chubbs
want
for
to
the
say
first time.
the person that did
All
it
the
was
food,
a famous fall.
and he's still
in
getting beer cans into a trash can, and Chubbs is like,
called
"You great golfer, you gotta listen to me." And he's hitting the thing. There's a part where he hits his hand out into the street.
And
I
he
literally, every time I watch Happy Gilmore, I rewind that part about 45 fucking times. It's funnier every time. The hand lands and he goes, "It's okay, it's dirty, it's made of good wood." And the semi-truck just goes, for no reason. And then the next scene, it's like chopping people in the hand. It's not fixed, it kills me to my core. And I hate almost all comedy for something like that. That whole movie's very funny. When Brad Pitt gets hit by the car, I keep rewinding it over and over.
All right.
Oh, you're crazy.
You're gonna put this
So
down.
Darren, your background work doesn't seem to really like me that much of a sort of job.
Septa and Meyer Fisher donated the fire shot. So we're gonna say that'd be why Fisher will do that mark. But it was the white shot is occupied by an entire hit. So Fisher of the MPY Fisher edition tomorrow is sponsored by the Islamic channel. And like Eric Collins, in addition to develop profit,
So are you really getting girls to like go on car rides with you?
family, all those things, trying to develop that baby by doing
Excuse me?
value.
Yeah, that did not get a lot of it. All the urine is on the inside of her body, not the outside. Don't need it.
So how does that work? You go back to their place?
Understand that
I don't trust Elon Musk.
Do you ever
I don't trust Elon Musk because he's I watch
What's the problem?
You mean he's the CEO of a company?
He's a silly club leader. Okay, I don't trust him. Why not?
Who do you trust?
What? Why not? Well, did you see the documentary yes, his interview with them? And he said he was talking about it. That's fine. He has I just think.
Did he really have my resume? Just like just turned me on by some internet? That's so
by meaning of life.
That's what a home run looks like. So what about it?
Here's the house.
I know if he was sitting there right now. Well, if he was on the piano,
Before Shlomo Esther
which we're like,
Bas,
right? But you're like saying it's like.
I think I don't know. I'm not a
Would
huge
you
fan
ever buy
of
one of his
his
products?
Would you ever buy one of his products? Would you ever buy one of his products? I don't know.
that's the one about the walk.
I'm gonna stick with my guns. Fuck Elon Musk.
And I
I still don't understand why you think he's a
I think a lot of people so I really
basically think the yellow spirit
I seriously thought he was a cologne brand.
that's the tag just as it comes to yours. It's that could be a gift. No, it's not touch nasty.
I don't think you get to be a super genius without making a lot. But you gotta look at the guy's accomplishments and they're pretty stuff. It's amazing. He's always
There's no more cheetah man. That was when we were on the safari. Homeland is in red. So he said,
he has a Scientology. He has a Scientology quality.
last time I was riding that this year, so donate $5,000 or something. I'm supposed to 1,000. Next place, I'll get 5,000. Cheetah man could have been 9,000. We both cheetah man because 5 people or 435 ago. The rest you see a cheetah.
Elon Musk is a friend of rich people.
Which is the weird, and we believe it happened to Caesar because of talked
the
about.
fuck
He
is
was only
going
cheating
on?
man. He said, I don't want to be called a cheating man anymore. Now I'm the real cheating man. Whole Andy, he started the pledge $1,000.
What'd you say, Byron?
Here it is. Like I'm some like
Byron's got it.
Congratulations,
very
Byron.
products, start after 9 issues to read. The dedication to third
All
reading
right,
from the
Darren.
cheer.
Well,
The vision of Sinana's rebellion versus
what's your
Texas
plan to
how to
get
love
out of the
our
car?
children
Saving
as
money
the
in
sport
Salt
by
Lake
the
City?
Ortega and Richard Yakatayo.
When you're hooking up
I
with
tell you the
chicks, when you
story
get
now.
back to their place to
How long are we in the cheer? That's not a time. 37 minutes? No. How many? What are we? I'm writing how long are we in
All right, there goes Darren Chase, everybody.
Huh?
He's on Twitter at Darren Chase.
here? In there. 15? That's perfect. No, it's not 15 minutes. No way.
Yeah.
I'll
It
say the
seems
story
like a
every
lot of
time.
comics actually did.
Harry Blau, Mia Zulal, Denzel, and Eric
It's a cool
Fonsa.
story when it's
So
over.
half of empty white left in the Think rebellion and new white people coming to the Nazi around the community. So you guys.
It definitely only works. Yeah, it definitely only works.
MUIR Anonymous.
You know what I mean?
Joseph Benkai Sarah for Toronto Reva. Push them on the Itan Benkai Broker. And more than Nestor. Push the other that is there.
Byron Powers will probably not ask again.
Yes.
How are you?
Are we in 30 minutes?
What do you do, microdose?
I don't want to freak you out.
Yes, that's more than
Someone calls on acid. Somebody call me.
I didn't say that. Okay.
I gotta get out of here.
Everybody say, they make a scene
The really
on
great thing about microdose.
Done a bunch of stuff.
stuff that's welcome. You see it burn. Hopefully it's test.
Yeah.
The mayor teacher got up
It's
and
not.
said,
You mean
enough of
microdosing,
this
like
welcome.
taking a small amount every
It
single
was
day?
just that period of time where Barry was not in several of the I don't remember all that people said. I remember why they didn't die. It's a very short enough, welcome. He was enough for the new car. He had an unbelievable time learning Buffalo. A lot of people in Buffalo. When I saw Harry Heinrich, he was in his podcast, and he walked into the hotel lobby, and
It could be no time
Guys,
at all. I remember it was just recently I was sitting right next to you live at the annual podcast.
recreating
Found
what
out
is
that
there.
marijuana was influenced. That was
Why
awesome.
would
We lit up
with
the
smoke
joint.
and fire? And they recreated his death as well. And Harry Heinrich comes in, he says, this is his death as well. This is his death speaks on, and he's the key of the movement. And I think to myself, wow, yes, we go fast. And the nice thing is sudden here. This is the show from the funny we were talking about. I was moved without thinking, without stuttering. He said it. And that's what that baby does.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
Right away,
60 seconds
as the old
uninterrupted.
you can't dismiss that message. And it's something enough.
You got movement up there?
Article is very,
There
very
he
similar
comes. It's
to
Bruce Gray, ladies and gentlemen.
that. This position of Monopoly is the difference is
Girlie's different crush on high school.
we're talking about
Twitter the other day.
carbon animal. On Monopoly, we're talking about
Went over to see what she was up to. Went over to look at her Twitter. A lot of troubling stuff is what she's been up
same
to.
way.
First thing I
The
see on
one
her
is
Twitter is this
red,
really guy wants a chance
flower,
with
and
me.
other things around
You're
it.
gonna love eating ass.
The second layer you mentioned,
I don't love it, but
so Monopoly is ridiculous to the Lloyd Shimon.
next to it said, I literally eat a Panda Express every day.
You remember if you fall, you don't
Maybe the chances of what I need right now. I'll be fine without a chance. Did you see that not to
When
get
it comes
punched? How fun was that?
green
It's a fun
a
thing.
milk of
Old
40
fashioned
well.
American fun. I don't
You
know.
just tried it in the head. Everything is about marijuana, not shovel.
If there was a video of Donald Trump getting shot
Yeah.
in the head, I could probably watch it 5 times. If there was a video of Donald Trump getting knocked out like he was on World
And
Star,
we think back to Monopoly.
I could watch that hundreds of times. It'd be just fine. Cool. Thank you guys very much.
Here's some of the stuff that I was hardest to
Bruce
together.
Gray.
This is red, just let my fun.
Can't believe you're that
Yeah, let
anti-Donald
my
Trump.
so
You
from
look like
the weed.
Barron if you go lock in the
Yeah,
pantry
left
for a year.
So let's focus on the two top left. You have Minchas Mafresh and Minchas Mafresh.
How dare you talk about your
Both very
father?
similar. Same ingredients. In fact, that's exactly the same. Well, one, a little sauce than the other because it's made in a Hebrew dish. Like a beef pizza. Another one is a flat pizza. And because it's flat, the oil brings out quicker, so the minchas is harder. So, plain pizza, but it's doing the minchas mafresh, in fact, the minchas mafresh is messed up the
Chocolate factory.
You messed up.
And you're for those of you that didn't get that one.
The owner must bring another mincha. Well, what do you do with the mincha that he messed up?
That was a big stretch.
You do it. You bring it back. You bring it. The owner's going to have to bring another one. Like, seems like a lot when it comes to surviving. If he messes up, if he's doing it slowly instead of in my rough, you continue. But the owner,
You did good. You had a tough job of resetting the room. I was pushed so
for
far
over
in the
there,
back.
we
I
cost a
didn't
lot
see what
more.
happened.
Like $6.
So then Pat dropped the girl
And
voice.
after doing it, it's $500. Another person. But just like,
Do you live in your car?
No, I
I
don't.
think it's awesome to do something to
You live with your parents?
No, I live in like a big house in like a, it's in a country club, but I don't have it's fun.
Then you
Yeah,
pick the
it's
carbon,
white.
throw it out in the garbage. Let it go. Garbage.
ACIU white too.
Garbage.
Let's not talk about that.
And the same thing I mean,
How do you living at a country club with him?
bring the nothing. Mix up, throw it out. You caught it. Hello, should help me with balance. But it's also the word to address this word hello. What it could say is, the love is only the balance place. The island, the owner, what's it? That's the thing another
They
thing.
built this house like shit, and it's like
The word hello,
all the neighbors are normal.
curious word. What's it doing next? Hello. Hello means only.
What's the worst thing?
The way on the
There's the
what's in the
laundry
Whoa,
thing. Just like there's a pipe
just like you have that talking.
this kind of angle, and it just shoots water sometimes. It's like a hose. It's like it's so little rent that I'm afraid to ever say. I just want to keep continuing my life semi-comfortable.
Should bring
It's totally
three.
very funny in that what you just said. You talk about
Should
that.
stand
Yeah, I talk
for
about having a lot of roommates.
Shmiat. Basically, you hear it. You don't survive. You don't know about it. Or deeply, like deeply,
350 a month. That's ridiculous.
and the cash stands for everybody.
It's a nice
Yes,
room and it doesn't have the pool.
you said. It's very
That's why I
quick.
don't want to talk to my landlord ever.
Now we're being part of
So I
common.
keep living this way.
By the way you're shaped, I thought you were your neighbor something.
Now you have to be can't afford the car
Son
bus.
of a bitch.
What do you do? You're very poor. You get away without being a $500 animal. You bring
I'm
something
unemployed
made
right
out
now.
of
I'm getting unemployment.
flowers.
So I gotta.
Now another thing that I remember is
It was a good shitty
that
startup.
carbon Minchas tacos, like
Downsize.
there's no oil. No oil. How do you remember that? Well,
I don't know. They
many
fired me,
people,
but they told me 2 weeks before they were
you
going
gotta
to
go
fire me.
fight
They were going to fire you on the 16th. So
yes,
that's nice of them.
yeah,
Yeah,
that sin is going to benefit you. You're not paying money.
almost 5
In
years.
fact,
5 years.
it's hard. The
So
fact
are
that
you
you
giving
feel
me it all?
like
Sometimes
you're
like
being a very cheap kind of carbon. You're not going to be able to honor your bunch like beautiful person. Flower carbon. No more.
Especially when I got up on stage.
And this that's no. When a husband suspects his wife of being a slapper with another man, he is told especially with another man, she doesn't listen. You bring people to some English, we all know, it's like
How long do you get on the
the whole process. It's very part of the process is she has to bring him in first. And
It's like there's like this dude. That's the thing. This dude is such a piece of shit. He turned the garage into like a studio. Like there's no garage door. He has a garage door built over the
so
garage door. Like,
it's I'll show you a little bit of a video here.
There's 2 of them live in the garage.
yeah,
There we
basically.
go. You guys ready? This is out brand new for today. Of some of the process of the type of the minimum.
Oh,
Is it illegal or no? That's super illegal. Yeah, it's definitely probably illegal. It's definitely illegal. If somebody knows a way I can make money off of this, talk me after the show, and I'm totally. Let's take it like this. You know, like a Corolla show where he calls like
Flour you
how
put
many shows
on
how
top.
shitty the house is built.
Then you reload.
What race is the guy
It's
that
gonna
owns
be
it? Oh, that's good question. Good question. I still want to say he's a gentleman of Indian descent.
Man, we really crossed the streets. I know. I mean, we're a little something about all these things about his races.
I mean, think about it. It makes sense that Indian guy owns it. Diversity. How much money that guy's making? I don't want to see whatever weird happened. It's going on right now.
Please
So
break it up into pieces.
sometimes there's two bathrooms in this place. Say sometimes you're in there taking a shit,
What's this for?
right? And you
If I cry,
that means that there could be
I'm saying I need to blow my
guys
nose.
waiting to use that
Oh,
bathroom.
no, yeah. So the
And they're like,
the bathroom I
I'm
use
saying
is like,
you guys leave your toothbrushes in that bathroom.
no, I don't.
Everybody
I
like
do whatever
packs
Benny
separate
tells me to do.
brings it in.
It's like,
All right.
yeah, it's like
Next. Minchas heute Minchas Knoish. Oh, that's the Levina. Yeah, we're middle. The ad Levina.
24-hour fatness.
And now we're gonna move the Levina to the side.
monster. I mean, for the price, it's way better.
With the pizza.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out.
That's not the drink.
I'm out every night, so I
Oh.
go there and sleep.
Even like that. Okay.
There you go. You a jolly little fellow.
Yeah, dude,
You put in another plea. See another plea. Very good.
Stuff, 5 years.
You put salt.
We'll see you again soon.
Great.
Bruce Gray. He's on Twitter at Bruce Gray.
And then put that onto the. Man, look at the size of the large one. Great.
People are making fun
Oh,
of poor
oh,
Barry.
mom is like real life.
I think he's adorable.
And then the leftovers.
Me too.
Try
Like,
and get them.
like just watching it.
I know. I think he's like the. I think we should.
You should have seen yesterday at the hot house.
Blonde baller in a
That a
fucking
piece
white
of herring, and all of a sudden, the guy comes and grabs the this little piece that I over the plate. Like, whoa, we just dived into that.
Why do you think that is? Fucking do it.
It wasn't funny when they gave me a glass of wine and I drank a little bit of.
I knew it.
Gone. Damn it.
I'm trying to
Go.
decide
What do you
which one, whether I'm on board with the
So,
transmission or like the Rachel.
Minchas Knois. She's much as well. You go like this, Superman here. Straight in. Grab 3 fingers worth. You break it off with your thumb and your pinky. Make sure it's exactly 3.
I think it
Very
looks like a
difficult
creep.
for us to do.
Yeah, it's a walking
And that's
creature.
the
He
piece.
has
That's
very
what
nice
goes in
cheeks.
the rest to the behind the
Sonic, but this
But
Gallagher
if you thought to
column later.
yourself that it's not a Minchas fight, it's a Minchas
What do you
Nizava.
guys wear regular?
It's not a Minchas Knois, it's a Minchas fight. Whatever you messed up with that. It's not when you put the pizza. It's really. And also the cheesy healer.
99 cents each of the
This
dollars.
is saying here,
I pulled
you were
another name
with
out of
us
the bucket in
for
60 seconds. Uninterrupted goes to Michael Scott.
Buffy, you know. And even if you weren't Buffy, I think most people know. But these 4 hour boys are when it comes to a person.
You see
What are
anybody
the
moving,
4
guys?
different things you
I guess he got stuck at the office.
Just
You
pizza.
guys see movement up there? Can you
He
signal
does
something?
Capola. After you shaft it, you
Nobody
see the
moving?
blood in the clear.
Then that means
After
one
that, what do
thing.
you do?
If somebody
boys
misses
don't
their
do?
spot now, you know what
They
happens.
love them.
And
They
they've
walk.
split up
He
on the
wears,
one
put
by
in the cat.
one.
And then
Going
you
to do
straight
solo
up
act for the first time ever. So this situation will not be the Verzi triplets. It will be Mitchell Verzi, ladies
the
and
Shita
gentlemen.
and the
He's
pizza.
gone
The
solo.
Capola
He's flown the
is
coop.
to put it
One
into
of
the
the three
second key like you
triplets.
saw. Right, you had it go.
What's going on? Yes.
Orlando told me
Triplet.
his father once bought a pepper.
We had an older one too.
Cold pepper.
I got made fun of.
In the 80s,
I
$13,000
always tried to do my own thing.
American.
Like I write
And then his
poetry.
brother,
What is
I don't know why they let the brother bring it to the Shabbos table, but of
I
course,
don't know what it is. I like
dropped
it.
it.
I like it. I like it.
Gone.
Tony likes to
You
point
know,
out
it costs like
great, so
$1,000
I'm up
to
there,
fix the deck.
and this
You know, it's gold.
comes out when I have to say the word
Please,
list.
please start it.
The list is like in a
Oh,
war,
no,
and
no,
let
no.
everyone know that God hates you.
What are you doing?
It's just
I don't know what's worse. The guy playing on his cell phone on WhatsApp, or you learning over the stuff on Facebook there.
I'm still convincing them that I'm not gay.
I see everything. Hello.
When I was 13, I grew my hair out, and they decided I had time to cut it. So what they did, they held me down, and they got a pair of clippers, and they got me flustered. I was trying to get, I was yelling at them.
Ew.
It came out as, stop! Stop! I'm serious, guys! I'm serious, guys!
Stop up a little lower, not to disturb you. Wow. Okay, anyway. So,
I did not hear you say finish.
no something. You did a couple on the screen.
That was the ending.
Zihila. And you moved it, you walked towards his death. What is that called? We lost. But you hit clear. And one of these four avoiders had the wrong myself. You could ruin it in any one of the four. So let us see what you know happened. Or he started off good. He said, this is the new type. And then he flipped it on me. You should have. Oh, you can look at this one. He started off bad. And then he flipped it to it. See it. That's the place. It's like, he started off bad. Of course, try to make it good. I hear it footage you start off good and then you messed up. Okay, you start off bad. He says beautifully. He says, I was thinking. He says, well, start off good and then you went bad. That's bad. Why? Maybe the whole concept of shots. First of all, you go by the last thing you do the first one. So I think, if you start off bad, then you realize you went to good. By the, whatever you did last. A lot of times in stories and finance and shots, you go by the last flush, maybe also by a mice. No, much more even start getting bad and you went good.
Does your brothers have like that spurt with your lip also?
Base out this is simple stuff. What does it mean? You start off good and bad. You started off with shaving yourself, but it didn't want it a little. Push on it. But then you went to the infinite top. So what is one of this one? How did you start off bad and you went to it? You went bad. It's not a Michas Dov. It's a Michas Chayt. You thought it was a Michas Dov. Then you went to Michas Chayt. Great. Ask the Gemara, what do you listen Ella? Why do I need the word Ella? Only. How does the word only start? Six. Hey, this is the word only about Torah. Get the Torah message out. No? Yeah, to bring another one. So, the bottom of the Loyal, the Loyal is your play, but the middle of the fall chair, as I already explained it. The owner is not going to get us apart from this one. But you continue doing what you need to do. Just because you messed up in the beginning doesn't mean you messed up. You messed up once. Go back to what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to be a Minchas Chayte. You thought it's a Minchas Dava. Now you figured it out. Go back to Minchas Chayte. I'm in a Minchas Chayte now. Who are you doing it? Don't bring another one. You just think that it's a Minchas Chayte. To the Rabbi. Rabbi said, Rabbi says that if there was a carbon, it was an oilah, and you shechted it thinking that it's a shlomim, let's say. So don't say, oh, it's a shlomim, forget it, I messed up, so let's continue to mess up. No. When you sprinkle the blood on the back, you say to yourself, this is an oilah. You guys in sorrow, you guys in either your logic, or that's possible. Yes, sorrow now, Shanibar, because he made a mistake, or I'm in Shanibar, the Mazel, he should be with his mistake. So, boy said, I gotta close it. One of the most emotional stories that I've heard about. I heard a lot of people say that story. Seems the guy here. Hey, I've been sold for 5 years, even on this year. Since I started doing this year, I haven't missed a single kilo in over a year. Mincha Myra really
Oh boy.
Wife, him, Ryan, kid.
So
This was an unbelievable
Mitchell,
story.
how else are you different than your brothers?
She's Gingamam married.
He's the same. I don't know.
But he's never retired. Decided one day that he had enough of life. Just check this out. I know the sea was donated with it. It's like when she kills. The thing is that part of the kid. There was some people on the here.
Are you the one that had a band aid on the one store? Yeah,
Right.
that took 2 weeks.
And
Yeah, maybe the list
I must have been so it's not come on, you kill yourself while you're laughing. So you think, then he started crying and all this stuff. He was dopamine and
you
stuff.
like all had the same
When he came back to himself, and he didn't take it out. He says, I didn't, spirit didn't change my life, he gave me life. But he said, like, if you want to send the cheers, he's up with you for the time. And I said, well, it's not other people. Because this is just back on him. On other people. Because our people out don't know the site. I got to remember it's pushed to the site. And I told her, since then I told her a lot of fuckers that are struggling. And it was shocked. You tell the people. See a guy out there telephone.
And that was when you were around 13 years old. Sorry, Mike Schmidt has figured out what I figured out. I don't think it was your broken nose. I think that the top of your mouth, I can sort of see you do
Doesn't mean that shop is over. And that you smoke
like a shih tzu.
he smoked it. It's over.
And your tongue is bouncing off of those
He messed up in the
you
morning.
didn't wear your
And now
retainer
that's one
chapel
cause.
at the same time
Keep chopping.
as
The person has to tell you about it, he does something. So he wrong. He messed up. Doesn't mean that the rest of the day. It's just he straight. He ate straight in the morning. He
you
didn't
already
care for
have
it. He
cold
started.
sores. It's not going to take away any of your
I'm not competing with him. He messed up. And that's why she straight from the beginning.
You think that's a
Messed
triple
up.
thing?
People don't realize it. It's all or nothing. Look at that shopping. This shop was right there. I messed up my throat. Okay. I promise you, the British will love you. And say, listen, I messed up.
Dr. Rogan and
Mitchell.
From here on, I'm not gonna keep shopping.
I'm glad that we finally did
From
get
here
to
on
see
out.
one-on-one with one of the Mercy triplets. I do like this. Let's see how this is
And
going.
yeah,
There he goes, your
beautiful
first
thing
Mercy
about it.
triplet, Mitchell Mercy. We're going to have another Mercy triplet on next week.
the best thing to throw back is he said. So he said, you know what? I'm messed up. I'm shopping. But I can keep at least an hour of time. Keep it out. That hour, I don't think it's good. Yeah, look up.
Wouldn't it be
Look it
crazy
up.
though if they
Not that is
started
the
doing
goal.
it separately
This is
and
not
then
tomorrow right over.
like each other, like which one's
Says,
the most popular? Like
it's a slaughter. It's common
I
sense.
honestly think that this
The truth is shining, but because the person messed up. So I mean, the shining of the nasal, that's what you see with the mistake.
That's more fucked up than Elon Musk.
One of them's
You might
got
have to pay a little bit. It's not. It's not like doing another part. But don't continue with your mistake. Get society. Tell people. They need to know this. Just watch one bad thing on the internet. It means you watch all night.
ladies and gentlemen, comedy store
Go
employee,
night.
former
Whatever
guest,
it is.
Joe Rogan's
Whatever your title is.
Mike
Whatever your
Schmidt,
thing is.
everybody.
Remember this. Wait till it's wrong. Some people say it's impossible. Moitzes sefosecha tishmar v'asisa kashem etarto l'Hashem l'kecha l'zav. You have a big problem with this. First of all, it's Givaldi. Realize. Last year at the Shabbaton, I got up and I cheered to a voice line. I really want my son to learn this stuff. And I need the oil of the shit. You're not going for the $1,000. I got you know what I'm saying? Official was promising $1,000 for everybody. So It's not working for thousands. Let's dialogue in one son, $10,000. My car, 20,000. Well, 20,000. Massive, 20,000. Yeah, $20,000. I'll do it. $10,000.
Very funny everything.
The guy that got the $10,000 dropped out.
Mike Schmidt,
I don't know.
stand up.
But the guy that got the 20, still doing the doctor today, but the not getting paid.
Madison.
I mentioned in yesterday. I said, Mike, this is a Tishma Bosisa. From the doctor, I should get my brother. Better not to promise. Promise and not pay. The guy writes me a text. He goes, oops, I'm one of the guys. It ended up with nothing. 20,000%. Not the whole. Yeah, that'll take 10. It came out of his pocket. So, somebody. So this guy, break up. Yeah, that's why I don't promise. Not because I'm cheap. A little bit of both. So, no, accents and all the same now. We're running. No, man. Which of course, the same is nice that I said over our team. Team with prison. And I can every aliyah there. Baruch. He said, how much? $50,000 of expensive. $50,000 library. 100 for review on Samishi, not Chazak, $62,000 for this. And then, sitting there, please don't call me up. Please. Yeah, boy. I get up there. Misha Berachavotera Mamicho Yaakov. Babu, she said. Huh? How's it? I think it's the say. Okay, it's the gets there. I sent them $18 later. And then I got a letter from somebody. You know, from all those people that donated really want to give us the whole Shabbos. Now, it's actually great. Fine. Talk to Gemara.
What about it? Oh, Jesus. What
So,
did he do? Go on the
here's
Hillary
the problem.
March?
Anybody that's part of MBY knows this, but we have some skills. What's net there and stuff? Anybody that doesn't do the job, know the difference? Anybody? That doesn't do that. Anybody that does the job, no? Huh? The whole room, anybody know?
What kind of dog was it?
Huh? Very good. Who said that?
What's his name? Wembley.
You know that? What's your name?
Fuck.
Did you put it to sleep or did you find it? Or
Yes,
did you
that's what I want. How do you know? So, what's what?
With a voice like yours.
You know how to remember it?
Got put to sleep or...
Dog and zoo. Where does the beer belong?
Yeah,
In the
very
zoo.
hilarious stuff, Mike. I mean,
So
you
that's
know,
how you remember. Seriously,
what's your
it's
favorite thing
play in a
that's happened to you
second.
in your year and a
A net there means array alive. In general, I'm going to bring a carpet. If this one dies, I have to bring another one. The Dava, zoo. Only this
half. Wembley was
this
still
one
alive.
dies.
Everything was good.
So, how do you remember? In the middle of the word Dava, there's vowel base. So, the beer. Where does the beer belong? The zoo. The Dava, there we go. Find it. Okay.
It was a great episode.
Go.
Stories about being a
Zoo. Dava is already zoo. This one, right over.
Like when we were in the parking lot, right there, we just had a
The
conversation.
problem is that in the same passage it says both words.
All the crazy
This is
systematic
Nakarton
racism
Dava.
that they do.
One says
Our
Dava, Nether. Carly, Nether, Carly, and Dava. Calling it both. Hello? I thought it was so much about this story in Nether.
But
Yeah.
your stories are intense.
You say that it's a reason I spoke to, let's say it's like great. And you yikes. Live in the
You're killing it. You're a smart guy, Mike. You're treating the job. You're not one of those people where
He's
he's doing it right.
what do you think?
Mike Schmidt.
No?
He's on Twitter at the Shinola. What do you guys think? Should we go to the bucket one more time?
When the dollar was
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I know, right? What do you ladies think over there? If you get in and out of work as fast as possible. My anti-women joke are not working at all. Speaking of women, we know this young lady. She's been on the show a couple times. Put your hands together for Kirsten Albert.
Where is this? This was live. Oh, and then this was live today. You don't have adults. So I got off the plane and Deborah, and Blau and Sarah, they got us a room in the Marriott to give a share. There is no price to give a share to do this that nobody waits. 10 people, okay? $1,000. There's $1,000. Who's that? It's worth every minute. We're appreciating their food. But as we're getting it, these guys were watching live at their location in and you can see this is the same chart I showed you before of the mileage and shipping from Vietnam. It was in that company. Look, Gemara. Where are we holding time-wise, Mark? We'll go like now we're ready. So we have to do this whole one in 3 minutes. Okay, great. Anybody that does the app knows that on the days is much easier always. The way they designed it tomorrow, the days is always easier than on the hour. The cloud bubble. If our raya goes much quicker and faster, and you cannot do it on 1.5 speed, trust me, you're going to do it on 1.5 speed at 4 speed. So there you go. Let's look at our mission must be not going like a thing by design. It says, if you mess up on your mincha, instead of thinking that the mincha is going to be the oh, they rise the sponsor, the value. By the way, I the word Ella. Listen, Ella, it says Ella. I'm like, you know what that's why you say Ella. What is Ella? It works. So it doesn't have to be another part. It's obviously the opposite, like you said. Mishnah says it doesn't work well. Then I'm enough to this welcome. And I'll tell you why this is anymore. Because a part that is different. Chocolate is not like this in my question. My son is teaching
the creepiest moments of Kill Tony history.
Louder than words. I'm
Brian
making
guessed that this chick doesn't flush all the time. What kind of weird behavior? I can tell her personality is.
All I want, but
You
it's
just
this.
let, like, so,
It's
let me ask
hard
you a
like a
question.
rock.
You took a poop in the
Soft,
morning,
dramatic.
right? You leave it there. And but peas,
So
you'll
what I
let
say is nothing when I'm doing my action is different than my word. I'm not going to listen to my
We're not
word.
going to drought anymore. We're never going to drought anymore. What's not even here this past month? It's amazing. I don't want to hear that fucking word again.
If it's dry,
This rain has sucked.
like a boxer, I could say whatever.
It's not amazing.
It's 5 days and 6 years.
It has not been 5 days. It's not been 5 days. I know because I got the brand new unbelievable car
When you shut the
the week
toilet,
of Christmas, and
no
it has a big fat giant sunroof that I've
got
had
a lot of
closed since I fucking got it because it's rained every fucking day.
so more than so we have a
Josh, why you got your hand up?
When a person uses the word mincha, he says,
What are you saying, Josh? Sidewalker.
Party starter. Josh is the opposite of what I'm
And he
Very
ruins it.
funny.
Yeah,
So with the
Great stuff.
this is
All the
mincha is from mincha.
yeah.
The reason why it doesn't work on
Extremely
mincha
well written.
is
Extremely well
mincha
delivered.
funny, so I'm
Awesome
doing
stuff.
mincha, 2,000 mincha. That's
Fast.
very fun.
always done good, but still, like,
Making
you
see,
tell
I'm
it's like
making a markesh instead of a markesh.
working hard, doing a lot of spots.
Or Rabbi, the Rabbi, you want to see Rabbi, the Rabbi. Did you name of from Shani Rabbi? Perhaps like Rabbi, don't work.
I feel like you have a lot of key in your toilet.
Perhaps that's she might host for what you know, from that another. Don't work.
How long you been doing
He answers over there, something else. Come she didn't play this, come she didn't play.
There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Dirty Hippie Comic, Kirsten Alberts. On Twitter is Dirty Hippie Comic, HIPPY. Look what Troy and Jay Eagle did while you all sat there.
They're playing the mess up. Like
Bunch of badasses.
instead of the guy on the right,
Ryan J. Email for tonight's episode. That ends at
that's a big
RyanJemail.com.
mess up.
Along with the
For
official
something that
Tony
I'm
poster.
thinking about,
Check out all the coordinates at TonyHitchcliff.com. Patty Reagan has a new
instead of
album.
the
This
double,
one
it's
fucking out. Yeah.
not that
Say
little
that.
word.
Say, what do you say the name of it? Say the name of it. They call it Bad Jam.
Let's
Bad
go
Jam.
over.
Pat Reagan,
That's a
P-A-T-R-E-G-A-N. Wait, spell that right? Yeah. Jeremiah Watkins.
How did you play there?
Jeremiah.
Now, this is talking about changing ownership.
Daisy walked in, someone's already got it.
Oh, my
As soon as I said it, somebody was
that's one of them.
Roast Battle 2 is on Comedy Central. Jeremiah's killing it out there. 12 minutes on Twitter. Sorry, make sure you reach out to Jeremiah Watkins on social media.
They watch Comedy Central the 26th, 27th, 28th,
What's the difference between
Joe Rogan, thank you so much. Unbelievable. So much fun.
As always.
Love it. Thank you, live audience. Have a good night. We're going to turn it nerds. The Nick Cobb Show is up next.
instead of a fight day, it's in the double. You know, I'm trying to rob a paper, but you go different. Go with Rob, not now. Tom McCartney, it's called the Shumilka. Tom McCartney, it's called Shumzeva. Person that starts is called being a carbon for a part, instead of a milk for a milk. Again, you can't say that, Sean. I'm going to say milk on the Shumilka. Person messes up and does milk for a carbon, that's no good. I'm sorry, our mission is no good. But Shumilka is talking about a milk for a milk, so that's okay. Again, it doesn't put it down. Why? The condition, what's the muscle of the mission? Shimon has to double, Shimon has fighter. He didn't bring it for carbon, he brought it for a different type of milk. Hello, the Rabbi, Shimon. So before we start, Sugya, we can't ignore what's Rabbi. Okay. However, the Roman there of Shimon other we do have a contradiction between Shimon by Chai. Sanya, Shimon Oimer. What did Shimon by Chai say? That if you mess up on the type of mincha, they go 4 2 ago. You have a price that says, Sanya, it says in the book regarding a mincha, talking about a mincha, says a mincha is like a chasas, like Osh. Really? A mincha is like a chasas, like Osh. Wait. Reish man but I gotta put it in class because my official they don't like it. They want to change the whole world. See, for me, the silver cup, a devilish cup, with a silver top, and I'm going to have to do that. Not nice. Well, yeah. And I said as a joke, seriously. Next thing we're going to buy one of those umbrellas with the silver top. Oh, no. It's walking a Stecken. What is it called? That's not Stecken. A Stecken is what my Rebbe gave me pet with. This is a Rebbe Stecken. A Zubin Stecken. Go. But my official now the Rebbe bless him. Says again on these shoes. Okay, great. Going this is the bulb. $100. Yes, we got $100. By the way, Mark, how many minutes since you said no?
Feels good in here, right? You guys ready for an
What
exciting Monday or what?
3 minutes. I'm telling you.
He's going to Austin, Texas, the big time podcast. Show that you're up right now. You're listening to this podcast here, the 21st.
Yes, we got this full of I missed the word since I spoke about. Yes, we got this awesome. Yes, we got this awesome. Mincha is quite direct. Sometimes a mincha is like a hot. It's a bit much to the small, too like a hot. No, yeah. You mess up on a contract, awesome. So the same thing by a mincha spicy. Mess up, awesome. If it wasn't for the small, you have the wrong intent while you're doing the meat up, and then also, too like a hot. Now, how is the mincha similar to awesome? Mincha similar to oh, I really want if I'm bringing a voluntary mincha, I want to give some of the people to the brother. That's not it's much playing messes up on the street and then things always under the dog up. It's a mental zero. The heart of mouth is like in the last stop and something. The problem is linear is that the first humans it doesn't work. And he says you mess up with something. Instead it's like it's no good. I'm a rabbi. That's reconciled. Like that, I'm just going to put it down. When mess up in the type of carpet, type of mitzvah, that's kosher. That's what Rav Shimon was saying is kosher. Why? The mice is mezia. It's not mezia. I can tell what you're doing. You didn't really need to say that. You can say the wrong. You call your kid, anything that has a boy. You go, you go, Aaron, Phoebe, Lozzie, that. No. You don't mean to say it. The guy in front of you, the mice is the kid, right? In front of you, call the wrong name. Getting him out. When you're talking about a minchas and you call it a minchas, whatever, you just remember to doesn't. That is so I'm just violent. But another owner telling us a lot of good. That is over here you don't prove what you meant to do. That was in your shoving. Hold on about it. If you're talking about medication, I'm learning this from a limud in the Torah. When it comes to a limud, I'm making enough communities. Mali shouldn't play one shouldn't buy it. You mess up. LA, people who come or this is what it's not a limud in Torah. What's that is why would Reb Shimon do logic? Reb Shimon's daughter tried to grow. I was just thinking, I don't know if this is appropriate or not. But you know, a lot of Hasidim are very rich in by them, like Boimer is mom. Maybe the holy example by a lot of Hasidim. We like the same level as and Hasidim, they always look at the communities and what's going on behind the scenes? Why did everybody do this, like that? And then, one shot, very undistraught. You know, like when you take a mask from somebody up to the back in the night, let's say you're the mono, now mono. So it's going to the teaching bond. They're also, you know, the Svara. Or the word, so what is it said? It's very good. You can see what the person Machshava was by the action of his face. Since he's making a thick mincha, that's what he meant to do. Look at him, he said a thin one. He made a thick one. Tomorrow, we can make something go. Not sure when you can't tell what you do, that's possible. From the nuclear, what about trouble? How far do we have, Mark? on. I'm at the end. 57. Huh? Are you serious? Yeah, I have to, first of all, I have to say like this. Hal gave us a very large invitation for our Shabbaton. So I want to thank our pal. And over here we have Michael Benji in honor of my father, Jack Benji for attending the share in person. He's listening to me twice. So Malaysia and Michael's brothers are as well. A very, very big part of the doc out in Miami. And I heard that his father, Michael's father, Jack, is a very good part. How long have you been doing the doc with me? 4 or 5 years. You want to go on the 50 bucks? Daddy and Mommy Sad, Bananas, Fine, Fast, engaged in finishing shots today. 7.5 years of rebellion. Unbelievable. 7.5 years. It's very rare to have people that finish shots. First person I wrote him, I'll be coming out to the single shots because he was at the phone. A lot of people start strong, and you want to start here middle. You drop off the start, you know, I don't know, sometimes it's a long part. Playoff, so people fight. I want to mention that I went to visit Avi Pirate, right? Last night. That they like, he watched here. He basically went bed and a lot of places. Both of them Weaver and College family. Now, and for the marriage of 2024, rough on top, Yukon Ghana, and Jimmy Hushlifer is taking about 12 on the phone. From one of my Bible, Sabbath and Elvis, faith, Dr. Tucker, come after a full day of learning, rest, tremendous, and talking, come every day. After learning, I don't know, play videos, they come, they learn paradise, like Perfect Lowy, and out of that, so brown coat, white stripe, your city, Rabbi, those who don't know, I was told my mother about this, but by the way, I'm very happy. I didn't read all this. Crazy amount of unfortunately, my mother fell about this, but this is that room that costs $1,000 penny. The whole thing is having success makes her affordable. Actually, by the way, I was curious to talk about, I don't know this, but I was curious to talk. Over $2.5 million a year to produce. That's what we do to players to be responsible for. But of course, I didn't use all kinds of responsibility. Okay, tomorrow we go to sad artists back in the scroll. First, having the first side, have a wonderful There is a split spreading for throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
I was kind of scared though. It's 47. That's old. Like I thought for sure the baby was gonna be retarded. Like 47 is the number of chromosomes that thing should have had. You know, I thought they were gonna come out with a helmet on, had this little trapezoid head. I know. There's nothing wrong with having a mentally challenged child, except the next 18 years. But other than that, I feel too bad. It's okay. Sympathize with the aunt. For the aunt the entire time for that show. The poor woman had to give 3 mediocre Christmas presents
What's been happening in your life? I mean, when did you come up with that? You wrote that in the
I have a week, so that's what.
right.
I only wanted to do it 1 week because it's only a week, so I don't want to. And I was trying to do something that we would never ever do. And
What's been happening in your life in which you think you're different than your two brothers? What's something that sets you apart from your two brothers?
I'm much better than both of them. That's it.
All right. What's your best?
I mean, it sounds very corny, but we literally do pretty much the same thing. We all work together, we all work construction, and everything you say sounds corny.
So you're very shallow because you were talking about your hand being ugly, you're hotter, and you're.
I'm definitely more shallow than my brothers.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I mean, and really, versions are like verbs, like this is vanity versi, there's common versi, there's already versi, there's closeted versi, always versi.
I take a little better care of myself than my brothers do. Like the one that's coming up next week, he's a little fatter, less cheap.
So, like, okay, so if you take care of yourself better, then that's a thing that sets you apart from them, right?
Yeah.
So what are things that you do to take care of yourself better than your exact DNA two triplets don't do?
Like I definitely go to the gym more, I eat a little better on the just getting a little better on that front. So he started eating better as well.
What do you mean by eating better? What do you eat?
Well, Sean don't eat.
It's fucking first it's filled with microbes.
You just call it all of your different family members that sure pretty much is.
You're leaning on the mic like Bruce Springsteen posing for Apple.
Yeah, little bitch.
Every birthday it looks like they were rejected by different baseball teams. It's I would have been in the Philadelphia too. I don't know.
So when you got your last week, the grade was better, number one or number two, what did you choose? Who do you think? Let's ask him first.
Oh, Mitchell probably did better than I did just for listening to the audience. Mitchell probably did better than I did.
So you're going to be thinking the triplets.
Apparently right now, it's pretty good.
Oh, we can say.
We just leave it now.
Alright.
But he has a lot more experience doing it, so I think that was my fifth time doing it by myself. It's just
Maybe spend a little less time in front of the fucking mirror. Time on stage, figure something out.
yeah, I probably do, man.
I do want to count Brett and say that that was great confidence. I know you like looked at the notebook and you're like, yeah, I'm doing retirement.
I want to try something that we didn't talk about. So, I figured that was it. So,
Dude, I'm all about my very confidence.
You may not realize this, but 47-year-old infertile moms still make a demographic from the Death Squad Network. She go find
Keep telling us the name of the kid. Abortion joke. So, Alex.
yes.
Well, anyway. I mean, is there anything else that you think says you're probably dating life? Maybe a little bit more than your brothers? Is being so much better looking than your other triplets?
I think better looking girl. Sean definitely gets away more. He's a little less selective. He just takes it.
Wait, was he the one that had the gold star?
No, that's bitchy, man.
One of them once came up here, is there a point in time where you don't come off anymore? One of the crazy triplets one day came there with a cold sore so bad he basically grabbed the fucking eight standard drugs. It was a jet. And I forced him on the front patio after the show. I forced him, and the two brothers were dying of laughter. I'm like, I want to see what's underneath that fucking thing.
Well, because he tried to put like a lot of color on top of it, and it just made it a little even worse. It was like tanning the
It was a sweater. It was a sweater. The most disgusting thing I ever seen. Versus the volcano or something. Alright, well, Alex, you're talking about everybody but yourself, it seems. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out like what goes on when you know,
I go to the gym, I work in
do you think you get to maybe be a little bit hungry as a triplet, do you think it's sort of like tough to like have it tough as a triplet because like family that
No, I mean, if he was the third one in the mom's tit, he was even. No, man, I was until we just got to like compete against each other. I don't think that Vince is going to be able to hold his own, but yeah, we just get to compete against each other. So that always makes me work a little hard.
so you guys like compete to can write the worst joke?
Yeah. That was my lowest weight. When the shitty is supposed to grab each other.
Sorry, Alex. Well, I mean, you're the second triplet to go. I think that, you know, it's not a competition between you guys. It's just an experiment to, you know, make sure. I don't know what the fuck. It wasn't even my idea, but I didn't want to do it. So, you know, where else I put them on every show, so I said, oh, it was that on. I'm not kidding about these fucking Percy triplets. Do I think they're terrible? Yes! I think they're the fucking worst. I think they're just fucking smart or something. See, when they went off stage, they fucking like hate each other.
I don't think they do. You got all family kids in Florida right now. You sound like you fucking mess up. I ain't a triplet freaks. Look, Vince McMahon and the Ultimate. He's got a fire.
The Percy triplets are my Roman Reigns. Now that's it. It goes out to wow. I mean, everyone's. Just life is something that you really just can't take away. Ladies and gentlemen, I give it to you. One of the greatest humans ever. One of our favorite guests of all time. She can do no wrong. Some people say she's the goat. Some people call her a pig. Some people, if you ever listen to the show before, you're in for a very special treat. I give it to you the one, the only, Aphrodite. So is that really what a black church is like? Oh man, they off the chain, they be smoking the light, you know, I smoke a little weed, go to church, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I can feel this shit.
Tony, the church that she goes to is so black at the end of every sermon, they go,
Oh, no, taking it back, boys.
I'm trying to remember when that was the Blue Jay she performed. She in Colorado.
Seriously, they like the little black church, they off chain with it. Seriously.
Tony, doesn't she look like a 1970s game show microphone? That's what she keeps on doing.
I'm sorry. Something else, you were a piece of work. When's the last time you went to black church? Oh man, I gotta confess, I'm a proud heathen. I ain't gonna go with Jesus or Buddha. I really love it. That's Aphrodite, believe it. I don't even believe. Weed is not a new.
I just noticed her earrings, maybe the best earrings in the whole entire world. They're two little bits. I feel like she takes the most virginity in the coming of age novel.
I just had to get Jeremiah back in the cheeks me and lose my blackness the last time I was here. I'm gonna let him know I'm black and I'm proud. I'm gonna start that right. All I'm saying.
You should have been.
I love it. I love some of the Russian hat that you're wearing today. The Russians did not go over there for this. Get it straight. We still know all shit for black people. Okay, we all know shit. I already said that.
You want to ask where she got it from?
They got nothing to do with it.
Is your hair matching Gorbachev?
Oh man, this is fake smoke. This is good content. I'll tell you, I'm gonna buy
What if they actually just pussy hair? Tommy, she roasted my friend Albert's mom. She looks like a creature from the African American lagoon.
You said you like that reference that we just made. No, man, you just had to keep the whole band back there because it was, black. That was kind of racist, man. Talk about black. Talk about, man. Aphrodite, what did you,
Hey, that was a funny joke.
it was fun. It was all fun to the white people that shit.
Joe's been thinking of that joke for like 6 weeks.
All this damn life, you can't do that damn one line. That's fucked up, boy. Aphrodite, do you write your name? Are you the one that writes it? Yeah. You have really amazing handwriting. I love how you go over each line. That's my name. I'm not talking to my sounds like I was a real motherfuckers up there.
Her handwriting matches her voice.
And black. I mean, you could kind of a little bit really see that. That's right. That's my signature. Hey, your black woman signature, man. You always do a thing where you like turn away from the actual question and feel like a little performance. That's right. I like your style. What have you done? So you haven't actually gone to church recently, but I want to know. I told you before I leave. Gotcha. I want to know what your real life stuff though. After that, you're like, what have you really been doing lately? Change in your life? I'm really excited. I'm going to France this summer with a band called Sideline. I'm back. Sideline? Yes. When you say you're back, what do you mean? Well, I had a little hip surgery. I couldn't walk for almost 3 years without walking, so I am back. I had surgery Yeah. Well, I had the first one December 16, 2014. Came out of the hospital December 30th. Went to bed, rehearsal. Did New Year's Eve in Grand Park downtown for 35,000 people with 17 staples in my head. And then the second one was April 16, 2015. 4 months exactly. They cut me on the left side, 17 staples.
Hearing this is as fun as those are.
It wasn't really the answer that I was expecting. But it was the time that I told I was going to be able to go to Bible City. You know, in the hospital, I got my spices because they know they got this fun food they serve in the
I
hospital.
like that everyone is doing a recap of previous Aphrodite performances. You didn't see Aphrodite season 3?
Like what? What's been new lately? Well, like I said, we're getting prepared for this tour to France, right? Which is something I haven't done since.
So this is really your touring with the Sidewinders. Like, what are they known for?
Well, actually, the same way. I ain't got shit, man. Some songs.
Then where we have the
Different Sidewinders. Oh, it been like that, man. It's a real song. So that shit is trying to drink it, man.
So do you perform by yourself? Hold on, we're testing. This is another Sidewinders. It's only 5 shows. The only other Sidewinders we have is that Dean Sidewinders.
No, it's not the guy. They call themselves a pretty used name, but anyway, it's not the guys, man. We play soul music, you know what I'm saying?
So beautiful. Honest question. Is that a win?
I told you last that shit 29 out of 5. How many times I got to tell you?
Is that like
When you don't work, you just die.
No. I'm just like, you might as well charge your ass now. This ain't free shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask the woman all the damn secrets.
Why do I feel like I'm at the post office now? I'm working stand-up shipping for 2 days.
You got the motherfucking fire just hit.
Golden Brown new for you? Anything you want?
For all the time we watch, I get no money.
Are you getting paid for your trip to France?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've always got to pay for my job.
Excellent.
That makes it better than any other comic that's going to come up on stage tonight.
I'm just blessed to be doing this in an industry that's against people of older ages. I fit all the those. Older than they want me to be, blacker than they want me to be, my ass is way bigger than they want me to be. So I feel great.
All they flat out. Show business.
I ain't gonna keep showing up selling ass to these white women out going crazy trying to get moving out there. People are trying
You're the only person I know that speaks in a chicken wing song.
She sounds like the alien character in a Star Wars scene. Like, we must fight the resistance.
Hey man, I be saying shit like this to black people, man. Like, what's wrong with this nigga?
We can't understand what you're saying sometimes.
I asked him what the hell is wrong with him?
What the hell is wrong with it?
Just got the job. Well, congratulations. There you go. After 61 years old. Better stand by. When you was sitting there wondering what you would say. I don't wish you were friends. I know this guy, one of the fire rising comedians who comedy store where your heads go for what? Savell.
If I was Trump, right after the woman marches, I would just appoint women to every position in my cabinet that has the word secretary in it. Just not even tell anyone, he's not going to figure it out. It's people-centric. You know, when Trump got elected, everyone was comparing him to Hitler, and they also compared Obama to Hitler. It really just goes to show you the depth of Hitler's character. Such a different That's all I got. That's amazing.
Sometimes it's just like, unbelievable joke. I was like, what? How long have you been on stand-up?
Since like 2011, 2010.
That sounds like a big one. Anything cool happened lately?
Been doing all right.
This is so much harder for us when they do well. They're good jokes, they're topical, yeah, shit's going bad, and it's got a weird name, man.
If it was up to me, everybody would just bomb. I call him a piece of shit. We all have a laugh and we get out of it.
We don't have to work in effort on his hair.
Looks like a horse. What's your favorite category of porn?
Probably gangbangs.
Gangbangs. You like a lot of people over there. There's a show where Ryan has to pound porn you like and then tries to turn it into a gangbang. It's women only, so like you're afraid if there's a guy in there. If there's a guy, you might just look at the guy. It's interesting when people say gangbang because that's a lot of people instead of something personal. Or do you have problems with your relationship? I was thinking like social settings, you know what I mean?
I mean, if other people are fucking, I will fuck too.
Dude, Tony, this guy's dope. He does have the stage presence of the last guy in the game. He's just waiting the whole time. Man, I get if you're tired, it's okay when you go home. We'll just reconvene at a better time.
Hey, Rabbi, you want to know my category?
Yeah.
Finger blasting.
Category for that?
Yeah, that's me.
So what, I mean, that's fun stuff. What you all got recently?
Yeah, just gonna see all the posters. It's Hitler. It's the ones that Obama portrayed.
The first joke that you did you have more to the beginning or did you just fail around and switch to it? So what about you were like, it wasn't
There are some parts to it, but sometimes I don't always do it. I mean, I forget. And move on as we saw.
it was nice.
Just think of when someone wins Rose Battle and you're like, man, I bet that guy's whole life has changed. No, the next night he's just talking to some dude named Wolf. Yeah, not that much different.
I want to have a set do you have? Do you like just say you're comfortable with?
I don't know, man, 5-10 minutes.
Do you have any special skills or talents in stand-up comedy?
You said you've been doing it for 5 years and you only have 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, so I just sit up and be like, yo, I'll knock out an hour.
I mean, if you have like 15, 30, after that long, I would expect
I've done 30 before, but like,
do you perform a lot?
yeah, I perform all the time.
What do you do?
Like every person that writes about not owning a television.
What do you do for work?
I do bar trivia, like I play bar trivia. And then I also do some copy editing, like freelance.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I've got 50 minutes on board. Trivia is fun. It's stand-up comedy.
How are you a gift to the library?
I try to martial arts. He did play the one. Martial arts and play music.
What kind of martial arts?
Kung Fu.
Wow, really? Well, my friend, if it hears the boom and the sound of those drums, you know what that means.
He just works the Lord into breaking itself in half. You don't want to be the other dude, bro. Tony, high kick challenge.
Yeah, I love that.
I had a surgery last year.
Wait, did you have double hip surgery?
So I get wider.
Did you
practice it and then?
Near that.
Herniated disc. I get surgery almost like that.
Is there something that you were doing?
I think it's probably from lack of doing something. This is like if the guy from Crash Test Dummies just had a conversation. You guys sure don't want me the wrong way.
Well, what's the craziest thing that you've ever done and got to play with?
I felt like a stripper for like a year, friends with benefits, like my condo. Dude, I knew this guy was dead. The review of the Sunset Road. That's right, honey. We've been straight up raw dogging I might be your father.
So,
Dance at Jambos.
wow, she just danced at Jumbo's and you stumbled in there one night, had to threw back a shot in the mirror, and you see her come out.
No, I made it online.
And then it's just away for a year.
She was a one-night stand.
Was it like you guys were dating or you guys were just fucking?
At first we tried to like date for like a few weeks, but
It didn't work, but you kept fucking for a year.
yeah.
Go shot. Damn.
You said Jumbo's, right?
The
Yeah.
torsioners at the time.
No, this was like 8 years ago.
I was thinking if we dated the same girl.
Jumbo's is the most honest name for a strip club. Jumbo's, you know what this is.
Bullshit. Jumbo's side is almost around.
I did not expect it to end with the words.
You were fucking a stripper for a year.
Yeah.
So, when did that end?
At least one of these revealing parts of yourself on stage. You notice one, two, and missing out your whole. You should give her a personal. How do you expect the casting? Yeah, you put your dickhead as dope. That's true. You got another kind of weird misogynist. You know, fuck black lady, clean yourself. I won't dare touch that dog. But here, but you can mention anything you might have. Very impressive. So you made it out with that no STDs? Yeah, actually not. It was, no, she did contact me afterwards to say, I do have something now, so go get checked. You must have made a total mistake. What was there? Oh, shit. These holidays later, fucking you without a condom was this phone call. Which symptoms was it? 2 months ago. It's kind of once a week. That's the champ. You reigning defenders. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Is it really? So what? I mean, I take your phone personality. Figure something out. Like, go some more fun space, more fun stuff to talk about in between. Telling really funny yellow jokes. There you guys, one side, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting that he chose Instagram, probably because he knew that I was going to say Twitter. So he got a plug out clean for his Instagram. He looks like a guy who writes smart yellow jokes. Well, this is fun. Really is fun. You guys are having fun. We don't do, repetitive chants or anything like that. Like the WWE and other shows. To keep the energy at an obnoxious level, I like to let you guys relax every once in a while. You guys want to yell things? You do? Go follow yourself. Minutes ago for Janelle Dotson, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so how does this work? We just get a minute. Alright. Well, this is the actual time we live in, isn't it? I think so. Everybody's concerned about all sorts of shit, like Trump's out there doing basically what he said he's gonna do. I feel like we're missing one pretty big question, and that present question is about Melania Trump. Hostage Jehovah. Like, it's a very big question. It's a pressing question. Like, hostage Jehovah. Like, I don't know how to discuss it. Like, should we be talking shit about her, or should we be staging a rescue? Like, I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? I guess it's a very important question. I don't know. Hostage Jehovah. Like, am I the only one waiting to hear about the human trafficking? It's just me. I'm the only one. Melania Trump, the human trafficking, Russian mail order Brian story. You can't know about it. That's too much. You never thought about this shit? You say it's deep. You never thought about this shit? Seriously? Like, she's been quiet. Everyone, because he's like, shut the fuck up, bitch. He possesses her. Like, you never thought about that shit? Like, you're going to find out. It's like, I caught her for a very good price, I love that was topical material from someone with a Livestrong bracelet. Yeah, knowledge still lies 10 years. shit too. Like, I don't know, transporters.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
I like how he looks like a little yachty that sounds like Bagger Vance. But sound like Bagger Vance. Great sandwich. What the fuck?
Jamel, where are you from? You might be a little bit ADD, Jamel. You're like if Snoop Dogg didn't smoke weed. Where are you from, Jamel? Oh, very nice.
Demographically, that does make sense. How I come from I can tell. I know you very well.
How long have you been in LA?
Like,
You visiting or you live here?
let's get them out.
You live here? Oh, very nice. So there you like you were lying. It's not that I'm guessing that you're lying, or I'm guessing you're lying because of the way that you said it.
You're in the same way that Melania's a hostage.
Yeah, she's having the time of her life.
Totally.
So, wow, is this something you've always wanted to do with her?
Yeah.
What did you have going on in Bloomington that held you up for 30 years?
Family.
Oh, you have a family there?
Oh,
yes, because of your skin color that you have a family there. They do it on other people's shows too.
I was supposed to speak up and be like, no!
There it is again. So how are you going to survive out here? What do you do for work?
I don't know how I'm going to survive. Like, listen, sometimes I sounds like a landlord in the mail. People say they're 30 and don't want to play.
What did you do for work when you were in Indiana?
That's like everybody looks at me like, what? I couldn't know. It's just surprising that you're in Utah you're wearing a pocket knife. We don't do that in LA. We're pocket knives. You go into the Midwest and I'm out in the Midwest. Okay, then you understand. This is what the Midwest looks like. What's more Midwest than that? That was like Gary, that was like Indiana. No, I keep pocket knives and shit like this just to be in a place that don't belong. Like on stage. The show, and I mean that in a positive
You still haven't heard this question? How long have you been on stand-up? A decade? About a decade. All of Livingston? Where? We're from Indiana to Atlanta to DC. How often do you get up? Every day. I like how everything this dude says sounds like a lie. I said it. This is an interesting time. Like, this feels awkward, doesn't it? Yeah, you're like, that works for like, you keep commenting, be quiet. I like how he thinks silly shit is just funnier shit. But just because it's fun, like Trump is funny. You know, it really says it when you say you don't like a permanent Trump, you know. Definitely a person who's not allowed to wait on Twitter. Jamel, you're a week into living in Los Angeles. What neighborhood are you living in? Actually, I'm in why the road? You're saying, why? I got some family, you know. It's cheaper. How far is that from here? It's like 30, 45 minutes. Not too bad. Okay. You have any stand-up comedy, any fun hobbies, anything special that you can do? You have chances. I mean, you feel like every time he answers a question, it's a different split personality. Go for it. It's like, what do you like to do? When you want to relax, what do you do? This is pretty much all I do, right? And that's pretty much it. Smoke. I can just smoke. It's just legal here. After that, you just send a cat piss up in the air. She started spraying some squirted on shit. What's the biggest thing you've done? The biggest thing? Every 10 years. I mean, fuck, but today, fuck, given that I'm here in LA right now on a podcast with you, and some silly shit, this is the biggest shit I've done. It's great. Like, can you name a comedy club that you've performed at in Indiana or Atlanta? Like, there's only one that's comedy, and that's a comedy. Is that where you started? No, I didn't. Where did you start? Well, before that, there was a Bear's Place. Where did you start? Bear's Place. Bear's Place. Which was with Comedy Caravan, Lord, longest running comedy show in the Midwest. So they owned the shit, and that's where I started off as a host. And I moved up and then comedy at it, and necessarily like black people. So, I mean, in a positive way, nothing but a tree and a trash first. It's no real, not much of anything. That's what I like. That's my hobby, is helping people. Like, give us a whole bunch of things. Give us an example of someone that you helped in your history of youth development. Youth development, I'm saying. Your favorite little story, the person that you helped.
Just about being able to help people really access privileges and things. You can't tell me one thing that you did develop after years. That's one memory where you're like, oh, this man, this. I stay in the lines in a coloring book, and I'm like, stay in the lines, and then he like did an art thing and walk. This is the worst episode of the first 48 I ever stories of quick anecdotes, like I'm not out there to go out and gain donors, which is normally the people that have those quick stories. Quick stories, they get money. I'm not really trying to get money. It's just about really changing lives. I know about that. So, it ain't something specific. But generally, I know I'm impacting people. That's all. That sounds like a lot of me. That's awesome. Well, it's nice to meet you, dude. Good luck. I didn't mean to make it so awkward. I'm sorry. But I appreciate it. Next time, just listen and breathe a little bit more. Listening's good. Or else you're going to get distracted from it. Yeah, it's a real professional show you signed up for, you know. You only 30-year-old man to be born in 1971. Ben Palmer. I have a car, but it doesn't work. But I still keep it for storage. Someone actually tried to steal it from me once. It was late at night, and I was just going to get something out of the trunk. And I don't know where this dude, he's got a gun. It's like, give me the fucking car. She didn't even have it. It's broke. It's like, well, what's wrong with it? It's clean. It's like, it's at the time. Fix it for me. A fun, energetic black person followed by a sad white guy. Like, painted a great picture fast. And I wanted to hear more. I just listened to you until I fall asleep. You just had a dialogue between two people forever. He said, rainforest and nice. I felt like I was watching him tell one woman to play. Super big. Welcome to the show. It's your first time on the show, right? Second time. Yeah. Where are you from? I'm from Midwest Ohio originally, and I lived in Atlanta the last 5 years. I'm sorry, what was this last time? What do you do for work? Right now, I work for a company that licenses YouTube videos and funny videos over time. People that's like what kind of license they might have. It's just so I can play on YouTube. And then I'll have to find the person who posted it originally. So a lot of times it's like in a compilation. And then so that's right. Wow. So, Ben, yeah. I've been doing it for 8 years. It's a thing to me. Is that possible? So it's 21. 21. 21. Machines took over. Skynet is in control. That's funny because the last time I did it, I think you did that clip the same time. So Ben, how do you get into the YouTube business like that? Like, how do you manage do you always wear sweaters like this, like a trademark thing? Or a terrible accident? Actually a fan of it. How long have you been in LA now? 3 months. 3 months? How old are you? Your Roast Battle Season 3 champion, Steven Wright's out. What is her These sons of bitches. Ben, anything else interesting about you other than the fact that these sons are Steven Wright? Do you have any like special hobbies or skills or anything? Yeah, like control. I control it. Really? Yeah, like, oh my god, it's so funny. Yeah, it's my favorite thing. That is what I imagine they look like. What's your favorite people show up? It's a YouTube or it's Twitter with spread. It's those things that are so good. Oh, spreads. So, you go to control? Yeah. Alright, so, choose a sword control. So I troll angry customers on Facebook pages. Don't smack like he's fucking Robin Hood. He's sad. Do you do that before that? I'll be like, someone like me, call me, but you fucking dicks. He's a plot with my channel, and I'll be like, from home, you motherfucker. So they still stick up for the corporations. No, it's not for the corporations, it's for the service team that works for the corporations. They get shit on for no reason. How do you respond to some feedback? I make a page on Home Depot or just customer service, and I just look at it. They see that it has 0 followers or whatever. Yeah, but most people immediately just attack. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's like, fuck you, whatever. It's fun anyways, you know. So, thanks, man. Alright, so also trolled, I have trolled President Joel's team. Joel Steam, that was me. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, we did. Instead of Holstein, it was Holstein because he's old. I made a City of Atlanta page and then just posted like I work for the city government. Just shit like fucking just be wherever you want. So I don't know, I just Facebook I can respond to more words. Have you ever had like a consciously long post on Facebook? What's your longest post? Yeah, sure. One time I wrote some guy and it was like 10 paragraphs long. His question was like 1 sentence. I don't remember. One time I did 3 hours doing that and he was the one being blamed. So I do a show where I use a projector and a screen and I put stuff to watch on stage and I kind of narrate the whole experience. You do the next show. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, awesome. And yeah, wherever I can, I'm touring over the next few months. But yeah, it's cool. One of my favorite things is that I think it was Subway. They have like they got TVs in all their locations, and they would have like the news, and they would have like Subway like tweets that they improve. Like they had Subway like on the side going, and then I posted a photo of like a Subway sandwich going, "This is the best thing ever." But when they approved the tweet, I could tell when they were like people weren't downloading or watching it. So I changed the photo, like if it was on my website, I changed it from my Subway sandwich. So as it goes, so when you're at Subway, they approve the tweet that says I love Subway, and it's supposed to show me sub, but it was replaced by a goatee guy to their asshole. Maybe we can run to this part of this podcast. That's what. Yeah, that's really what that's fulfilling is eating at Subway. Joy ID. So I got sexually abused in my kid's bedtime story last night, and I'm gonna share it with you guys. Let's find opposites in John's building yard. What's the opposite of soft? That's right. It's hard. Opposites are ratified. First in front, and then behind. I'm gonna laugh. If you guys aren't gonna laugh, I'll laugh. Opposites are always right. Some are loose. Some are tight. John can push. Jack can pull. Joy is empty. Now she's full. The opposite of wet is dry. John's having another one. Goodbye. I was gonna smoke a cigarette, but you guys aren't having any fun. Holy shit, Joy, the worst things we've ever seen.
That's the first time that's wrong. Where is it killed?
Totally, we got another liar on the podcast. Are you also 30? Where did you do this that you killed him?
No, the parts of no, it's funny. I'm a romance author, so it's funny.
Jesus, that wasn't funny.
No, flappers and like
Since then, people like Bronx and it was hilarious.
Shaped like a guitar case. Care flat, so the subject of your comedy is truly groundbreaking, which is I think impeccable. If I had one thing to add, it would be that I'm lying right now. You need two things: a drawing board at your place and a ride home. Oh, hey, what's going on over there? Let's close it up. Tower 8. Locked it. Joy, stop talking for a second. So when you say you know it flappers, like how long, when I say how long have you been doing stand-up, what's your answer to that?
it's been almost a year.
A year, and how often do you go on stage?
Not that often. I have 3 kids.
Sure. Gotcha. Very, very interesting. I mean, that's clearly not a children's book. What you said.
Yes.
So,
It's in my purse right now. It's a super trendy one too.
Can we bomb it? Yes, we can. What do you call bomb the door?
Is that the baby daddy?
That is the baby daddy.
Shit. Turtle babies. I love to see turtles. I bet you guys
Although he did get one of those
true, you're not really going at it that part, you know what I mean? How many spots do you think you've ever done on stage for you guys? 3, 6, 10. Right, yeah, you're a little baby. You didn't even make the mic stand. So, did you do those 10 times? You always do the bottom of the door, bottom?
No. Because I'm a romance author and I'm a massage therapist, so I do a lot of shit.
Wow, so any, like, are you successful in the romance novel field that you get things published?
I'm indie, so I'm self-published. So, yeah. But I mean, you can go on Amazon and there.
Very cool. What's the kinkiest thing that happens in one of your romance novels? I want to know what this was.
Well, you can try some therapy.
You tried something for a living, like that.
I actually have a book under a different name, under Pancake, and it's 2 lesbians.
What did 2 lesbians do?
Each other. Well, they're roommates, and one roommate is she's virgin, and she's like trying to get a guy, and
Seems super well written.
That's the story.
How many different things have you written, Troy?
I have 5 books published.
How old are your kids?
5, 10, and 15.
5, 10, 15. Every 5 years, you guys just read High City.
Dude, that's what I call sex. Read my city.
Interesting. Have you ever had a lesbian encounter before? Well, I think you should. You bring it home to perform where it was, right? Yeah, it's village, right? You have to shine over the house. Sure, the subject matter of your comedy is truly she's still contributing more to this world than we ever will.
If you're wondering, our one current regular, Allie McCoskey, is in New York City. She just went to New York for a month or two and was extremely featured on every single morning show. She was with Shia LaBeouf. She's the girl who Shia LaBeouf got arrested in a video that circulated everywhere with her hand up. So if you want to go to New York to go do stand-up out there, now she's basically the "We Will Not Divide Us" face of an entire movement right now. They just keep repeating it like zombies, so I don't know what drugs she's tried. They will not divide us. They will not divide us. They will not divide us. It's very frightening, but hopefully she's done with whatever cult she's joined temporarily when she was showing up on the show. If we're not letting you out of the bucket, clearly it's good for Cat and Callie.
Ladies and gentlemen, trans and non-gender identifying primate mammals. I was thinking about our nation's motto the other day when Congress changed in 1957 to "In God We Trust." My question is this, y'all. Which God is it? Specifically that we trust in. Is it the white God or the black God? It's the brown God or the green God. It's the God with the lion's face, the God with the lion's beak. It's the God with the snake tail that eats wings. Is it the land God that makes the earth quake, or the sky God that throws lightning from the heavens? Is it fair? I'll give you that one. It's the water God that throws tsunamis from the ocean. Is it the God that says they can't get you on the roofs of buildings? And the God that's like, yo, slavery's a great idea. Is it the God that hates women, or the other God who hates women, or the other God who hates women, or the other God?
There you go. That's one of the funniest manifestos I've
I usually hate that word, but that dude was dope. I usually hate slang poetry, and once again, I'm wrong.
So what do you forms? Buildings on a computer. That's fun. He looks like Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs now, maybe. Like Steve Jobs. Why are you so poetry? Is this your normal act? Are you like this like intense? Do you have a favorite concept? Flaps. Been here? 2 years. What do you prefer? Why do you prefer LA over New York? Winters out in the east, you're driving a working body at least once in a while. You're in certain ones in the street. You're performing until your wife comes back. That's for you, Sophia. You have wonderful hair that was the color of the sun. Are you changing a diaper?
Rabbi. You're ready to get destroyed. Ready to go? Rabbi. Look out. Hey.
You're ready for what you were trying to get across right now. If I had to make it, I thought you were just going to pull out an AK-47. Shelters. Items like stack food from there, just in case something would ever happen. Where are you by yourself? Who do you live with? Like
like that Ryan tried talking to where he played back for the sound effects. I know we're good at. DJ Garage Band. Hey, Kevin. I think the world's gonna end. So we don't want species of the planet with hundreds of millions of one planet. Do I have to watch this TED Talk? Maybe there's around one or you're one star. How long is this? We got one star in one galaxy, and it's one galaxy, and it covers 100 billion galaxies. There's a million stars in our known. Kevin, any other special? Just needed to double check. Yeah, first day of kindergarten because we got that part. Yeah. Got a conversation here. That is so fucking true. Get a second day. Serious question. Never done this, right? I'm in the finger last week, so I'd say it for Americans. So when you say Second Republic, I don't know, there's something I feel like we're almost somewhere with you. When you say Second Republic, starting a cult or something. We gotta chase the world one comedy podcast at a time. What else do you do? As much as possible. I actually just need one Savella, somebody hit him in the head with an aluminum bat after it's just like I understand this world. Anything else you want to mention? Favorite thing you've ever done in your entire life? Favorite thing? Yeah. Turned a helicopter to top the house. It was so fucking intense. And she was like they were keeping out into porch. Wow. As real as the streets. There's a massage therapist if you need any work. My shoulders. Yes, my shoulders. So you went to the top of the house, you took a helicopter to get there, right? And then you jumped out with a parachute, and did you land on the top of the house, or did you like fly along the roof? No, it's you're above the house, you just you're there, you're 50,000 feet up. It's just when you jump, you land.
that's the end of the show. How do you guys feel about that? Sorry, a few weeks ago, Brian's got for mystery. Well, thank you, Tony. But sadly, this may be my last appearance here. Because if the New England Patriots win the Super Bowl, I will kill myself. I have bet every last cent I own on the Falcons. And spent the rest of my money on a 9mm Glock and a because I want to sell it individually.
It's very inappropriate thing to say right now.
So I'm just waiting for the game and the outcome because I just can't imagine a God that would allow 5 New England victories in the Super Bowl. I mean, there would be no God. I would be afraid of hell or anything. That's it. There you go. Looks like there's no way for us to avoid the theme of tonight's episode. I'm glad you let Cameron's partner tell his story. Mystery, you actually did. You are gay, right? Yes. And you, we talked about this last time. You were on for decades in the closet, and then you just said, fuck it, you're West Hollywood and started fucking everything, right? He exclusively travels by hot air balloon. Are you the beach man because you were that logo? I feel like he still calls trains all the balloons. I feel like he makes his face look like an Indian apple dumped into it. It looks like he's on a Mr. Rogers neighborhood watch list. It's just so good to finally meet Captain Crunch. You live in, well, this is the real Alexander Hamilton. So you ever shoot yourself? No. I don't do all of football. You thought there was something human about him. He just seemed when he takes his face off and it's a snake underneath. Mystery, if you were going to be an animal, what kind of animal would you be? Boy, that is a hard one. Why crow? Because a fly, you're very smart. How old are you in Aphrodite going to be in France? You would be this straight in? You two are like two eternal trick-or-treaters. One day his kids, they went out trick-or-treating and they just never started. Mystery Dan. So, I don't know if you got too much of the detail. You have a boyfriend now, Mystery Dan? You must play the game, right? So that's the animal.
I feel like if Robin Williams was alive, he'd play you in a movie and win an Oscar. Don't be sad at that. He's still jokes.
So, like, what kind of girls are you into for Mystery Dan?
I like the young British types, but these days I'm just there's no Latinos, please. Mysteries that are left of this
Mystery Dan, did you vote in this last election?
His jokes now I would have made a great president. No, I voted for him.
You did.
Yes.
Real waiver.
Yes, I voted. Whenever I did you just say, oh God, were you a Trump supporter?
Who'd you vote for? For a he doesn't want to speak German unit, so. How are they the sidelines? They should be the goddamn president.
Signs for everyone who sat behind her in a movie theater.
She's on this Jesus, Mike.
I can't see or hear what's going on.
Okay, relax that for a second. She gets excited. Mystery Dan. So what's something crazy you've done like in the past couple of weeks since we've seen you? Like just real talk. You don't have to try to be funny. Just something interesting that first thing pops in your head.
I went to a theater that I have downtown here. That's really way all the major theaters. Did you buy a new tableware one of your old?
So finger candy. Chocolate? What kind of chocolate? Sweet Is it true that you are running for president in 1786? What's the craziest thing that you've ever done and gotten away with? We asked Paul earlier, turns out he was robbing a stripper for a year. How about you? I want to believe he wrote the children the book that she wrote. I feel like you've been shooting at sadness and got from He's the only person that's going to die who's tuberculosis now. He knows how many legs into the seeds of sex. He's made up of pure imagination. Tell us something about you that we'd be surprised to know history now. Anything. Beat the Grim Reaper 3 times in the last 2 years. Wow! In what? Chess? I'm not touching. Turns out the Grim Reaper's a total twin. He was in the play that Abe himself. Next thing. You are one interesting. Let me ask you this. What did the Grim Reaper fail at? How was he tried? Like, where was he tried? I had a concussion in the steam room. Wow, you were in a steam room, but fucking so hard. I was alone in the steam room. Oh, wow, that's turning off so hard. It was a 2-day period. It was truly trippy. If you thought you were dead, you weren't dead. Interesting. So you hit your head back in that. Should you go to the hospital? Yes, fortunately, no damage other than that. It's stuff. Wow. My scalp tore open. And they decided to fly all that way on there. So, concussion in the steam room, a huge masturbating accident. And how about the second time? How'd you almost die in the last 2 years? The second. I almost choked on the total. Don't be shy, mystery Dan. Tell the truth. Second time was kind of a mistake. So I heard of the racially motivated attack, and you might as well have been after that speaking to me. Exactly that. Racially motivated attack. And what? Yes. You did. They told me to exit stage roads. What's happened in the racially motivated attack? And how many times did you say the N-word before you were sad? I happen to be at barbecue at 3:30 on Monday afternoon. You said, you know what? I almost died from jerking off a steamer recently. I'm going to stand up for these kids. I'm mystery Dan. So there's two ruffians on this totally crazy. What are the two young Martians doing to, how old are they? Dragging their teeth. I'm trying to enjoy my Whopper Jr. and then toilet them sandwiches. Mystery Dan. So what are these 20-year-old kids like saying to other people when you said that they were bullying? What are they doing? Yeah, everyone was the N-word. But they're allowed to say the N-word in freedom of speech. Yeah, what do you think you're doing? What do you say? What do you think you're doing? You're not getting a birthday or something? The fact that he said N-word is the real mystery of the night. Okay, so they're calling people this, what do you say? Let's see if we can get you stabbed. Somebody makes a remark about those people. And I said, well, everyone's got its lows and lows. And he said, what did you say? And I said, every group's got its lows and lows. And he said, what that mean? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. establishment of eating. So anyway, you were bleeding out of the neck and you stood up this passion of the Christ at this point. I mean, you were bleeding out of the neck, you were beaten in the head, you threw his hand. Choose a few more challenges. I stand my ground. He walks out the door. I follow his pussy ass. And it's first of the world saying, "How can we get back here, you pussy?" I wasn't going to dignify it with an N-word, which is what I'm putting wrong with that thing. Now, what I thought you were about to say, sir. After someone stabs you in the neck, I think you might be able to say it after. The same day, you could not escape the image of a white police officer throwing a young black girl to the floor in the 7th grade. It was that day. And after I was fresh and stitched, I went to see an that tape playing a band and say, "See what you ever rocked." But unfortunately, security wouldn't let me through. I don't know what just happened right there. Okay, so the third time you were there, fake news. So the third time you were inside the street, what was this one? This one was it's strange. This one was strange. You get stabbed in the neck in a Burger King. There's no bully in this room. You think I mean that I like water? It's red. I think that's not right. He turned out to be benign because apple allergies. This is like the saddest Final Destination movie. I think you're right. Death is almost catching up to your creepy pedophile thing. That's interesting. You're a fucking survivor. You survived up here against an owl. You didn't say it was like your first time in a few weeks there or something? Well, this is about 4 months now. Right. So, this is the first time on the real stage. Wait, are you saying that the Billy Room isn't the real stage, Mr. Well, I did it the second time. I did the second time. Wait, fuck this. Do you want to be history now? Alright, here goes mystery dance. Check out the drawing, Brian J. What's up? I'm touring Santa Boys everywhere.
reach out to me on social media, bro. Yeah, I'm connected with the heavy earlier now. Catch up on Roast Battle, and then the Comedy Jam comes out in March on Comedy Central with Mike, which Mike Lawrence wrote on his part too, so I've been working with Mike Lawrence all year so far.
He's the man leader here. His music, his new album is out on iTunes. Spotify, that's Bad Chat. He's the leader of the Kill Tony band, and the reason why Jeremiah and Joel Minutes are here one more time. All that and more. I have a pro wrestling podcast called Star Wars that we just cover in the World Rumble 5 times over there. On the hour and 20.com for all that other fun stuff. Right, man. Take us home. Hey, everybody.
Man coming to you live from the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, that's right. It's a real life show in here. Wow, look at that. Look at the empty chairs. I like the energy here tonight. It's a real eye-opening experience.
Super cool.
Yeah, the toughest door guy in the game back there. Look at you. Angry tonight. Arms crossed. One of the most unwelcoming door guys ever at the Comedy Store.
How are you? What are you here? Let me check something. Check your ID.
Jamie Vernon, no Jamie Vernon. Brian Redband's here, everybody. Look who it is! What's up, Brian? Brian J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. I'm excited about that. We're streaming live on You stream something / DeathSquad.live. So here we go, live audience. You ready to have some fun tonight or what? Here at Kill Tony right now. We're going to be at Moon Tower in Austin, Texas, April 21st. That's a really big deal for 21 in Austin, Texas. Ryan, are you going to go to that? Try. Brian J. Ebelt drew the Kill Tony poster, and he draws every single episode of the show. These prints are available at BrianJEbelt.com. What do you think, Brian? Let's bring up tonight's guest. Sometimes I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on the show. This week we have three of the funniest comedians in the world on the show. Put your hands together for Ralphie May, Brian Moses, and Joe DeRosa. Yeah. The host of Comedy Central's Roast Battle, the newest 1 hour special on Comedy Central, and a man with 10 1 hour comedy specials, and a beast, the great Ralphie May, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Three of my favorite humans in the world. Yeah, you got it. Oh, shit. Josh?
And it was like, danger, my foot fell asleep. Mother, get me out of here. He's gonna kill me.
Well, Ralphie's foot fell asleep, everybody. That's when you know we're off to a good start.
Just weed. I haven't had this weed forever. It made me dumb.
It hits me every time. It makes my feet fall asleep.
That's too strong.
It's got that tequila, though.
Do you think it's too strong, Tony? Too strong?
Yeah, I do. I love it. That's why I can only smoke so much. I take like baby hits just throughout the day and night.
Yeah.
Just little baby hits here and there off of the joint.
I did getting was high last week. I almost had a fucking nervous breakdown.
Yeah, well, the thing what I realized about that show is it's not even the pot I'm getting done with high. It's the fact that there's no format to the show other than just smoking pot.
He asks you a pot question.
Yeah, but you're like inhaling a bong at the time. It doesn't make sense. Somebody's got to be smoking all the time. So I end up having enough.
Yeah, I knew I was in trouble when I was sweating hard when I never sweat a lot. And I go, it's hot here, right? And everybody was like, no. I had to go sit in front of a fan. I even doubt I was going. It was scary. I thought sativa is the bite.
It's the heavy. It's the high one. That's when you get on your head. And you're trying to say, the indica is the one that makes you want to like sit in a couch. That's when you say you're stoned. That's when you feel like. But sativa is when you go up high. That's what it is. Sativa.
Okay, so you want to see.
Yeah, but kid wants to listen to weed really bad. Do push-ups or exercise, and it burns it off. It's gone. You don't have to go to the hospital. Somebody take me to the hospital. People fucking up.
You're right. Do push-ups bring clear carbonated beverage like this, right? Just right, and then you have to burn it up.
Why a clear beverage?
Because if it's a dark soda, then it tends to have a syrup in it that sort of seeps things more. So they just sort of keep moving. It's like something under the hood in this polar Dr. Pepper, which is surprisingly not remedy all the sodas. would think what the fuck? Would be the healthy one, but no, it's actually pretty much just Sprite, ginger ale, and regular soda.
I'm gonna try this ending of
You have a panic attack, and you feel like you're having a heart attack.
And I've been smoking way longer than everybody up here.
They have the best names too.
I would get a dog on Yoda OG. That's the best.
That's a pretty strong one. I like God's Gift, and I like what we used to call.
What's the kind called where you smoke so much that you forgot that you were doing a live show? Anyway, I'm excited about it.
Tony's blunt. I don't know. I'm sorry. We're just having a great conversation. I'm waiting for the horse of truth. I already laid down truth twice. No horse of truth. Okay, or winning.
You are right. There was no horse of truth. Let's get into it. Let's bring up the band. You guys love rock and roll or what? I have the coolest band in all of comedy. It's called the Caltuni Band. It's Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Pat Reagan. Yeah. Oh my God. Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live from the Little Famous Comedy Store for another edition of Kill Tony Volume Whatever. Give it up for the host of Kill Tony, Tony Son of a bitch. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Fuck yeah, everybody. Fuck yeah. Hey, Josh Martin, get your ass up here. This mic isn't loud enough. You need to adjust it. You dumbass, adjust mine. Hey.
That's the greatest thing ever. Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. Wow, where's Josh at? Is that your hoodie? That's amazing. Wow. He's got the key thing. The annoying keychain hanging from his waist. So that doesn't make a ton of noise every step that he takes. Like wow. Hello. Welcome me and Red Band and Josh Martin. How are you guys tonight?
Feeling like the greatest comedian in the world.
Wow. I don't think I've ever said that. I was talking a lot, but I don't think I've said it out loud.
No, you said it. I've heard you say it.
Was he really saying it, or was he just quoting a Jesuit bit?
How dare
Where's
you?
that horse? Where's that horse? It's tough.
How dare you? John Panette said it better. 5 years ago.
Oh, stop.
We're in the show, guys. I have a bucket full of comedians. How about that? Are you ready to start this shit or what? You get 60 seconds uninterrupted. 60 seconds uninterrupted. All right. After that 60 seconds, you hear the sound of a kitty. Let's wrap it up then. I'm sure going to bring up the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. That means wrap it up. Don't be an idiot. Don't be a buffoon. And pull the name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Joan LaRosa, ladies and gentlemen. Joan LaRosa.
What is your name? It's weird. I thought somebody dressed like me was going to
Don't interrupt this part. Joan LaRosa, everybody. Put your hands together for Joan.
I know I should be more grateful because I get a free place to live, but this cat is just so annoying. And I couldn't figure out what bothered me until finally I realized this cat acts exactly like me every time I convince a guy to spend the night. It's like, hey, thanks for dinner. Can we cuddle? I've just been so lonely for so long. It just feels so good to be held. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Are you asleep? I'm gonna sit on your face! Sorry about all the hair. Thanks, guys. I'm Jill LaRosa.
Here you go, Joe LaRosa. Not to be confused with Joe DeRosa.
Actually, we have one tweet with each other. I was just like, when are we going to talk about our names?
Oh, I remember that. I actually remember that. That's good to meet you, Frank.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Very funny.
Oh, the Soul Star.
Wow.
DeRosa.
Which last name do we keep? DeRosa or
I would totally hyphenate it. I would be LaRosa DeRosa.
Wow.
That should be your stage name anyway.
So cool.
Drop Joe, just be LaRosa.
LaRosa DeRosa.
Be pretty amazing.
Might be sweet.
I want to know what Matt thought about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, thank you.
All I could think about was how long he was wearing pillowcases and shirts.
Thank you.
Oh, now I can't do that one. But seriously, how long have you been wearing pillowcases?
I bought this today at like 4 p.m.
Why?
Because I don't know, dude.
Oh, you're so much fun this way, Jeremiah.
Are you kidding me?
I
I
just-
worked a weekend
yeah.
with him. Funniest he's been ever.
Cold blooded.
Funniest been ever.
I just flew in today and I had no clean clothes, and then I was like, oh shit, let's go to Target, and I just running around. Is there no
What's your
cereal?
rationalization of that program?
Oh.
Yeah, I needed it and I got that.
Is it a cat scratch?
I don't know what it is actually.
Whoa. Open wound.
Yeah,
Yikes.
I was really drunk in Osaka and it just appeared. So
When was this?
like 3 days ago.
Osaka 3 days ago?
Yeah, I flew in from Tokyo this morning.
Wow, you have an open wound on you.
I do, but I made it through immigration.
Them Japanese ain't Muslim, that's what it
I
is.
didn't realize that.
That's that is true.
Hey, what's your favorite category of porn?
Force feeding. It's force feeding.
What? Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, I like watching skinny girls have to eat.
Is that true?
Yeah. It's totally true.
Wait, whoa. You got money in that?
Why do I open with that? Lead with that.
Lead with that?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like,
My favorite kind of porn is force feeding.
well, I have that as a
Right
thing.
now,
Because I like watching skinny bitches have to eat.
Yeah.
That'll kill. That'll kill. Seriously.
Nice. Okay.
Is that an actual thing that you really watch, or are you trying to?
It's just a thing that you stumble upon when you're looking through random Japanese stuff. You know?
Wow. Why is everything so Japanese with you?
I don't know. I've been living in China, so I don't know why it's so Japanese.
What?
Just
What do you do?
Are you a comedian?
yeah.
That's Japanese music.
That is very
Some of that good old Japanese jam band music.
yeah. No, I'm a comedian.
What do you do for work?
Well, for day job work, I do online stuff for a language learning company called Italki. Shameless plug.
There's some more of the
It
classic
doesn't
Japanese.
no, it's more like our founder named it in 2008 when everything was called Kai something. Yeah, we teach every language online. No, we teach everything. I don't actually teach. I just do like HR stuff.
But if they could, if they hadn't gone to their class, they just gone to regular class, they'd be speaking the King's English. And then I talk to you and you're not come up. That's how we make fun of you. Lucy Roo.
Actually, my name is super hard for them to pronounce because they're like real wolves.
Mine's Ralph.
Well,
Show, did you do comedy?
yeah, I just did 2 shows. I did a show in Tokyo.
Tokyo and in Osaka, and then I was in Bangkok before that for the stand-up Siam comedy competition. And then before that, Shanghai Comedy Club for a year.
Red Band did do a Bangkok joke there.
Yeah, there's guys. Bangkok jokes.
It's literally my time. I literally can't think of anything to say. I'm sitting here, my brain is empty right now. I'm not saying that to be insulting. I'm literally sitting here like, say something. I can't think of a fucking thing to say right now. It seemed like it was very acted out, like you were acting, where you had a script, and when you performed it, it felt more like that's called writing. Yeah. Here we go. Now we're getting off to a good. Yeah, there you go. Even with writing, you can make it come across so it sounds natural. It didn't seem natural.
Okay.
Do you really have a cat?
No, I was just cat sitting, so I kind of hate cats.
She said that.
Your setup is too long, too much, and you should say a lot more with this woman. You write out your shit. I take it as writing, and it's in 2 lines, which means I just take out every unnecessary word. And that joke is great.
Cool.
Okay? Just don't need to smell it.
That's the part of the joke. Did you not pass out yet? Wasn't the face ring while the man sleeping?
That's a strong on move right there. Face ring.
If you had to guess how you cut your arm in Osaka, Japan, what would you guess?
I was.
What types of people are you drinking?
Well, we tried to do the bicycle thing where, like, one person, me and another comedian there.
Bicycle thing?
Yeah, the bicycle thing where I was going to. The bicycle. No, he's British. He runs the big comedy club there in Osaka. And you're doing, like, the Stranger Things way to ride a bike where the girl stands on the pegs on the back and, like, he bikes it. Yeah. And I think I fell off many times. I think I did. Yeah. It was just really difficult. Like, I don't know how they do that. They were just all cruising around, like, 2, 3, 4 people on a bicycle, and I was like, yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, just like tons of people.
How long were you over there for?
I lived in Asia for 2 years. I lived in China for 2 years. And
Just visiting.
no, I just moved to America today. Yeah, so I feel like I'm like so excited because like I used to listen to the show on my metro commute.
You used to listen to this from Japan?
No, in Shanghai. In Shanghai, I just like this is my metro commute like all the time.
Listening to this show.
Yeah. And now I'm like here.
That's awesome. She deserves a round of applause because that's like true hunger for comedy when you fly from fucking Asia to America and you still go out there and open like that. Like, seriously, that's commitment.
Yeah, that's great. Out of the bucket.
That is going to make you a success. John, best of luck.
Thanks for
That's what's going to make you a success. That's fucking outlast the one. Work harder than everybody else. Fucking outlast the one. That's great.
And you already have luck on your side. You got pulled out of the bucket
Thanks
first.
for pulling me out of the
Congratulations.
bucket.
Jill LaRosa, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
She's on Twitter at Jill LaRosa. Not to be confused with Joe DeRosa.
Can I plug my
Yeah, plug it right now.
I'm sorry to plug, but my
Your amazing Comedy Central special that airs tomorrow and available on the internet.
it already aired, but it comes out on the internet tomorrow for download.
Fuck yeah.
On the internet
Tomorrow for download. Tonight at midnight, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I hope you enjoy it.
It was filmed in a cemetery. It's fucking cool.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. That's the first time you ever said something nice.
You let me down.
You let me down.
You let me down.
Yeah.
ComedyCentral.com.
Everybody else's fault, but like,
You know, it's also available 24/7 streaming on Netflix. My 1 hour special is one shot.
Well, I mean, I don't ever really plug that.
Because everybody's seen it already.
Listen to Pat Reagan's album, Bad Jazz. Yeah. And watch Roast Battle on Comedy Central. And check out the tons of amazing things that
I just noticed his watch. It's the perfect watch.
Oh my
God.
God.
Josh Martin.
That fucking blew my mind.
I feel like I don't know anything about Jones. He looks like he looks forced to forward. That shouldn't be a thing. The only thing that's interesting about it shouldn't be. Like Jones got to be something else about it.
That's a real life.
Yeah, but then she's talking about like being like a cat. And she's like, yeah, like cuddle. Everyone wants to cuddle fucking, but like force feeding porn. Leave with that.
That is an opener. That is a fucking, yeah, that's
Hey, get where we're going, Joe. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. 60 Seconds Uninterrupted goes to Darren Davis. I grew up in LA, and I kept getting my accomplishments overshadowed by one man, and that was Kobe Bryant. You know, he was real great. He made two numbers great, 8 and 24. And my birthday happens to be August 24th. And this year in LA decided to make my birthday Kobe Bryant Day. I couldn't even get a text back from my mom. She kept on saying Happy Kobe Day all on the internet, but I couldn't get a happy birthday. But I like being in LA, getting the tacos the best. Go to Tito's Tacos, then I go to Venice Beach, play some basketball. I want to shoot some shots, so I get my tacos to my homie. Hey, yo, I hold my tacos real quick. And y'all won't believe who been in front of us. Chris Tucker walked on the basketball court, so my homie wants to act like a groupie, like, oh, Tucker, yo, you mad? And he drops my tacos on the Venice Beach courts. And I'm like, wait, homie, Chris Tucker's funny, but they ain't dropping nigga tacos on the funny. And that's my time. That's all. There you go, Darren Davis. Exactly.
For real. For real, he ain't dropped my tacos on the ground funny. Fucked up.
Big man, Darren Davis.
That's right. That's good, man. You can chop a little time off the top and then Kobe get faster.
What else we're gonna say? Like, yeah, so you know, because always like, text me happy birthday. I just went to Colorado to let your wife come over, like something like that. But you didn't go there, and I didn't brag you didn't go there. I thought it was make up your rape joke, and I was kind of disappointed. I was like, oh, that's just smart rape joke.
A lot of people don't know Darren came up starting stand-up comedy in a prison and would always make all the guys in the prison laugh. And he was in prison for years and then got out and came here.
Is this true?
That's right there.
What?
What'd you do?
I was gonna say a song. I have a felonious bunch of friends, and so I'm saying a song.
Just a little fun fact, by the way. I was saying all that, and I was expecting him to say no, and I was going to get a big laugh out of it. And it just so happened to be that I was right. I didn't know that. I did not know that.
I've also
For a joke, so that when he said no, I was so upset.
he's very funny, and I think we should get off asking you what you did because you're just going like this quietly. It's telling me you don't really want to talk about it. So it's your business, but congrats, dude. You're a funny fucking dude.
Yeah.
Hard situations make you funny.
Yeah, man. Hey, ain't no comedian made from silk. We're all cut from tater corn. Means all of us had shit going crazy in our life. That's why we're funny. And dude, welcome to the party. You're really fucking funny.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate you. I can't believe that I guessed that you were in prison as a comedian. That's what the right name was.
No,
I didn't know that.
No, it's not true. Thank you. Damn it.
No, it's not true.
No.
Damn it. It's breaking my fucking head.
Good Lord.
man. My heart went out to you. I don't put my heart out to people like that. Yeah.
You guys get an improv and acting, fuckers.
I was like, people can't change. There is hope in these turbulent times.
What do you do for work? Dateable online or download later?
Yes, it starts out. Hey, what do you do, Darren? You work for the Trump administration?
No,
I'm a liar.
no, I don't. I work for my school now. I do mandating, like I do research.
Mandating?
Yeah. That's what they call it, yeah.
I don't think you're saying that right.
Yeah,
I think there's supposed to be a space between man and dating.
I know, like,
You're mandating.
they hired
You
me.
have to say it quicker, bro.
Yeah, no,
It sounds like you're dating a bunch of dudes.
no, not at all.
Also, busy starring in the film.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Time ago.
I like that.
That's how it works.
He said mandating.
Yes, I did.
What is this, too smart for this crowd, you peasants? You chummies? That was a great joke! Listen up, you turd! You son of a bitch! I love that the impression of you is an Andy Dick impression. It's really funny. He's doing Andy Dick.
Son of a bitch. You guys are really piling on tonight. Oh, man, if somebody brings up my divorce and I see my kids, it's fucking, it's a great night, man. That's all we got left. This is so fucking, I am really impressed. Really good job.
Thank you. Where you originally from? I was born in New Orleans, but I was raised in Nevada.
That's real different than Pelican Bay. No, that's the thing. The Pelican Bay would be like vacation. Right? New Orleans? Wait. New Orleans? No, the valley. Oh, yeah, the valley too is stabby as fuck.
Stabby?
Yeah, the winter's always partly stabby.
The valley? In California?
Yeah, where I get my weed, okay, it's a little stabby. Okay.
Stabby?
With the beat? Stabby, yeah, stabby. Yeah.
You know, like, Danny Trejo's from the valley.
Oh, well, then it must be a tough place. Is the guy that has a taco and donut shop now? It sounds like the land of crooks down there.
He was in jail, though. He was really in jail.
No, he was really.
Yeah, he used to come out to the school and like talks to them.
You still live with your parents?
Yeah, thanks, Danny Trejo. Give me jail. Yeah,
You live with your mom and your dad?
yes.
How old are you?
26.
Yeah. How's that going? Did they remind you? They don't want you there at all?
They're gonna move out.
They're gonna move out?
Yeah.
You called your parents?
What's hilarious is they're about to be living with him. That's how old he is. Like in 2 more years, he don't live with his parents. They live with him.
Right. Because you got to start saying.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah.
So they have a new place and they're taking over.
I don't think so. I think they do. My dad's retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're gonna stay in that place.
Okie dokie. That's all the time we have for Darren. Next game of the bucket.
Nice. You're out of control. But he's right. There he goes. Darren Davis.
Darren Davis, we're
City.
I feel like all I know about Darren is that he likes force feeding porn. I feel like I should know more about Darren right now.
Wow, Josh. We know this guy. It's the first guy I ever met here at the Comedy Store. He literally said tonight that, and I made a point to tell him it's a fucking bucket. He complained because he hasn't gotten up in so long. I made a point to literally complain to me about it. And there he goes. He just got ready to get pulled out of the bucket. Here he is, Eddie Whitehead Jr.
Hello. I'm old.
going for Samuel L. Jackson, everybody.
I have called him.
Sony, I really like you on your show.
Okay, thank you very much, Eddie. I'm over here, you bastard. How are you? Thanks for ironing your jacket before.
Man, this is my look. I'm in Indiana Nigga Jones.
Wow, like Indiana Orlando Jones.
I was gonna say
Gary Indiana Jones.
Very good. Great. Very good.
Gary Indian.
It works. It took me 10 years, kid.
I thought you were fucking great, man.
Hey, man, I was in Port Huron.
Jeez, here we go.
I was in Port Huron. You were doing a show. They had an audition for it, and I almost made it to come.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. You should have. You're funnier than the guy that did. You're funnier than the guy
I
that
was
did.
there for that, man. It was good. But hey, nice to see you again.
Man, really funny, man. And I'm glad you got the fuck out of Port Huron, Michigan. There's some goofy fucking white people. There's a black guy in that place. The car broke down. No bullshit, Moses. I never met.
I believe everything you
No.
don't know. Port Huron is cracking up right now.
Yeah, right. And method up, too.
You play the harmonica at an near an intersection. That you used to live near.
I still do. I wake up in the alley every morning. Tomorrow I'll wake up in the alley. Probably will.
How long have you been like sleeping on the street?
On the streets, like I said, I travel. So every now and then.
Well, yeah, but no, we know you don't have a place to stay, so you're constantly traveling. I mean, technically, it's like any of this media.
Hey, the first time I seen Moses in San Francisco, he said, "What the fuck you doing here?" That's the truth. What the fuck wrong with you? He says, "Hey, I know you sleep in the streets. How you get here?" This is what I do, man. This is what I do. The thing is, if you want to see Tony Hinchcliffe,
Oh my God, no.
when he was 20 years old and he showed up and he did like this, I said, "What do you want to do tonight?" "I want to be a comic."
Eddie,
Look at the dangerous stand up by Eddie Wayne Jr. Yes.
what are you doing?
I'm doing a commercial.
What are you doing?
Hey,
Settle down.
I got 100 followers. I'm trying to get to
I've seen the documentary and it's mesmerizing.
Thank you. I don't understand what's happening right now.
Does anything interesting ever happen out there? Like when you're actually, as Janie, did he ever give you anything weird? Like
Diane Keaton.
He works the stopwatch.
Really? Diane Keaton stopped 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And she got this credit card out. And I said, "Stop. What's going on here?" And she says, "It's a credit card. It's a gift card for $20. I said, "Oh, yeah."
Did you drop your set?
No, my stick came up. Thank you, sir. No, but it was Diane Keaton, and she says, I said, "Oh, I love your work." And she says, "Do you really?" I said, "Really?" And I went, "70 years old."
I bet you would. The urge to.
Yeah, for you people out there.
Very natural video.
Have you ever used that stick as a weapon?
Sexually?
No, I mean, well, that also, that's a good one. Which is it?
It's the one with the rubber.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I always use the rubber.
I love you. You're one of my favorite guys on Walking Dead.
What was the gift card to? Do you remember?
It's Ralph. And as a matter of fact, it was to a multiple chain of grocery stores. It was like, you know where you went to. Yeah, it was cool. And she said, "You like Ralph?" And I bought some chicken and some coffee.
Wow, chicken. I'm sure. It's a great thing.
I live in the corner, man. I
We
wait
didn't
up
have to
now.
tell us about chicken, Mary.
Hey, Ralph has good chicken.
What's up, man?
Right, it's not an advertisement. It's a fact.
Oh, Brian.
Brian, son of a bitch. How many times have I told you to stop playing that racist music?
Sound just like it. I am the voiceover.
All right. So, I mean, anything else going on? You get laid lately? You ever take a girl back to her place?
Oh, man.
I got this one box of efficiency. It says Maytag on it.
Which box is yours? It's the one that says bad motherfucker on it.
Guys, the Rosa! The Rosa! Still here.
Just waiting in the pocket.
Let me down.
Let's run that court order from Samuel Jackson for you. Stop doing him, doing me.
So are you able to get laid? Like,
Yes, I get laid all the time. It's kind of crazy.
all the time.
Especially when you're range.
Is that true? How does that work? That way?
Because I know you're cleaner, right?
Tell the truth. You don't. But
No, I am the cleaner. Okay. Anyway, no. I got access to a high-rise building, and I go into the stairwell.
What?
Yes. And you know what? This is the truth. The last 3 times I had sex with a woman I didn't know was getting kind of hot. And every one of them said the same thing. The first one was kind of surprising. The second one was kind of like, the third one was going to happen.
What they said. These newspapers are
First
itchy.
thing that could have been the second one.
Is that a vaccine?
No, we're in a place where nobody's going to come and they look at me like this and say, all of them say the same thing, exact same words. Are you going to kill me? And I say no, and then they have sex with me, so I think it's submission. Is that right? Because I never see him again.
When they ask you this question, do you have a knife up to their throat?
No, I'm a 6'4", very tall, muscular black man with a
Do you ever see them again, or do they
I never see him. I never see him again. It's kind of crazy at this point in life.
This guy puts
I do want to get married and have children.
All right, Brian.
You ever fart in the bathtub and watch the bubbles come out?
Brian. All right, Eddie. You've been on this show a ton. We all know you. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Anything else for Eddie, guys?
Funny shit, Eddie. Great funny man.
Dropping the mic. Eddie Whitefitch. He's on Twitter at #1, Eddie Whitefitch.
Yeah, that's section 1 on how it's done.
I feel like all I know about Eddie is that he likes force feeding porn. I guess that joke's done hurt.
Wow, we've seen this guy a bunch on the show as well. Very funny young man. Very into it from Dan Nolan.
What's happening? I just went from a lesbian wedding, and boy, are my moms tired. I got the new iPhone app that shows where all the sex offenders around you live. It doesn't let you swipe right or send them winks or anything. Starting a new band. The sound that we're going for is going to be like a cross between Simon and Garfunkel. Just those two guys. I ordered a Vietnamese prostitute. She showed up at my house 3 hours early. She wanted to love me wrong time. I always confuse the words optimist and optometrist. I asked a guy to check out my glasses. He said he thought they were half full. Found out recently that penguins mate for life. I wish somebody had told me that before I fucked all those penguins. They will not leave me alone.
Dan Nolan. Playing it down. 60 seconds. Oh, it's so hard. Dan Nolan coming in. Killing it. That's a great set.
Thanks.
Do you write for TV?
I just got to write for the Rothschilds, my first paid consulting gig.
Very special. That's awesome. Somewhere in this room.
I saw
There he is. We're together with a great coach. Hey, roast battle.
Yeah.
The man behind the everything of sound on your on my favorite show, Roast Battle. That should be your favorite show too. Roast Battle 2 just came out on Rothschild.com. Hosted, executive produced.
Hi.
literally work to the grind.
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to talk, but like, I know Garrett, I know Eddie, I know Dan. It's hard for me to talk because I know their stories. Like, more, we can talk about all day, but the rest of these stories, like, you guys are fucking vets, man.
Yeah.
And open mic.
I don't know what I'm saying.
No, you should write. I mean, I'm assuming you have aspirations. You should be writing for like late nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I have no idea how to go about it.
Okay.
Get somebody send you a packet with their acceptance submissions. I can guarantee you'll get a job. If not on the first try, the second try. Not right. Type job.
Yeah, I got the packet for John Oliver's show, but I was like, I don't want to do that.
No, you should write for like something.
Fucking shit me, kid.
I just have no interest. I don't know.
Let's write like Dan, right? Dan, I'm Ralphie. Okay, I don't mean to be a dick, but if you get the fucking chance to work for John fucking Oliver,
Yeah.
fucking suck the guy that told you about his job's dick, and then work your butt off to get that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, spot on. It's so fucking true. You're really fucking good, dude. I mean, I saw just because I'm an old fucking comic, I saw that comics code coming, but the other stuff I didn't see coming at all. And for somebody who's quote unquote new, for me not to see their jokes in 60 seconds coming, pretty fucking impressive, dude. And I'm telling you, you should be writing, and man, I know guys that used to just get early sets, and then they had no money, okay, and they go from doorman to that, and now they're writing, and they got a fucking house in Beverly Hills. That's no bullshit, dude. You do what you're doing, and these fucking talentless fucks will buy everything you write. You're great.
I agree with Robbie, except I disagree that I don't think you made a bad decision if you don't think you're politically minded.
Right, yeah,
Just write for something that you understand.
Yeah.
You don't want to get a job and then not be able to live.
Right. Yeah, I'm not smart enough for that show. It was like write something about the Australian Parliament.
Everything. But what you do is you write jokes about everything. Maybe because
And once you're in the, for example, once he's in the room with all the John Oliver jam band, he can contribute that specific. It's like a Trump administration. Like, he doesn't seem like the right hire.
Here's the thing. It's different if you're brought in as we need a guy that does this and you're a little different. That's where we're going to hire you. What you don't want to do is work tirelessly for 3 weeks to write 10 political jokes, and then you get a job. They go, these are great, and then you're at work the first day. They go write 10 jokes right now, and then you can't do it. That's not good. That's a bad position.
all my writing, I didn't know shit about it.
It's interesting. The jokes are political, but I feel like the punchlines sort of aren't, if that makes sense, on shows like that.
Yeah, like the setup is eclectic, but it's still a dick joke.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
But you don't think he'd be better for like a camel or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I really wanted. That's Jimmy Kimmel's like number one. That's the package.
Dude, he's doing a great fucking monologue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what.
That's not out of reach.
No, that's not. You go over there and you ask for fucking Sal, and you go, hey, I want to write jokes for free. I want to come in here, I want to learn how to write a packet. You know what? Every one of those guys, I know them all. They're all fucking human beings. They're all real people. They're not these Hollywood fucking assholes. They're real. They'll shake your hand and they'll go, you want to learn? We're not going to pay you a fucking dime. We treat you like a bitch. Great.
Say it just like that.
Ralphie,
That's exactly what they do.
now a bunch of the unfunny people are just going to show up at Jimmy Kimmel tomorrow.
Write down a bunch of one of those jokes, those one-liners jokes like that.
Ralphie today told me to suck your dick and get to work.
I think you like it too much. I think you like this character.
Like all great Hollywood fairy tales, it starts with a man named Sal.
Dan, you've been on the show 5, 6, 7 times, always constantly getting funnier. Anything interesting going on in your like real life or personal life?
I quit my job.
You're still doing fucking comedy now for me?
Yeah. Well, I mean, not making any money.
How are you?
I'm living on Frank Castillo's couch. Roast battle champion Frank Castillo.
That's fucking amazing. Congratulations. Hey, at least he's got a couch. When they towed Joe Diaz's house, he lived on my couch. You know, I mean, that's fucking for real. Joe Diaz is fucking movie stars. And they towed his fucking house. Alright, so if you're sleeping on the couch, you're doing better than a lot of comics. And that should show you how far you can go and where you can be. Okay?
okay? You're fucking 2 years, Bob or somebody over at Bill Maher.
2 years, you'll be on an air mattress for sure.
Way past the futon. Way past the futon.
2 years, Sal's gonna be coming to you.
Let me suck your dick.
Oh, sorry.
Well, damn it. Yeah, it's like, let's keep it.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Stand on it. Out there, no one comedy.
See a bunch of the old all-stars here. This looks like a new name. Pair your hands together for Matt Pinstein.
What's up, guys? It's good to be here. How you feeling tonight? I can tell that I'm not the only single dude. Just check out the gallery. But I have spent a lot of time on what's that site? Tinder? Tinder, that's right. It's a lot like buying a car on Craigslist. In case you don't know, you get 5 photos and a brief description. It's up to you to make contact with the seller. But when you show up, you realize all the photos were taken like 5 years ago, and they didn't account for the scratches and the dings and the dents in the exterior, let alone to mention the entire interior mess. There's daddy jokes hanging from the rear view. There's a couple ex-boyfriends in the passenger seat. There's a gluten allergy in the trunk. That's pretty much it. There you go. I forgot a couple taglines, but there it is.
There you go, Matt Pinstein.
Fuck yeah. How long you been on stand-up, Matt?
It's like my 6th show.
6th show. Fuck yeah.
New Year's resolution. New Year's resolution.
I can totally tell. The biggest laugh you got was when you skipped like a CD at the very beginning of your set. Or it felt like it was part of it and I wanted more. Sounds accidental skipping. Okay, good to be here. But you can tell I'm nervous. But then as each second went on, I could hear the fear in your voice growing from getting laughs. It's that you sounded defeated in your voice, which I mean is common amongst people that are just starting out.
I hear that, yeah.
What do you do for work? What fire department do you work in?
Exactly. No, I'm putting out fire, but I was a volcano guy most recently out in Hawaii.
And you want to do comedy?
Yeah.
You're
Who's
retarded.
telling the truth tonight? What? Is that true?
Is it true?
Yeah, I lived on the Big Island for 8 years.
And you did what?
I was a volcano guy, the tour guide for the volcano.
You said a volcano god. That's what I thought you said.
Volcano humor. Pele over here.
GUID.
Sorry, I should have made it
A lot of laughs with this one.
What got you in?
What's that?
What got you in? Like, what made it be like, I don't want to give people tours of fucking death anymore. I want to fucking come and die on stage.
Because it's like 300 miles of driving and 10 hours of talking. And, you know, I stuttered through most of it. I got through.
You do have a stutter? That's a thing you have.
I think it's just anxiety induced, yeah.
It's fucking terrifying what you're doing, dude. I've been in the exact position you're in many times. Many times.
You hung out by volcanoes?
Yeah, I'm referring to the volcano guy.
Yeah.
No, seriously, man, I've been in your position many times. It's fucking terrifying. So you're just gonna get used to when I first started, I used to drink 5 whiskeys before I went on stage, and I would be buzzed. That's how hard my adrenaline was going. I would just be horrible. So like, it's just gonna take. It just takes time, dude. And the more you get comfortable, the more you'll be able to use it.
Have you generally?
No, because and you're Jewish, so you're gonna be fine.
Truly.
You're gonna be fine.
I just gotta keep working at it, man. It's something I want.
It's generally nervous.
Even my mom tonight,
Like, it's just me. You learn more from bombing than you ever will from fucking killing every show. Guys who kill every show, they get that way because they get a joke that fucking works, and they never fucking do something else. Alright? They're the ones that only kill. The guys who got balls, take the shot. You took the fucking shot. And dude, remember, you fuck with fucking volcanoes. You fuck with volcanoes. An audience of fucking these ones don't mean shit. You fuck with nature, bro. Okay? You understand me? This ain't nothing, Jack.
It's one of those volcano seals, if you're wondering.
I don't know. If Robbie's like giving you like beautiful words of inspiration, just turns and shits on the audience for no reason.
Well, this is what he's afraid of. This is what he's afraid of. That steady cam guy. The guy who's wearing a scarf inside. Okay, I mean, come on. This beautiful girl.
How long have you been in Los Angeles?
I came here on Friday and I have a flight at 10:30. I'm going back to Boston. So
You're going to Boston?
That's a great scene out there.
There you go. I'm going to be there 2 weeks before I fly. No, I live in Hawaii. So I'm going to be there for 2 weeks. I think that's probably a good call if this is my pursuit. Yeah.
You go to fucking Boston. Alright, nobody's there's Augie T.
The only person to make it in the comedy business out of Hawaii is the guy that makes Gabriel Iglesias' shirts.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not a very good scene over there.
Listen, I'm going to be...
It's growing, though. There's some good comics in it.
I'm going to be in Boston at Laughs this month. So look it up. Come down and hang out. All right?
Yeah, I love that, man.
Just come down and hang out. Tell them you're there with me. Give my name, whatever. Come up. Seriously, just
Get on stage.
hang around.
Ticket.
But hold on. This is... No. But here's the thing. This is what... Look, dude, I was a white dude from the suburbs. I started in a raw black room. All right? Talk about fucking nerves. What got me comfortable was going down and hanging around at the club and just being around, just being in the environment of a comedy club. So it's like, you have to just do that. Come hang out with me when you're there.
Word. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Hanging out with comics just gets used to it. So there's not any big deal. You got
rushed.
You got rushed. Don't worry about it. Take a breath.
And you're also god awful. You have to work on that as well.
Yeah,
Other than all the new nervous stuff, you also,
But it's 6 times god awful. 6 times is not god awful.
I feel like judge him just off his personality and everything. You know what I mean? This isn't easy. It's not built for everyone.
you record yourself.
That's a shitty thing to
I
say.
go, oh, shout out.
I highly recommend recording your sets.
Come up.
Not only that, check out rubmaps.com.
Do you get nervous other times in life too? No, pretty good. Nervous like on dates and shit. You single?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm on the Tinder app, for sure.
Is the Tinder app working for you at all? Do you really
My
like
legs fell asleep. For today, that makes 3 of us, right?
What does that mean?
Don't get sitting up there.
I mean, like, that's how we spoke for the show. You sit your legs were asleep and talk.
Call back.
You know what? I don't know. Too much.
Yeah,
As I said,
Too much time.
take it from me, the #1 host of the #1 live podcast in the world, Cal Bunny.
Hey, do me a favor. If you want to learn more about comedy, I recommend every comic. I spent an hour, I spent like 2 hours talking here one time. Google my name, Ralphie May, Comedy Store, instead of boot camp. It'll tell you everything that's going on about comedy. It's really, I've never, all those dumb dudes through the corner, that's a fucking scam. I get it. They wanted to pay me, and I bought lunch for all the people there. I'm not going to take money from other comics. When I tell them jokes from right there.
Can I say something that's bugging me right now? Every time Ralphie says an inspirational thing, you clap. Nobody clapped when I invited him into my green room in Boston. That is my space before the show. That is my sanctum, and I invited this man into it.
Let's just say Joe versus the volcano didn't need a seat.
That's really good.
It is really good.
Which snidey cunty remark was made by a
Matt Pinstein. The Pinsteins, huh? Is there a big family you have?
Yeah, I'm a host of 4 My Brothers here.
Oh! What do you do? I mean, what does he do?
He hasn't got this coat today. He runs an online clothing company.
Oh, wow, he got you that coat.
Well, he runs an online clothing company called Moose Limited.
There you go. You got to plug it
I bet he ain't got no fat guy shit, does he?
I don't know. It depends.
Moose Limited, the largest fucking deer.
You can dress a moose, man.
You can't fucking put a fat guy shirt together.
What size is that? It's large.
Can I get that?
Fuck yeah, I just got it today.
Let me get that.
Alright. This is a modern stick up, dude.
Take your shit.
This is all I got.
Okay, first of all, let's give it to the black guy.
If you want to trade me that hoodie, I'm sure I'll do it.
I would have been a H&M. I can't fuck with it.
Oh. That doesn't make any sense.
You don't like black folks say it?
No, it's just like, I think I won't be making it, so I gotta keep this.
Yeah, I mean, you want to hang on to that $3.75 fucking hoodie that you bought at H&M. God damn it! I know! Why can't I land a fucking job tonight?
Are you kidding me?
Because you had a special on Saturday that you check out.
H&M is really cheap, everybody.
It's not, it's like
Everyone can
$10.
tell that you wanted too much Joe.
Oh! Tony's killing, by the way.
It's hard to see where the remarks are coming from. It's like tennis.
You're right. You're right. I'm not even gonna. I'm agreeing with you.
Thank you. Take it from me, Raiders, bro.
I'll say this, man. That was great improv. Because you actually went with it. You didn't climb up. You were like, yeah, give me my phone.
Shut up, Brian.
Come on.
How dare you trying to steal a kid's jacket?
Yes.
Stop trying to act like you were doing a fucking Robin Williams exercise with him.
You're right. It kind of robbed me.
What's the craziest thing? You ever gotten arrested?
Yeah, just on a DUI like years ago.
Driving in Hawaii.
No, that was back in college.
Oh, fuck yeah.
UMass.
You gotta graduate, you gotta get a DUI.
Well, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's impressive.
Just drinking everywhere.
You never really got an answer out of you. Have you gone on a Tinder date yet?
Yeah, I've been on a few times.
Yeah, but there you go. This is
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like the girls up there seem like they're into it kind of rough. Have you noticed this?
Yeah, I think that's why Brian's playing a fly sound effect. Yeah, man. I don't know.
It's a dig, man.
Tell us more. What's rough about the girls that you date?
I don't know.
What's the first?
I don't know. You guys are into the UFC, right? I mean, like, this is a totally redefined, like,
UFC,
idea of, like, rear naked
place
Joe.
where I go ringside with Joe Rogan. Yeah, you may see me in the audience going, oh my god, yes, it's me, I am here.
It's true. You live right above the mat, right by the fence.
Yeah,
See, only for the best fights. And then about the UFC.
I don't know, man. Some of the dating out there, it's like ground and pound. It's very similar to that.
You went a long way to get that. Holy shit.
Have you ever been married? Never.
Breaking news. Matt doesn't know how to tell all the jokes.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, joke to somebody.
This is tough. These are the fucking tough spots.
I know.
It's all.
No, you gotta build them up a little bit. Like, give me
No. Fucking tear me down, man. This is a good learning experience.
No, this was just like on stage. I'm hovering over his shoulder. He's talking stutter.
It's all right, man. I've crushed it before.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's being tough.
Is that when you come to LA or to New York and you see the cream of the crop, you realize it's really not that much difference. Okay? You just got to work hard. Your time and experience. And it's fine. You want to do what you can do.
Now everybody's gonna clap for Ralphie. Yeah, everybody
Sorry.
Everybody fucking clap for Ralphie.
But I'm sorry. Don't clap for me, folks. I don't have my Comedy Central special going to be available online at midnight time. Like Mr. Joe DeRosa does. I did not let you down.
Breaking news, Joe DeRosa's desperation is potent.
Wow.
You son of a bitch, Red Man. I'm gonna chew your ass off outside for doing that to me. This is my show. How dare you come after me with the Wild West sound effect, you son of a bitch.
When did I ever
This is Tony.
Brian before?
This is Tony Hinchcliffe's internal monologue.
Well, that is pretty much spot on.
Wow.
Matt Pinson.
Yeah.
You ever
string a loss along your blood ball and divide it into two?
Legit question.
Answer now. Rhetorical question. There you go. All right, Matt. Well, nice to meet you, man. Hey, thanks you guys too. Right on. Thanks for the advice, guys. Right on. Thank you.
Go get it, Matt. I'd imagine being on stage alone is going to be less nerve-wracking than what you just went through. I think we just helped a little boy with his stutter here tonight. That's my theory.
But you want your stutter fixed? Come on down. Josh, Mark.
Josh, it's way too low. Josh, I'm having trouble fixing the mic stand. Can you fix it? I'm a god. The money of nothing to me.
Wow. That is a really good impression. That's amazing.
Someone nobody knows.
Yeah, for the listeners. So I pulled another name out of the bucket, and this is another Hilltop. There he is.
Totally puts up the Josh. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This is an absolute Kill Tony legend. You know him, you love him. Put your hands together for Tam Fam.
Hey, 2016 was back in 1994. It was the law first. That was the year when Congress passed what is called the Martin Cho Law, which requires that all Asian comics do an impression of their parents.
Rabbi, wake up.
I still haven't done an impression of my parents yet. I still need a lot more practice.
Consider
I don't
it.
find people around liquor stores. My parents don't work at a liquor store, they're just very rude. I shouldn't call my dad rude, abusive, is a better word. I haven't talked to him in years, but when he dies, my family still wants me to help pay for his cremation. Honestly, I would rather cremate him myself to save money than if I'm able to burn garbage.
Nailing it. Tam Fam. Yeah, you speak such perfect English, and that one part there, right towards the very end, you said my family once. Just barely hit it. One of our favorite things about Tam Fam, guys, is that sometimes he can talk. Anyway, I don't even know how to describe it without ruining it. You get it. Tam Fam, how's life? Oh, okie dokie. That would be right there. That would be absolutely.
Well, cut off that sound thing. I really annoy me.
Man, can I just talk? Really fucking impressed. This joke's
You
really
made that
fucking
press
funny.
with everyone tonight, Ralphie.
Not everybody. Not everybody. Come on, Tony. Not everybody.
My name is Tam Fam, if you are reading my bits correct.
Yeah, this is one of our favorite things. Anytime Tam Fam's on, he has the ability to channel Jeremiah something or something. It's that silly. It's stupid. So Tam Fam, what have you been up to recently that's different than all the other times you've been on the show?
I have been giving it in a lot lately. You know, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 4 times a week. But you know, this has been the shortest dry spell I ever had.
Wow, she and Tam Fam. You always hook up with just Asian girls?
Oh, no.
also like Oriental.
Jeremiah motherfucking water. Wow. Okay, real Tam fam in real life. Anything crazy happening in real life? Anything different? You're still just grinding every night, performing every night, killing. Everything's good.
Sure.
Singing. There you go. Some of that celebratory Jeff. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, same old.
Yeah.
You're a nice guy, and you're like, you got a nice face. And when you do that garbage joke at the end of burning garbage or whatever, it's fucking, it's short and make it sweeter. Like, it's $500 fine for littering. You know, make it so don't fucking go. Then I burn them. You know what I mean? It creeped me out a little bit. You know, like they can't laugh as they're breathing in. You know.
I think I disagree with you on this one, Ralph.
Wow, jeez, Tim, I can't believe you're disagreeing with a legend. What are your thoughts?
I am speaking from my life, and me saying that my father is human garbage comes from a true deep dark place. So therefore, speaking the truth, we all know the truth.
Wow, Tam, it sounds like you have some real issues with your father. What did he do?
I know, right?
What did he do to you when you were a little boy? What did your dad do?
He decided to conceive me inside my home, to raise me for years.
He's true inside of you. This is very dream. It almost sounds like you're improvising this answer on the spot.
No. Stay with me, Tommy. My English is something bad. What I meant to say is, my father raised me outside of the womb. And he told me, you'll never be funny. You will never make me funny. And I say, I'll show you that. I'll show you.
God, it's amazingly incredibly dumb and amazing. Well, that's
Okay, just another piece of advice. Fucking spend some time writing jokes. God damn, y'all are hilarious. If y'all fucking eating this on stage, holy shit. It's fucking funny as balls. Do you do this? Does he do this all the fucking time?
the two of them.
Put your chairs on stage.
The two of them.
That way it's on stage.
You mean the two of them, right?
Yeah.
I totally agree. I think I've said it many times.
I've never seen 27 years of comedy. I've never seen it. So the him,
Yeah, and this is probably the most mellow version. Hey, can we do it backwards? Can you do Jeremiah? Wow, that's a really good question.
I bet Jeremiah can't keep up.
Why don't you sit down over there and switch spots with Jeremiah?
You're in it now, Tam fam. You're in the war zone like a true Vietnamese little boy. So Jeremiah, you've been, killing it lately. Both Moody, goddamn Comedy Jam, roast battles, wave. What's next on the ladder, Jeremiah? What was part of Sarah things we're looking forward to next?
I just.
He was trying to sound white. Doesn't say anything. Jeremiah, did somebody hit you on the head with an aluminum bat today?
Jeremiah, why don't you explain to me your favorite kind of water?
That heavy breathing that happened right before he said missionary. I feel like Tim was flow there.
Jeremiah, is it just straight piss?
What I realized about that show is it's not even the pot on getting dug with high. It's the fact that there's no format to the show other than just smoking pot.
He asks you a pot question.
Yeah, but you're like inhaling a bong at the time. It doesn't make sense. Somebody's got to be smoking the whole time. So I end up having a habit of times that I've been like.
Yeah, I knew I was in trouble when I was sweating harder than I've ever sweat in my life. And I go, it's hot here, right? And everybody's like, no. I had to go sit for a fit. Then I evened out. It was scary. But I thought sativas were like.
That's when you get on your head and you think everybody's trying to kill you. The indicas, the one that makes you want to like sit in a couch. That's when you say you're stoned. That's what you feel like. But sativa, when you go, I'm high. That's what it is.
Okay, so you want to see
everything. It's like weed, kind of bad. You do push-ups or exercise, and it burns it off. It's gone. So you have to go to the hospital. Somebody take me to the hospital.
Like push-ups where you clear carbonated beverage like this, right? Just try and then you get the verb with that.
Why a clear beverage?
Because if it's a dark soda, then it tends to have a syrup in it that sort of sinks things more. So they just sort of like keeping it sinks them. I guess polar Dr. Pepper, which is surprisingly not remedying all the sodas. You would think Dr. Pepper would be the healthy one, but now it's actually pretty much just Sprite ginger ale like regular soda.
I'm gonna try this indica.
If you have a panic attack, you feel like you're having a heart attack.
Miss Aquarius.
Please. First.
How was your day?
How
was your day? How was your day? How was your day?
The sick with a migraine, and then the baby was had a what's going on? Just me and her today.
Yes, ma'am, you have an invite.
So tired. But yeah, that's all I did. How was your day?
Oh, it was great. I did two podcasts. The first was the end of a 4-part podcast series that I've done with this individual. And the second was with a young lady who I just felt was an excellent podcast interviewer because she just let me talk. And that's what I want people to do, so I can tell them about all the stuff that I do. And that one lasted like an hour and a half, and it was great. And oh man, and I loved it. So that was really good. I was really happy with how they went.
That was
Oh, no way. Okay.
I wasn't sure that was him. People like to be like the happy with stuff. Yeah. I hope everything all right. I don't know what they say the other one. Must have problems with it. Hope we come back in here, I hope.
Yeah, same here. Dismissed.
No.
Ooh, almost.
Right. And another one.
And another. Oh, almost.
Yeah, good day, just relax. That's how we get ate and relax.
Well, that's always good.
Nobody be going nowhere anyway. What's out there? That vibe.
I think it's going to be a big deal in the Aquarius.
Think so?
Yep. If I were a betting man, I would say this is the next big one.
My mask. Get that mask on, man. Don't stay in the house. But it's coming from a cruise ship. I ain't never heard that cruise ship. I ain't got to know about that. I ain't never heard of that one. They said it's from a rail or something. Something like that. Like with the bird watching and everything. That bird watching. I look at this guy and he's a cool person. He always, give the news and stuff. And he said that they was talking about it.
Reload is right.
And he said that it's one of them bird watchers, but really it's come from, I guess it's come from Ireland or something like that. I forgot where it was coming from. That's crazy. I don't know if they killed it or what. You gotta be careful what you do. That.
Ooh, almost.
Come on.
I saw that. That was close. Get it. Get it. Mr. Chris, I was so happy to do this podcast today. And the previous ones that I've done, they usually, they're really nice because they let me do multiple of them. But I have so much that I want to go into, and this one was an hour and a half, and she had some good questions, some very basic questions. We talked beforehand. She was like, if you want to change anything, you want me to edit anything out, just let me know. And I didn't, and she just let me go, and I felt afterward, absolutely. I felt afterward like very satisfied. Like, I was able to talk about all the stuff that I love, all the stuff in which I'm passionate, and just felt really good about it. So,
I heard something about Leo Pit.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's what she was saying. She was saying that she can't believe people still do it, but they do.
Yeah, I'm like,
You did. It was great. Get this inspiration for the score, girl. Yeah. Good job.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Let's go.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Get it. No. That's okay. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in both. undefeated in friendship.
Yay.
He is right.
That's good. Yeah, Neil Pitts. That was, I can, yeah. It's still up there. She did out. It's still up there. I'm too old to play that kids at. It be like kids. It be like 12, 17, 9, 8 years old.
That's right. Yes, ma'am. God willing, everything goes well.
All right, I will. You too, okay?
Thank you.
And you always been a good friend, Rabbi. And you always be my friend.
God willing, I do my best.
And we're always friends, right?
God willing, 100%. Excellent.
And I heard you talking to somebody here. She might be an old friend. Is she new?
Yeah. No. She's old. She and I would talk like more than a year ago. And apparently she broke up with her boyfriend yesterday. And just wanted to come and talk. And she's a really nice person.
Okay. All right. We're doing such a later, guys.
Yeah, take care. Shout out to Miss Aquarius, everybody.
I think it's a Zoom coming here. He left. He might be back though.
Yeah, he woke me up. But that's okay.
All right.
What up, Zoo?
Rabbi,
What up?
did I wake you up before?
Yeah, but that's okay. What's up, man?
You know what I was thinking?
What were you thinking, big man?
Whatever happened to the singer Passenger?
Who's Passenger?
Do you know the song Let Her Go?
Who?
Let Her Go.
No one knows that song.
It has 4 billion views on YouTube, 500 million more views than Baby Justin Bieber.
All right. I mean, people barely know Justin Bieber anymore, but okay. What about? Yeah, no, I know. So what about? Is it a boy or a girl? Who's Passenger?
Boy. I like folk singing. You don't know Let Her Go?
No, nobody knows that.
Only know you being high.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I know that song. I like that song. I don't know, big man. What do you think happened to him?
Yes. That video on YouTube is also something like 3 million, 4 million, or like 5,000. Like, why is that song so big? And no one and why didn't you ever realize that?
Did you Google it? Like maybe he retired?
It's like one of the biggest songs in the world.
All right. I mean, did he retire?
No. I don't know. But it was like during the 2010, early 2010, the biggest song in the fucking world. Then he just disappeared. No one remembers who he is.
Yeah. Is he from Australia?
No.
Where's he from?
England.
Oh, okay. Well.
UK. I don't know. But like his the thing is, right? He recorded that album in Australia.
Okay.
The one that Let It Go is the biggest song we ever had. Probably one of the biggest songs in the world. Just like has more views than Justin Bieber, Baby. Baby has 3.5 billion. Everyone knows that song.
Okay.
There's not a purpose. There's not a purpose that you wouldn't be like. Oh, sorry. Between the ages of 20 to under 35, they wouldn't know what Justin Bieber Baby is.
I'm in agreement. A lot of people would know that song.
But not everyone knows what Let It Go is. But like they would know the song, but they wouldn't actually sing it. Like, you didn't even understand it.
No, I didn't. Until you started singing it, I had no idea what you were referencing.
Like, it is one of the biggest songs. in the world. And the gods just disappeared. No one knows who it is. They sung it. One of the biggest songs of all time.
All right, what do you think happened to him? Look, dude, I'm just gonna save us a bunch of time. What's this asshole's name?
Passenger. Singer. What do I think happened? I think he's still doing music.
All right.
I think he just had that successful one hit. He just doesn't need to do anything else. He could have made his career. I still making music. Just not getting the attention.
Right.
He's never gonna have a song that big.
I mean, he might.
Do you know what I think?
What do you think's gonna happen, Zoo?
No, I think he blew up at the same time Ed Sheeran blew up with the similar style, but with young style. But Ed Sheeran was younger than he was. Studios wanted to promote Ed Sheeran.
Okay, did they want to call Riser? Why don't you call Riser? Why don't you call Riser?
Who was that? Okay.
Just call Riser.
Was it a big song in the US?
Yeah, it was. It had some commercial success.
You know, it's the most. It's the most videos made in Australia.
That's baller. Does Riser know about this topic?
No.
Okay, so I advise that you tell him about it. Let's hear what he has to say. So why don't you call him and tell him? And what happened?
And they said, he said, fuck you. He said, come Discord. He said, fuck you.
Are you serious?
Yeah, said, fuck you. He texted back saying, fuck you.
Just now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you get rewarded for your excellent work. So
Okay.
I'm sending you a dice party just because you were so cool. I know. I'm thinking of somebody who is truly a one-hit wonder. It really doesn't have anything else that people recognize. Because a lot of people who they say, oh, look who it is.
I think Passenger had some of the songs, but they just like they played that shit.
What up, Riser?
Rabbi. Hey, Raza. Yo. Are you ready?
No, we wouldn't cheat on you like that. They're
Do you know the song by Passenger called Let Her Go?
You would know it if you heard it.
Sing it.
Sing it.
Karaoke. What's it sound
What's
like?
it sound like?
Only know when you're high, when you feel like no. Only love it when you let it go. Oh. Yeah, no, that's all.
Yeah, your singing voice is
singing
like
voice is like
low-key
low-key garbage.
Zeus.
No, just Sing. Only know when you're
Why the fuck not, Zeus?
Only know you let it go. You let it go.
Zeus like obsessed with this song.
Really not
bringing
like
it
the
I need to hear like
Can you do that instrumental?
instrumental?
Where the fuck's Rabbi?
I'm right here, baby.
This here.
Oh, I froze.
You don't know?
I mean,
I need to hear like here. I'll listen to it. What do I type in?
Just let it go by Passenger.
Okay, like it. I'll probably.
It has 4 billion views. It has more views than Justin
Yeah,
Bieber.
I kind of heard it on the radio. Listen to it. Is this your jams? It?
No. I'm just saying, what happened to that guy?
I don't know. Probably scammed people with digital real estate in the metaverse. Like fake concept.
Hey,
This song is fun, man. Mint.
What?
Oh, you like it? Like, yeah, like. Beautiful.
That's 4 billion views. And he disappeared.
Is he actually like a missing person, or did he just stop putting out music? Yeah.
What up,
dude?
What up?
No one remembers who he is.
Yeah. Come on. Man.
Zoot is obsessed with this guy.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I just find it strange. Go ahead. More views than Justin Bieber.
Well, maybe if you blew him like you sound like you want to, he'd get more views. Riser, how you living, Pam?
Yeah, I'm blessed.
Too blessed to be.
Shout out to the Most High.
Too blessed.
Like a eagle 1,000 feet above there.
Are you too blessed to be stressed?
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
No negative energy in my mind.
That's excellent to hear. Would I? Yeah. I would, because it would mean there's a really good chance of world peace and everybody would understand. I've never blown a dude, but if I had to, everybody would understand. They'd be like, dude, Rabbi's the coolest person ever. They're the straightest motherfucker ever, but realize that they are going to transform all of our lives into a more peaceful, understanding, sincere world, and all they had to do was suck some dude's dick all day long.
Team.
Exactly.
That sounds like what sounds like president.
Oh, that's kind of hilarious.
Dude, stepped up to the plate. Took an L for the whole world.
Oh, dude, I got 5 in a row.
Nobel Peace Prize.
To save the world.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what's annoying about that?
What's annoying about that, Zoo?
I could have gone this time.
Yeah, you could have done. Guys, I did 2 podcasts today, and they went phenomenally. The first one was the part 4 of with this guy from Czech Republic, and then I did a podcast with a woman, which I haven't done a podcast with a woman in a long time, and she was amazing. Shout out to Elizabeth. And I think you both know, I have a lot to talk about, and you gotta just give me my time to be able to go through it all, or else I'm gonna be frustrated. And my other podcasts have been like series, which is cool, but you get all this momentum going, and then you gotta stop momentum going, and then you stop momentum going, and you stop. And this one was an hour and a half, and I got to read through all my blog posts, which is baller, and I just really enjoyed it. So you're not going to do that, so why don't you stop dreaming? No large straight, dog. If you get a large straight, this game is rigged. There's no way. You're done. It's over. It's over, Zoot. Don't try it. You need a 3 and a 4. Yeah, it's over. Champion. Zoot. Zoot missed by 1. It's over, Zoot. And then I fell asleep after. And then Zoot came in here and was like, Rabbi, I know you can hear me. I just saw you move. And he was absolutely right. And that awoke me, and it was right at 8. And now he's here, now you're here, and now I'm happy. With whom do you have a meeting? Zoot, with whom do you... With Beyonce?
Yes, I fuck with Beyonce.
Okay, like, no, you don't? What do you mean you have a meeting with someone and you can't say?
Yeah, I mean, it would be surprised by
Oh, you got that chick. All right. Yeah, you made it sound like your investment. You made it sound like your investment firm's board of trustees was having a closed room board meeting. I'm like, with whom does Zoot have to meet? Zoot comes in here and tells us the deepest, darkest secrets of the world.
Meeting to Zoot means his webcam is looking at him with his hands.
That's absolutely right. And
his hands are so lost. They're more lost than all.
Yeah. Okay. What are the odds that this go? What are the odds that this? What are the odds that this go flakes on? What are the odds that this go flakes on?
Zoot has way too much. He's like, we got books for confidence. He's got super spreader type confidence.
You're hilarious.
It's just another like flip of the page for Zoot.
100%.
No, you can't base Zoot.
No, definitely not. How was your day?
Good as fuck.
That's great. Why was it good as fuck?
Good energy, bro.
That's baller.
There's like.
Was it C? Was it carbon 12?
That's the carbon 14 in the air.
Oh, carbon 14. What am I able to measure your bone density and find a spike of carbon 14 on today?
There's definitely a spike in carbon 14 today, and that's excess production of neutrons in the atmosphere.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. So I was thinking about this, like, go ahead.
The atomic civilization starter bred energy.
Excellent. I was thinking about this last night or this morning, and I'm like, no, I cannot believe I was trying. Well, I think pretty successfully defending the argument that there's some shenanery. What do you call it? Chicanery within the atomic industry. And I, at the end of the day, I do think they exist, but not for any of the reasons that you gave, not any of the reasons anybody else gave. I believe there's something there because it has been reported multiple times, like en masse, that aliens fly over our nuclear weapons bases and shut down the power there. And if they wouldn't do that, in my opinion, if we were bluffing.
Yeah, I mean, that's one angle to it too.
No, that's the most.
The aliens are, don't want to give us control over that type of power.
Doug, do you know about
and arguably like the whole race for AIs and quantum computers is for like decryption, which is basically like the proxy to unlocking like superpowers or world domination, control.
I'm in agreement with you there. There's this documentary on, maybe we should watch, not tonight, but some other time, on the school in Zimbabwe. It's very famous. It was a bunch of kids who were at recess one day, and a craft landed at their school, in their schoolyard. And hundreds of kids, it's like, well, like maybe like 95 kids at least, were witness to this. And they said that these little creatures came out and communicated with them telepathically. And like the two things that they were told were like, you should be peace-seeking individuals, and that you should not allow the proliferation of nuclear weapons. And these are like little kids who didn't click with them. Those aren't kind of discussions they would ever have. And they went and told their teachers, and the teachers would like had to witness this as well. And then the craft like took off, and all these kids were like, dude, what was that? And so they reported it, and it made the newspapers, and it was just seen as like a mass, a close encounter of like the second kind, I believe, maybe the first kind. Anyway, let me look at that scale really quickly. Close encounter of the first kind, second kind, third kind. So first,
footage of these witness accounts.
No, this was like in the. Let me look. I'll look up the year. So the first kind is
some guy typing on the internet.
No. Oh yeah. Is there footage of the kids? Yeah. So this is what makes this case really interesting. That was like 30 years ago, and all the people are grown, and they all have the same memory. None of them changed, and none of them came out and said that we were faking it then. I think they had at least like 30 witnesses who went on camera. They all but one wanted to go on camera again. I don't know why the one person didn't want to go on camera, but I think it had to do with they were just more private today. Zimbabwe mass UFO sighting school. It happened in, okay, so it's called the Aerial School UFO Incident. Apologies, it was 60 kids. Oh no, it was over 60 kids, so it could have been that. When over 60 kids at Aerial, okay, so this happened in 1994. And they reported witnessing a silver disc-shaped craft land near their playground. The children described seeing small humanoid beings with large black eyes and tight-fitting black suits who communicated a telepathic warning about environmental destruction and technological dangers. Investigation of the case gained international attention when Dr. John E. Mack, a Harvard psychiatrist, interviewed the students and concluded their accounts were emotionally sincere and consistent, lacking signs of collusion or deception. Uh, there was skepticism. Critics suggest the event may have been mass hysteria or misinterpretation. Legacy, the incident. Okay, so hold on a second. Then they had a reunion. Just recently. Well, like in the last 5 years. Okay, so 62 children. All right, so yeah, then the former students have participated in reunions and documentaries such as The Phenomenon in 2020 and Aerial Phenomenon in 2022, where now adult witnesses reaffirm the authenticity of their childhood memories. Despite the passage of time and the migration of many participants to countries like Canada and the United Kingdom, the group remains one of the most cited examples of a credible mass UFO encounter due to the long-term consistency of their accounts. And they all drew pictures of it and what it looked like. So that's a good one. I mean, that's a good mass witness event. Anyway, how did we get there? Well, that's obvious. No, the thing about the aliens over nuclear facilities. So, dude, I just want to say I had such a good podcast with this woman. She initially just let me go and talk about like live streaming. Then I got to get into mega projects, and then I got to just go down the list of my Medium articles and highlight them. I didn't read them all, but we talked a lot about the technology part of it and the moderation part of it. And at the end, she was just really, really nice person. And if she ever sees this, she should. And I said it made me recognize what a really good podcast host needs to be. And I'm not saying the previous people I've had have ever been this way, but I've never had a podcast host who was like, we can take as long as you want. Maybe they might have said that previously, but due to technological constraints, usually on their end, these things have had to be broken up. And it's just like, I can't really get too in depth without, with having it split up. But this one, she just let me go. Oh, dude, it was
like hyperbole, do as many podcasts as you can. You're like the me sauce, in futurism.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I don't know everything about aliens, dude. I do know the people though who are at the forefront of this. There are two guys on Twitter. One of them is known as Red Koala Panda. He's I don't want to say he's a friend of mine, but he's like a digital friend of mine. We definitely know each other. He's been in my Twitter Spaces, and he's helped me to host Twitter Spaces. He and I are we're tight. And then the other guy's name is Tupacabra. And then there's another guy who deserves credit too. His name is Full Stack Logan. Basically, these three guys are like always hosting Twitter Spaces, always, and they're always on like UFOs and stuff. To the point where they were Red Hat Panda and Tupacabra were cited on the Joe Rogan Experience. They were actually mentioned on Joe Rogan, and I freaked out because I'm like, dude, I know those guys. They had somebody who was talking about aliens. It was last January, and or maybe it was this January. It was in I remember it was in January, and they were talking about the alien phenomenon. And somebody was like, "Yeah, if you want to follow this, like the people who are always doing this are Red Hat Panda and Tupacabra." And I'm like, dude, I know both those guys. We've been friends on X and some of my accounts, and I've spoken to them. They both know who I am. Like, not like they. It's one thing to be like, oh yeah, I think I know that person. They're like, oh, Rabbi's here. Hey, Rabbi, come on up. We've never talked with you. Like, there's a big difference. And they've always been really cool to me, especially Red Hat Panda, because I know him a little bit better. Those are the guys, in my opinion, who are at the forefront of the UFO phenomenon. Though I push it.
What are they like preaching?
Yeah, well, that UFOs are here, that we're in a period of soft disclosure, that, um, like, these are the guys who are, like, tweeting about when they're reading what the Trump administration just released on UFOs, and, like, I've got to say, I'm not the person who's going through that. I'll wait for someone to disseminate it to me. I just don't have the time or the energy to be like,
Damn.
yeah,
I thought you were gonna be stoked over the UFO.
well, dude, I've been jerked off so many times by so many different administrations, and the thing is, I already know that they're here. This is on the front page of the New York Times. Like, what more do you need? In my opinion, like, that's the most credible newspaper in the United States, and it was already disclosed in 2017. What more do you need?
Could this be like a nuclear bomb attack where they're trying to psyop people and believing that there's like supernatural force on Earth, and the war people or whatever should surrender in Iran or something.
I don't know about that, but
the aliens chose us to work with them, and you guys, we have their like missile technology. You guys should just give up the fight, please.
I get what you're saying. Well, I would say this, that the technology that's involved with the UFO phenomenon is more impactful than even nuclear weapons or nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is amazing, but anti-gravity is another level. Anti-gravity allows
you. I don't like how the little thing hinges on element 150 and like the only account of that really exists is like Bob Lazar's.
No, that's just that. No. No. I don't mean to discount what you're saying, but no, he's just the most famous one, and he's the one that I always talk about. But there are other people who have confirmed this story. And being at S4.
What's the most convincing thing that element 15 made it to human?
Yeah, his name is Dan Bursch. He's a geologist who worked at Element 1, worked at S4, and worked with Element 115. And I may have made you watch a bit, like, it's short. It's like 30 minutes. I think I made you watch it, of an account of what goes on. Yeah. This is with J-Rod, like 6 levels deep. Or 5, whatever, 5 levels deep or 4 levels deep at Area S4 where the alien lives. And that whole story is not from Bob Lazar. That's from Dan Bursch. And there are other really interesting stories to this. There's a guy named Phil Schneider.
There's one dude who was he's like a UFO guy, and he's giving like all these UFO talks. And then I was watching like a video or something, reading about it, and this guy, maybe you'll know what I'm talking about. He said he's like missing like a finger or 2 fingers.
Yeah, dude, stop. Yeah, I was literally just saying there's a guy named Phil Schneider, and then that's when you came in with that. Yeah, we were talking about the same guy.
Okay, well, that guy, the guy who goes around saying that he's been to like S4, and he's got like missing 2 fingers because an alien took them. That guy literally, someone got like the FBI or something to give like a background check on them, and they like released this file that, and of course people that believe in S4 will say that it's completely fabricated, disingenuous, and they're trying to persuade public opinion otherwise. But what they presented was that this guy was inside of a psych ward, diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he armed himself by like chewing off like his fingers or something. And I don't even know if it's possible to chew off your fingers, so maybe it is why. But
no,
they're basically
it's definitely
saying that this guy's like a certified chick.
Okay, so maybe we're not talking about the same guy. The guy I'm talking about, his name is Phil Schneider. He worked on the program to build the tunnels for the military-industrial complex, the deep underground military bases, and
I feel like it's the guy. I'll search for that.
yeah, but he died in the 90s. So anyone who's saying it, I did an FBI search on this guy, would be like, dude, it had to be like 25 years old. And
I mean, that guy's been around.
oh yeah, no doubt. But I mean, here's the thing: why do you listen to what other people have to say about this man when you can just listen to him and hear that he speaks incredibly coherently and intelligently? He doesn't speak like somebody with mental illness by any means, not even close. And he's speaking in front of a crowd. It's not like he's just.
No, I watched the video of this guy with missing fingers. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how many missing fingers guys are like deep areas of his face. The guy sounded like super convincing and whatnot.
Exactly. Okay, and then in the same way, they said that Bob Lazar didn't work at Los Alamos. They did FBI background checks, all kinds of stuff on him, and he was in the phone book. So what I'm saying is, like, that's lazy. In my opinion, that's lazy research, because those types of documents can be altered.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm in one camp or the other. I don't know. I feel like people try to discredit the people that are coming forth as basically just insane LARPers or make up something to that may or may not be true. It's kind of hard to tell the source other than just whatever you think is the truth. Like I don't know. I see no reason why aliens shouldn't exist. And if you think about it, like if you do not believe in aliens, you're basically saying that like consciousness is like limited and constrained and like cannot be beyond what our consciousness is. But our own consciousness is arguably levels higher than like the butterfly, which only has a few neurons and neural pathways. So it's like I don't know. It's not that crazy of a thought to think like there's something a lot more advanced than we are. In my personal opinion.
So the interesting thing about Phil Schneider is the way he lost those fingers allegedly was a particle beam weapon that was shot at him by an alien race underground. It's known as the Dolce War or the Underground War. But basically, the story is this: this group of contractors were building this tunnel deep underground that connects all of the maglev trains of the world, or the secret maglev trains, basically, that the military-industrial complex uses.
Is the guy who claims that there's like hundreds of underground bases?
A lot of people. This isn't just one person.
Okay, but he does spell about many underground bases.
But a lot of people.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking of this. I feel like we're thinking of the same guy. Because there's not that many missing fingers. That's 4 ton of people. But I'm pretty sure that guy was like, there's 215 like underground bases that he was working on the tunnel allegedly.
That's correct.
Okay. How do I spell his name? F-I-L-S-C-H.
No, it's P-H-I. Stop. It's P-H-I-L space S-C-H-N-E-I-D-E-R. I believe.
Okay.
And he has multiple lectures that he gives. At no point does he ever sound unintelligent or does he contradict himself. So whatever person, and I'd say this for anyone out there who says, why did an FBI background check on a guy and it says that he chewed off his own finger? Okay, that tends me to think that you are either incorrect, that you've been misled, or that you don't know what you're talking about. Like, put yourself out there. Put your FBI background check out there. Anybody can just go in the comments and say, this guy chewed off his own fingers. Like, anybody can do that. Put yourself out there. You go get an interview. You go take questions from the public.
I mean, it's of course unconfirmed whether that file is legitimate or not. Like I said,
It even could be legitimate. It could even be legitimate and had just been altered, just like they did with Bob Lazar. They said Bob Lazar did not work at Los Alamos. That was clear-cut evidence that they said you can't believe this person because he did not work at Los Alamos. And then George Knapp, a reporter, went with Bob Lazar to Los Alamos National Laboratory in Los Alamos, New Mexico. And Bob Lazar knew the place like the back of his hand and was able to show them that he was in the telephone book. So it shows that these guys lie. It shows that they manipulate people's backgrounds.
I mean,
oh, yes, we will. Yes, we will. The truth will eventually come out. There will be some kind of technology that allows you, I was already reading about this, that allows you to find out anything from the past. It may be alien technology, like Project Looking Glass kind of a deal. Speaking of glass,
I find reading like people's telepathy report interesting.
Speaking of glass, I was on this subreddit earlier today, and it gave me a bunch of topics on which I want to write, and I think you would find some of these to be interesting. There's like suppressed technology that is available, or was once available, what's no longer available. A lot of it has to do with planned obsolescence, but I wanted to read it to you just for a moment. All right, so there's a technology available to identify the source of microplastics. There's something called the Phoebus cartel, the people who control the light bulbs of the world. And actually, the United Arab Emirates contracted the light bulb manufacturers of the world and said, we want a light bulb that lasts for 50 years. And they created this that has thicker filaments than other light bulbs, but it's only available in the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, like in Saudi Arabia or something. And you can't get it shipped anywhere else. But I thought that was really interesting. And that we know that light bulbs can last hundreds of years. There's a light bulb in California that's been going over 100 years. And it's on camera. It has a live stream. So like when people are like, oh, you have the world's longest live stream. No, I don't have longer than that light bulb, but not a lot. The light bulb is in a firehouse in like, I think it's Lancaster, California. Something that, or Livermore, California. Whatever.
I mean, it's like the same thing with like tires or I saw this Facebook that guy. I was saying that his hands will like last a super long time, or whatever. The most durable pants you'll ever buy, hair, yada 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 yada.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it goes against the grain of the interest of companies that produce those things that end up in landfills in short to just make something. If because it's a company that's trying to maximize profit, not environmental sustainability and economic benefit.
agreed. And they passed a law in 2017 in the United Kingdom where that was supposed to make these types of practices illegal. Other things.
I think maybe we were talking about this at one point earlier. It may have been like a clip on Joe Rogan, but like there's like NASA has invented like these airless tires supposedly, and they're like chainmail, like inflatable, or not inflatable, but they just maintain their shape. They're like made of like some weird like space material.
Yep.
They're arguably like $10,000 a wheel or something. But
I have that on my list.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange that like no person. I mean, possibly NASA has just like patented the technology, and they have like $1 trillion of like legal funding to just gatekeep and patent control. Which I was listening to this thing on one of my favorite YouTube channels. This guy called The Bailey. He's like a criminal and defense and firearms lawyer from like Alberta. And he's so goddamn funny, but he's talking about like there's like these two magicians that were like one of them was suing the other one, trying to make the other one disappear. And
is that a joke? Is that a joke?
Alleging.
Is that a joke?
Yeah. They're alleging that this one of this he's like magician dudes, whatever company is named, like basically had a bunch of like shitty patents for like these magic kits. And so if any competitor company would try to like release their own magic kit, he basically just basically they're claiming that he's extorting people by saying like, oh, I have a patent for this like thing that even though it's like super vague and like kind of like a bullshit patent, he's just like I'm just gonna sue the heck out of you if you proceed with this, and then basically gatekeeping these people with like the threat of patent lawsuits. And I also saw this dumbass live streamer named like Boozy or something. He's like one of the top streamers.
I know who he is.
And this idiot like was trying to he live streams himself doing he like goes to like motorcycle shop thing, like they sell motorcycles, and he like gets a motorcycle, and apparently he just like test drives this motorcycle, but the motorcycle had mirrors on it, and then he like goes up to the people on stream, and he's like, you could have killed me, I asked for a motorcycle without mirrors, and you gave me this motorcycle with mirrors, and I'm like, you better hope I don't sue your ass, like you almost killed me today. And it seemed like he was literally trying to intimidate them and extort them with the threat of a lawsuit. Even though the guy in the like Chinese motorcycle shop was like, dude, you literally took the motorcycle out and like test drove it. Like, if you didn't want mirrors, don't test drive the motorcycle with mirrors. But the guy was like, he literally seemed like an Antifa member, like going around trying to intimidate people with covering like the lawsuit of their conscience. not a great move in my opinion, and especially to stream your like street terrorism to people. Not a great thing.
I know who that guy is. If we're talking about the same guy.
Yeah, I think he does like 24-hour streams. He's gonna like Jack stories.
Yeah, I've seen.
He's always like fighting with people. Trying to. It's like I don't know. I guess the audience is always stirring up shit.
I've seen that guy. One time he was like, "You want to know how much kick is botted?" And he's like, "Watch this. I'm gonna start a stream, and I'm gonna call my guy who bots all of the kick streamers, and within like 5 minutes, I'll have 15,000 people watching me." And then he made that into a clip, and it got a bunch of views. But yeah, Fousey, Fousy, right? Or Fousy.
Yeah, I guess they bought it out. Shitty stream.
Exactly. All right. So they make clothing that's basically out of seatbelt material that is stain proof and really durable. Another thing is nylon panties. It's called Sheerex. Basically, they don't tear or rip. And another is, I guess they have this in Ireland. We don't. This is new to me, but it's called ranked choice in an election, where if you, let's say you vote for somebody and they end up losing, you can transfer your vote to somebody else, like the second best guy or whatever. They have something in like anodes in a hot water service tank are like made out of plastic. A lot of things that these companies know that the plastic parts don't last as long as the metal parts, so they'll make the outside of the machine out of metal, so it looks metal, but then they'll just put like 1 or 2 parts in there that are plastic that over time are like guaranteed to melt, and that's what they do. Another's airless tires. Another is lighted tires, which I've seen. They had them in the 60s. They were like made out of like glow-in-the-dark material. Another plastic.
I think they'd be able to make like a gasket for a car that like doesn't turn shit over time. It's kind of like comical how you'll have a car and it's like, oh, head gasket is blown. It's $3,000 to repair. So you have to like the whole engine. But the actual gasket itself is like 40 cents. And I mean, I guess it's like just like the heat and cooling's like rubber over time. Like it's kind of like we should be able to solve this.
They made in East Germany until 1980 something called Superfest, which is a brand of drinking glasses. It was made of a chemically strengthened glass that were notably strong, and they wouldn't break, but they were like made illegal or something, or not produced anymore due to planned obsolescence. Another, so that's unbreakable glass, unbreakable plates. The fact that GPS can get your location even closer down to 1 meter, yet that's only allowed for governments. It's not allowed for.
This is arguably unbreakable glass, just like hardened plastic. Because I've seen bombs where people are advertising these bombs where you just chuck them off of 3-story buildings. And they're really just like hardened plastic, so it won't shatter.
I think this is glass. Glass is silica. Plastic is petroleum based.
Just use like plastic.
Well, no, then you get microplastics. Then you get microplastics in your system. This is glass. This is silica. So
I feel like plastics only leach under certain conditions, like hot temperatures.
Which is what you use plates for.
No, I'm talking about drinking glass.
Well,
like the temperature.
I'm saying
if you're just drinking like room temperature wine out of plastic glass, I don't feel like it's going to leach as much as like a water bottle up in Arizona.
Oh, that's a valid point. I mean, there are different kinds of plastics, but this is glass, so it doesn't have any microplastics, and it was used in Germany up until 1980 when they made it like no longer available. Another is
What was the GPS thing?
yeah. So like GPS is much more accurate than people give it credit for. The government can get it down to under 1 meter, but consumer GPS is far less accurate. Like if you're using Waze or Google Maps or something like that, it's like not as accurate, and it could be. Though it's pretty good, but it could be better. Um, what else is there? So there's a Consumer Rights Act that was passed in England after people found out that Germany had washing machines with plastic parts, and I just would like to see those kind of things passed in the United States. So anyway, I thought that stuff was pretty interesting, and I want to write on those topics. I will in the future. Are you ready to lose? That's my big question. I mean, you could go over here and jerk yourself off over nuclear weapons and aliens and unbreakable glass, but my question is this: are you ready to lose?
I'm waiting. Waiting on the
Oh, I know. I want to send you a different kind of game. No word helper.
I don't. What's the word helper? Bonuses on the board?
No, dog, you don't even know what word helper is.
There's no word helper. There's no word helper. I'm not getting help with any words.
Then you'll be fine with word helper off.
Well, what's the word helper in the game?
It tells you like if it's a word or not. So let's see how we do without word helper. And then we'll see. Because
what if you submit a word that's like not invalid? Call the other do that.
No, there's no bullshit. There's still a way to do a word helper, so don't think that it goes away. You'll see.
Love it when I get inundated with garbage tiles. I mean, it tells you can submit a thing or not submit it.
Right, so you could just sit there and click it.
You can still just guess, right?
Yeah, it just would take longer to like keep submitting if you didn't have a word.
It seems like the exact thing, only the lights up blue instead of green. The color is kind of throwing me off.
Well, we'll see how you do without the helper, and if you win, then I'll say that the helper was bullshit. And if I win,
There is a helper, but it's like
I can just, it
it
won't
won't
let me
let me
submit it if it's not a word.
exactly. There should be a game mode that is you can try to submit it, but if it's not a word, you lose your turn. So then you're only playing You're only playing like words that you really know are true and spelled correctly. That's baller. But all I know is I'm doubling your score right now, and so it seems like word helper is a necessary.
Yes. Game apparently wants me to reverse tiles. I mean, these tiles have never been dealt with. There's going for bullshit and
I have a question. Why you normally seem to do so well when you have the word assist, but when you don't have it, you don't do as well. Is that what it is?
It is.
How sure of you of this? How sure of you of this, man?
Not even worried. I'm getting all the even the all that stars, turtle horses in the air. I'm not sure.
Did you know that it's your turn and that you're more than doubled right now? That was good. That was really good. That was really good.
Too easy. Do you take pride in stealing the spots that I was about to not a word. Definitely not a word. Also definitely not a word. There's no two-letter V word, unfortunately. That was a great way to connect.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Damn. That's stupid Xbox was very nice word.
You're welcome.
What? Saying like, I placed that down in the last fucking second.
You're upping, dog. You're upping.
See how lucky you got it. Squeeze out, or block the corner off this.
You're up, big dog.
Damn.
It's not so much that I'm good at this game. It's I'm good and good looking. It's just incredible. It's just incredible domination. Doug, you know that it was the best. And without word helper, you stink. Do you want your turn back?
I'm getting the worst luck on these tiles. Such a terrible move.
Why do you think it was terrible? Doug, are you not seeing the scoreboard? I'm not even trying. I'm multitasking and just showing sheer dominance. Doug, see, you need that word helper.
I need some fucking tiles looking at. Absolute dog shit. Yo, how the fuck?
Word helper assistant. Devastating. You've got to play the next one or you forfeit.
So I don't want to play when I'm being suppressed by god-awful tile. The X, the J, the S, the Y's. How many Y's you got? 4 Y's.
They added them just for this game.
Yeah, I don't know how many advantages for a warm-up game. No less. But Imagine playing
You haven't been this far behind in a game at this stage in a long time. It really tells me how much you rely on word assistant. I'm a purist of this game. I hope you understand that. Oh, top.
It's not giving me any blank tiles.
Okay, so you're blaming the game? Is that what I understand?
Game is inspiring against me.
This bitch is over. Folks, I think we're all seeing that Riser just plays blindly and just puts tiles down and hopes that they work. When any true expert of literati has to play the way that I'm playing, like a pimp. Ooh, that was good. This might be a mistake, but I'm just going to play it just to be a pimp.
That's nice. Appreciate that.
Are you fucking serious?
You don't have a word there. That's just nice. We all know. You're going to play the queen.
Yeah, I am playing the queen. You got a triple word score on a queue, and you're still down by so much that I can literally multitask to my heart's desire. What would you have played? Requiem isn't a word. Requiem is a word, but Requiem isn't a word.
Yeah, whatever.
Who the fuck calls it Requiem? Yeah, it is Requiem. You called it Requiem.
That's what I know.
Those same people are not down by 84 points. All right, where did you play? Oh, you passed.
No, you distracted me.
Notice, people, I just give it right back because I'm kind and I'm amazing and I'm just really nice. Notice, people, when Riser does not have word assistance, he plays like absolute dog shit. Just the worst. He played Fred. Or era. It's like barely a word. That's not even a thing.
Yeah, because Queen is definitely fucking all the time.
How many tiles are remaining?
1,411 billion. Which is
I didn't know it would be possible to be this dominant. I am in cruise control, folks. It shows how much riser depends on word helper. Like in this situation, earn. Just dominance, folks. If you're watching this at home, you recognize dominance when you see it.
Gave me 400 on the beginning of the game. Gave me nothing but vowels at the beginning of the game. I still have. Now I don't have any vowels. I just straight dog shit.
I like your story. Tag? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is tag? Folks.
Wow. Another banger.
This was just dominance. My man played key for 6. Now's your turn to make a move.
Yeah, I play this. Not play for rage.
Folks, if you're at home and you're watching this and you're like, was Rabbi ever challenged? The answer is no. The answer is just unequivocally no. And that's really interesting because the only thing that we changed in the game was
rigging the tiles.
I didn't rig anything, dog. This was a blowout. This was a blowout. This was a blowout. Riser had the Q. Riser had the K. Riser had the V. Riser had a Y. No, he didn't.
You had Y's.
Okay.
You had the J.
All right.
You had the X.
You had the Y. You had the I.
S's. You had a bunch of lucky blocks. You had tiles that weren't rigged.
I had the Z. I can tell you that. And I can also tell you that it really looks like you depend on the word helper.
I give you pass 3 times in a row. The game should be over, so I should by default.
Okay, that's a cool story. What are your thoughts on just getting blown the fuck out? All right, big dog. It's time for room 239. Or it's not 239. That's a different movie. Room. 237. Anthropomorphic iceberg. That's like a talking iceberg.
Anthropomorphic planet iceberg is dedicated to many instances of anthropomorphic celestial bodies ranging in education, web series, children, media. This iceberg documents animated planet media.
That doesn't sound like room 237, dog.
No, we gotta just over like one iceberg chart per day.
Okay, I'm down for that. We didn't finish the last one, which is disappointing to me.
What do you mean? Which one is that?
It was on like subconscious stuff. Subliminals.
Subliminal messaging?
Yeah, maybe somebody sent subliminal messaging to you so you wouldn't finish it.
I don't know why that conversation ended was fascinating. I thought we did. We went pretty far down there.
Yeah, we didn't finish it though, and that's the key. The deeper you go, the more interesting the shit gets.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can revisit it.
Let's do it.
Icebergs to go around.
Okay, but I don't know why you ask for a literal iceberg and just instead don't say, hey, please give me an iceberg ranking of topics with an explanation of each so you don't have to look each one up individually. Does that not make sense?
No, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You go on the subreddit, iceberg, you go on the Google, just be like whatever thing comes to mind, or you keep looking and researching about ones that exist, or you go on YouTube.
Why don't you ask?
They're really amazing. It's like literally like a 4-hour series or something. Parts 1, 2, maybe even more, just on the deadly signs icebergs and then it's just talking about like all the different like dangerous signs that have been made, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. It was interesting. There's this funny TikTok on like what the most dangerous water is, and then there's like this TikTok I just find so funny where the guy's like acid rain, thinking that it's the toughest water, and then it's like freezing water, toughest water, and then zooms in weird guy's expression. Aerated water are the most dangerous water. And there's like these pools of aerated water where like if you because it's like carbonated basically to the bottom and drown. And I know that was a dangerous time. There's also these like really weird. Forget what they're like man-made worlds basically, and I think they're near like I don't know if they're used to be purposes, but they're like sketchy. And then there's also this other thing that I could find the name of it. I don't know. I was like hilariously looking. It looks like a tunnel to the center that like a bunch of circles that are basically like it starts out wide and then gets smaller in circles, but circle going down. And then you're just up the middle, which is like 10 feet wide, massive hole in the center of the earth.
Like a toroid?
I can show you if you want to see.
Why don't you just answer the question that I asked?
Sorry. What exactly did you say?
Like a toroid, like the shape of a donut?
No. It's not that shape.
Okay, is it like a sphere with a hole in the middle? Like a straw going down the middle?
I mean, it is like a donut, but it would be like only the top of the donut, and only like the hole of the donut, and then like the rest of the donut isn't there. But the top of the donut is circular, and then like imagine if you just took the circle, crunched it a little bit, and then pushed it down, and then crunched it a bit, and then pushed it down, and like create steps from the top where the donut into like the center. Center just like drops.
If you're looking for an iceberg, why don't you look at suppressed technology? Dog, it's the most amazing shit of all time. You're over here. Baby, I'm the Tsar Bomber of suppressed technology. You know that, right?
Storm drain, iceberg. Name some good icebergs.
Dude, suppressed technology. Dude, I just did. It's known as suppressed technology. And if you don't look it up right now, I'm going to be pissed.
Whatever the iceberg layer below garbage is not above garbage. And then like icebergs like that.
What are you even referencing?
You know, there's like it's like the shark tail meme where it's like there's whale poop and then there's you're below whale poop. It's like your iceberg that you just announced. It's not even garbage. It's not even whale poop. It's the layer below whatever that is. So, I mean, if you said something interesting like the radio waves or something specific, I'd go, oh, cool. Rabbi wants to go down the radio waves.
Doug, why wouldn't you look at suppressed technology? Doug. Doug, why wouldn't you look up Doug, why wouldn't you look up suppressed technology?
I don't think that's is that an iceberg? It seems like just like you. That's just like you thing.
Dude, you suck at this. You're terrible at this. You're one of the worst people I've ever known at developing. You don't even develop iceberg charts. You look at other people's iceberg charts. I make my own that are in bigger. Okay. So,
I made my strange border incidents. I made so many I can't.
You didn't even have good ones. All right, here we go. Here we go. Please give me in text an iceberg chart on suppressed technology. Start with the top being like easy things like water-powered cars and stuff, and the bottom be like super secret stuff.
If you're asking AI for charts, it's just gonna it'll give you some nice
Doug, how about you just be quiet and let me go through this? All right, tip of the iceberg: public and plausible. Water-powered cars, cars running on hydrogen, ultra-high mile per gallon engines, long-lasting batteries being held back, solar panels more efficient than public versions, planned obsolescence in electronics, free energy rumors, Nikola Tesla suppression theories, anti-gravity patents, secret military drones. Next, just below the surface, magnetic propulsion vehicles, suppressed cold fusion research, engines that run on compressed air, directed energy weapons, secret stealth aircraft, weather modification technology, earthquake triggering machines, mind-reading interfaces, quantum computers beyond public knowledge, black budget aerospace projects. Next, deep water, classified tech territory, reverse engineered UFO technology, zero-point energy extraction, artificial gravity systems, cloaking and visibility technology, silent supersonic aircraft, underground high-speed tunnel systems, advanced AI hidden from the public, nanobots for surveillance, satellite-based energy weapons, human enhancement experiments, abyss level, extremely speculative, time manipulation experiments, teleportation prototypes, consciousness transfer, remote viewing programs, psychic amplification machines, interdimensional communication devices, secret moon or Mars bases, biological age reversal hidden from society, simulation control technology, reality altering frequencies. The bottom, pure black projects. Faster than light spacecraft, portal generators, gravity cancellation chambers, engineered synthetic dimensions, programmable reality systems, human cloning armies, planet-scale mind-controlled grids, ancient lost super civilization technology, device capable of manipulating space-time, breakaway civilization with technology centuries ahead, bonus layer, forbidden knowledge, hidden ancient energy systems, pyramid power theories, Atlantis technology, frequency healing machines, secret archives beneath governments, AI already achieving superintelligence, alien treaties with governments, consciousness as a physical force, dark matter, energy harvesting, civilization reset theories. What are your thoughts on that, son?
I'm sharing my screen. Yep.
That was not an answer to my question.
You see my screen?
Just one moment. Oh, like your actual screen. Doug, nobody can tell.
Oh, let me play the video. It's a plug hole at the Lady Tower Reservoir.
Oh, I know what that is. Yeah, I know what that is.
Imagine falling down.
There have been people who have done that, and they've had their boats caught.
Seems like
There's one in, I believe, there's one in Northern California called the Eye of California or something like that, and somebody died going in it. It's like a reservoir.
It's like some Blair Witch.
No, it's not. It's just a hole in the man-made hole that usually is for like a reservoir in case the water gets too high.
There's ancient power plants. Is what you're saying.
I'm saying that that's what that just said, but perhaps there are ancient batteries. There's the Baghdad battery that was working like thousands of years ago. What do you know about the Baghdad battery, Doug? What do you know about the Baghdad battery? That's what?
What do I know about the potato battery?
No, the Baghdad battery. Quit with the potato theories. No one cares about those. It's called the Baghdad battery. You want to know everything about it? Yo, dog, please explain to me the Baghdad battery.
No one has time for AI bullshit.
The Baghdad battery is one of the most famous ancient mystery technology objects ever found. It's a small clay jar discovered near Baghdad in the 1930s. Inside the jar were a copper cylinder, an iron rod, asphalt, bitumen sealing material. When modern researchers filled replicas with acidic liquid like vinegar or grape juice, the setup produced a tiny electric voltage, basically acting as a primitive battery. Why people think it's mysterious? The object dates somewhere around roughly 200 BCE to 250 CE. Estimates vary. That led to a huge question. Did ancient people discover electricity thousands of years before modern batteries? The idea exploded theories and lost civilization discussions. The main theories. Ancient battery theory, most famous. People think it may have been used for electroplating jewelry with thin layers of gold or silver, religious rituals involving shocks, simple experiments with electricity. A recreated version can generate around 0.5 to 1 volt. Then there's the scroll container theory. It's mainstream archaeology. Most archaeologists are skeptical it was a battery. They argued that it simply may have been a storage container, a holder for sacred scrolls, a ritual object. Important point. No wires were found, no electrical devices nearby, no clear evidence of electroplating workshops connected to it. What'd you say? Yo, dog, if this isn't room 237, I'm throwing fists. This better fucking be room 237. If you're making me do all this work, and this shit isn't room 237, I'm gonna be pissed. William Montgomery is a beast. This room 237. You're funny. Zoo will watch a documentary. Zoo will watch a documentary.
Is it about black holes?
It's about Stanley Kubrick.
Well, baby.
It's called Room 237.
So it's about the Shining.
Word dog. It just started. Okay, well, that's very selfish of you. Why don't you watch this and we can talk about black holes after when I beat you at all the different games that we like to play. Okay, we'll watch it again, dog.